Hey everyone and welcome! Today we're ranking every single item in the Binding of Isaac. Yeah, chat paid for this as one of my rent goals in previous months. And today is finally the day where we rank every single item in the Binding of Isaac, Repentance, and all its previous DLCs and the base game. 716 items, they're all down here. We're gonna go through all of them. Let's get started. First item, it's actually like behind the camera, about here. But it's the sad onion. Other than that, you're always going to see the item that we're about to rank. But yeah, I was thinking, honestly, about this ahead of time. And had I been willing to put more effort into this, I would have probably taken out all the 0.7 tier rate items. I would have probably put out all the 0.7 tier rate items and I just grouped them into a single item, because sad onion, wire coat hanger, what else? Soap. They're essentially the exact same item, right? But yeah, sad onion, 0.7 tier rate up. It's kind of middle of the pack for me, you know. It boosts your stats, so it's good. You're never gonna say no to a tears up or a damage up. It's probably not middle of the pack. The average item is probably worse than 0.7 tier rate. Of course, there's the situations where you're already capped on tier rate, but you don't really hit those that often in Repentance anymore. So I guess we're gonna put sad onion in B tier. Also, please note that there's a very good chance I'm actually going to add more tiers to this as we go on. This is a template. This is a template for from tier maker, and it goes from S to F, and then it has the bottom tier, which is called Edmund Y. But there's a decent chance that we're actually going to need more tiers. Next up, we got the Inner Eye, triple shot. That item actually seems pretty good on the surface, but there's always been this thing with Inner Eye where you actually have to consistently hit all 3 shots for it to actually be a DPS up. And who can really do that? I consider myself a pretty good Isaac player, but I would not say that I can consistently hit all 3 shots of Inner Eye. The reason for that is that it gives you a massive tier delay up. So you can't fire as many tiers. So for it to really be a DPS up, you're gonna have to hit every single tier. Which probably makes it worse than sad onion for me. I'd probably put it in C tier. It's worse than sad onion, right? But it has some good synergies. You find a knife, triple shot is incredible. Or, well, you have a knife, you find triple shot, it's incredible. You have brimstone, it's incredible. You have epic fetus, it's incredible. You have ipecac, it's incredible. You get the point. Like, all these carry items, these huge carry items work so well with triple shot. Tractor beam, like chat said, is also a really good one. Not just tractor beam, homing can actually fix it too. The next item that's coming up is actually the spoonbender, which is also very good synergy because it makes it easier to hit every single shot. So I'm gonna put it in C tier. It's not a good item, a good standalone item by itself, but it has synergies. So it's gonna go into C tier because that's still, like, this is good average, you know? This is what C tier would be, according to the tier list, what I consider an average item, because it's exactly in the middle. There's 3 tiers above it, 3 tiers below it, and then also the Edmund Y tier, which is gonna go to items that I think actively make your run worse. Maybe worth noting, I should have said this on the start, but the way I look at these items, obviously it's really hard to quantify every item in the game, because a lot of them are flat out not comparable, right? Like, you can't compare, I don't know, an epic fetus to a holy mantle, because both of them are really good items in their own right, but also in different reasons. Epic fetus is a very strong offensive item, holy mantle is a very strong defensive item, right? So the way I try to rank the items is based on how much I think they increase your chance of winning when you find them, right? So that's the angle from which we're gonna look at this, just so we're on the same page. So we're gonna look at this from a perspective of how much more likely does it make to win your run. Which brings us to Spoonbender. Spoonbender is an item that definitely increases your chances of winning. But it's not that great. Spoonbender is better the worse you are at the game, because if you hit most of your shots, you're not gonna need that Spoonbender. Spoonbender also makes your tiers do weird shit, where sometimes you don't hit them because of Spoonbender, because they're just gonna circle around an enemy. because of how the gravitation works. Overall, it's a pretty good item. Do I think it's better than Inner Eye? Probably. Do I think it's better than Sad Onion? No. So it would probably be going here. Immediately, I kind of want to make a B- and a C+ tier. Or like B to C, but I'm going to put it in C tier. I do think it's above average. It makes your run better. It's got synergies too. Like, you find a Brimstone, that thing is incredible. Ipecac is okay. Ipecac can kind of mess you up. Epic Fetus, it doesn't really do a lot. Dr. Fetus, it's good. IT rate is pretty decent with. I'm gonna put it in B tier for now. This might still change as we go along, but yeah, for now I'm gonna say it's better. It's definitely better than Triple Shot. So I'm gonna put it in a tier with this thing. Why not use numerical rating conventions? Because it's the law that tier lists have to be done with letters. Definitely the law that I definitely not made up or anything. That would give you B- and C+. I mean, I could also add B- and C+ to this and it'd be fine, but I could make a B.5. The problem is there's many sources of homing tiers that do more than just homing. Well, I mean, that's not really... I want to look at it from an absolute standpoint, right? Like, how much does it increase your chances of winning? Sure, there's other homing items that increase your chances of winning more, but that doesn't mean Spoonbender doesn't increase your chance of winning. Like, just because there's a +1 damage up doesn't mean every +0.7 damage up is bad. Just because Poly exists doesn't mean every 1 damage up is bad. You know? It's just better at what it does, sure. If you start as Eden with this item, nah, I wouldn't think of it as that, because then you forget the bits where an item is better in the early game and worse in the late game. Like, if you start with the Stairway to Heaven, the Angelic Ladder on Basement 1 with Eden, that's almost guaranteed an insta-win. But if you find it on Depths 2, or, I don't know, Womb 2, it's almost worthless, right? So I want to try and factor that in as well. But yeah, let's keep going. Cricket's Head. Cricket's Head was very, very highly ranked. Cricket's Head was very, very highly ranked on that averages tier list that we saw, that drew like the average of 11 different tier lists made with this. It was put in S tier, and honestly, I'm okay with that. Like, Cricket's Head, it's a damage multiplier. Damage multipliers are insane. It's a 1.5 times damage multiplier. It gives you a bit of numerical damage on top of that as well, like a bit of a damage up as well. But the big thing about Cricket's Head is the 1.5 damage. Nobody takes Cricket's Head and thinks, oh boy, plus 0.5 damage. Like, nobody thinks that, right? Like, everyone sees Cricket's Head and thinks, hell yeah, plus 1.5 damage. Plus 1.5 times 1.5 damage. So I'm gonna put that thing in S tier. There's better items than Cricket's Head. I'm actually right now at a row above, and we're gonna call it S+, because I can think of a few items that are better than this. Actually, yeah, hold up. We're gonna make an S+ row, which I don't want to make yellow because we already have a yellow. Oops. But I'm also gonna make an S-. We're gonna make plus and minus for this. At row below, we're gonna make an S- here, and I'm gonna put Cricket's Head in S-, because there's a few items that are just way better than Cricket's Head, but Cricket's Head is still cut above that what I consider S tier. But yeah, I wanna switch colors on that. Hold up, what do we don't have? We're gonna make S+ black, and then you can't read that anymore, so we're not gonna do that. We're gonna make S+ white, and then we're gonna make S+ or S- purple. There we go. So there's items I can think about, which back in my speedrunning days were labeled the big 5, that are definitely going to go in S+ because they're way better than Cricket's Head. The way I think about these when ranking is also, are these items comparable, right? Like, in my mind, Sad Onion is better than Spoonbender, but they still belong in the same tier because they raise your chances of winning by about the same. Level, right? Like, Sad Onion a bit more than Spoonbender, but I still think there's enough of a difference between Spoonbender and Triple Shot to not have them in the same tier, but enough of a similarity between these two to have them in the same tier. But yeah, next one. And now the tier list is too big and I have to scroll down to get the next items. Hold up, how do we do this? Like that. Now you don't see the items anymore. Now you don't see the S tier anymore. God damn it, the tier list is immediately too big. Can we zoom out? Aha! There we go. Better. Better. Alright, and now you can even see the item that we're about to rank. Okay, my reflection. My reflection is Garbo, like actual Garbo. What it does is it makes your shots circle back at you. It gives you a massive range up, and then about halfway through its travel, the tier is gonna circle back to you. First of all, there's this incredibly hilarious combo of Ipecac and my reflection, where your explosive Ipecac shot comes back at you and smacks you in the face. I mean, honestly, this is our first Edmund Y contender. This is our first Edmund Y contender. Like, I said Edmund Y was reserved for items that actively make you run worse, and I really struggle to think of a situation in which my reflection actually makes you run better. Like, F tier is still gonna be items that make you run better, ever so slightly. It at least has some synergies. If you guys name... Reflection Brimstone is good. Oh, you're right. Piercing shots? Nah, piercing shots. Yes. Piercing shots, Brimstone. Okay, that's enough for me to put it in S tier. In F tier. In S tier. Yeah, no, that's enough for me to put it in F tier. There are niche situations where your run actually gets better. Chat convinced me. Brimstone is gonna save a lot of items from Edmund Y. That's okay. I'm okay with that. I'm okay with that. Alright, number one. Mostly on their own merit, right? I said I want to rank them based on how likely they are, or like how much they improve your run, how much more likely do they make it to win. And there are situations where my reflection makes it more likely that you win. And so it has a usability niche. So yeah. What's it called? Number one. Number one is a good item. I think a lot of people think about good items and they don't think about number one. Instantly pretty much maxing out your tier rate. Let me look up the exact effect. Gives you a very high tier rate in exchange for a big range down. Plus 1.5 tiers up and minus 17.62 range. Obviously this is a bit of a one that you need to get used to, because the low range does make it kind of difficult to move forward. The problem with number one is also that you get stuck in some rooms. This is not as big of a problem in Repentance anymore for a reason I'm going to go over, but there was a time in Rebirth and in Afterbirth where number one could actually get you stuck in some cave rooms. And some other rooms probably too that I can't think of about, but like basically every room that had spiders on the right side wall, and then you were there and there was a massive gap in the middle that you couldn't get across and you couldn't hit them with number one, would just instantly get you stuck. And if you didn't have bombs, you'd get soft locked. That was actually fixed, I think, in Afterbirth Plus, maybe in Repentance, where now if you stay in a room for too long, I think the limit is like 3 minutes, the doors are actually going to open and you can leave, so you can't get soft locked anymore with number one, which is really nice because that's one less concern. But still, instantly maxing out your tier rate for me is A-worthy. Like, this is an A-tier item. You go into this thing, you find it, it's gonna max out your tier rate immediately. Obviously, it's situational. If your tier rate is close to max, you might actually think about not picking that up. Sure, it's the same with, like, Thin Odd Mushroom. But, like, overall, most of the time when you find this item, you're just gonna be like, heck yeah. If you don't have a knife, of course, you probably don't want it with Dr. Fetus either, because Dr. Fetus gets kind of wonky when you have a really high tier rate. But most of the time, you find this thing and it's like, nice. So yeah, I'm a big fan of number one. I think people might actually rate this a lot lower when they're not quite as practiced with it, because obviously the low range can actually mess you up quite a bit. But for the most part, it's a good item. I think it's very good. Yeah, I think it's very good. Next up comes a Blood of the Martyr, which is a simple +1 damage up, which is just gonna go next to the Sad Onion for me. We're gonna have a lot of these cases. There's a lot of +1 damage ups. There's a lot of 0.7 tiers ups in the game. They're all gonna land in B tier. I don't think I need to say much about it. I did say at the start, if I had planned this a bit better, I probably would have merged all of these in a single item, you know? I would have probably merged all of these into a single item and just put them in B tier, because, like, there's factually no difference between a sad onion and a wire coat hanger and soap and I don't know, divorce papers and shit like that, you know. So yeah, Brother Bobby, gives you a familiar that shoots tiers alongside you at I think 3.5 base damage. He might have gotten buffed actually in Repentance, but the point is he's a familiar and he shoots. He kind of effectively gives you a higher tier rate, and I actually never mind finding Brother Bobby in Basement 1 or Basement 2, because the damage relative to you is actually pretty damn solid, honestly. Like, if you find him early, he's actually going to do a solid amount of damage to both bosses and enemies, but he doesn't scale with you in the late game. He doesn't do anything special in the late game either. There's never going to be a situation where you go into the mom's foot fight even and be like, thank God I have Brother Bobby, unless your run is absolute dog shite. So Brother Bobby is probably going to go into D or E tier. I'm going to put him in D tier, but he might move down to E tier later on. Again, he doesn't scale into the late game. He's just not. He's not great. He doesn't do anything worth noting. He's not like a Rainbow Baby who at least slows down the bosses in the late game. He's just him. I'm going to put him in E. Okay, that is Scatoli, right? I'm going to make sure. That is Scatoli. That's the fly love item. Makes a bunch of flies not attack you anymore. The red flies, the grandfather flies are not going to fire at you anymore. The exploding bomb flies fly slower, so they're easier to dodge. There's actually a lot of utility to this. There's also a lot of utility in that Blue Baby is less dangerous because he spawns a bunch of flies. But overall, it's a solid item. It's a nice utility item, you know? Like, you're never really gonna be sad to find Scatoli. You're also never gonna find Scatoli because you're not gonna play the Skull game in the arcade, which fittingly the song just went on from the arcade. So that's nice. I don't want to put it in the same tier as Triple Shot, but I also don't want to put it below Triple Shot. I think I'm gonna put it behind Triple Shot. We're gonna put it here. There's situations, I mean, every time you have Scatoli, it's just like, nice. Like, you're good. This is a good item. It's a solid item. It doesn't do anything that really hurts you. No, it never does anything that hurts you. It just makes you less likely to take damage. It's an okay defensive item. It drops down a tier for me. Like, effect-wise, I could probably see it in B tier, but it drops down a tier for me because it's just impossible to find. So this is okay. This is okay. Halo of Flies gives you 2 flies that circle around you, blocking shots. I'm a huge fan of orbitals. Those of you who have been watching me through the years know that. Orbitals are great. They block shots. They're very defensively sound items. You're always excited to see that first meat cube. You're always excited to see that sack dagger in particular. These easily go into A tier for me. I am more happy to see this thing than I am to see a damage up or a tears up. Especially the Halo of Flies. Giving you 2 orbitals is going to block so much damage over the course of the run that you're just not going to see. And it's good. It's just a solid item. Then comes the 1-Up Shroom, and it's a bit hard to rank that, honestly. Because the 1-Up Shroom is pretty much just as good as your run, right? Like, it's weird. Because if you find the 1-Up Mushroom in a situation where you already won the run, essentially, like on a really strong build, this thing's completely worthless. Like, if you're not gonna die, this thing is just useless, and if it pops, there's a good chance your run is doomed anyway, right? But it still has those niches where it actually saves you, and it actually saves the entire run. Typically, when you die in the vicinity of, like, Depths, or maybe Womb, if you die to one of the final bosses and get revived by the 1-Up Mushroom, chances are you're not gonna win the run anyway. And also, chances are when you can beat them, you usually beat them so hard that you don't need the 1-Up Shroom either. So, it's a bit tough to rank, because there's really only this sweet spot of items, this sweet spot of runs where the 1-Up Mushroom is really consequential to the outcome of the run. I want to say very rarely it actually significantly increases your chances of winning the run, because if you've already won anyway, it doesn't do anything. And if it's a really hopeless run, usually the 1-Up Mushroom isn't going to save you either. It's got the niche, and that's actually a good point in chat, it's got the niche that it lets you use the Suicide King, but that is so incredibly rare that I'm willing to just completely overlook it. One thing it does do is it lets you take devil deals more easily, but the 1-up mushroom out of every revive item is also the worst at that. Because your 1-up mushroom revives you with the amount of red heart containers you died with. So putting those into the devil deal means that you're going to revive with less health. So out of all the revive items, I would probably say 1-up mushroom is the worst. Because unlike even the Ankh, which brings you back as Blue Baby with 3 hearts, which is completely independent from how many hearts you had, the heart containers, when you died with. I don't know. Is it as good as Triple Shot? Triple Shot has synergies, like if you find a Brimstone or Knife, well, if you have a Knife, it's probably GG anyway, but there's items that make me really excited to find a Triple Shot. There's not really any runs where I'm really excited to find a 1-up mushroom. I think I'm gonna put it in D tier. It's really not that great. It's really not that great. Remember, Damocles can be taken when you have an extra life. That's a very niche scenario too, though. I'm not sure if that's worth it, taking a... With multiple revive items, when does the 1-up activate? I'm not sure about the priority, it's been so long. I'd have to look that up. But yeah, I think I'm gonna keep it in D tier. And again, like, we're gonna be here for a while. I might move around some of these as we go along anyway, so we might circle back to this one. Magic Mushroom is... This ties in with what I said about Cricket's Head earlier. Nobody's gonna pick up a Magic Mushroom and be like, yes, plus 1 health. Nobody's gonna pick up a Magic Mushroom and be like, yes, plus 0.3 damage, plus 5.25 range. No, the speed is pretty nice over Cricket's Head, I gotta say. But overall, the reason you're excited for a 1-up mushroom is because it gives you a 1.5 times damage multiplier. Because the 1-up mushroom gives you moving speed, which Cricket's Head does not, I'm gonna rank it higher than Cricket's Head, ever so slightly. But, like, factually, this is the same item. It's a bit better, yes, a very teensy tiny bit, but for the most part, it's the same item. Alright, Virus. Virus has actually gotten a lot better in Repentance, because in Repentance it gives you speed up as opposed to speed down. I'm a huge fan of movement speed. It is quote-unquote only a 0.2 speed up, but it is a solid speed up. It's also part of a rather common transformation, which I forgot the name of, Spun. You're pretty much always happy these days to find any syringe in Isaac. Hold on. You're pretty much always happy to find any syringe in Isaac these days, right? Just let me finish my train of thought, 1 second. So, it's just a rock solid item. I'd probably put it into the range with the damage ups and the tears ups. Like, again, movement speed is great. And the poison touch is okay. The poison touch used to be much more significant, but on a high damage run with Polaroid proc, it can also be pretty interesting because poison damage now scales with your tear damage. I think I'm gonna put it in the same category as these bad boys. Probably like seeing damage and tear rate more than I like seeing movement speed, but it's okay. Hey, you wanna say hi?
Yeah.
Hey chat, look who's here.
Hello.
What would Lady Probs be in the tier list? I think Lady Probs would be pretty hopeless in the basement of Binding of Isaac, so probably F tier. I'd still pick her up if I saw her in a treasure room. Well, I'll have a word with you about that one, but I mean, that's what we have F tier for, right? I've also decided now that I'm gonna put my reflection in Edmund Y tier. Yes, we found 2 synergies that are actually kind of good with it, but it's garbage. Like, you're never gonna take this speculatively, and even if you have like a Brimstone or something, you're not even with the items this works with, you're not gonna be excited to find it, let's be real. So we're just gonna put in Edmund Y. Whatever. I think it fits there better. It's just too niche. Lady Probs would be Lost Soul. That's actually really fitting. Is that Adrenaline or Roid Rage? That is Roid Rage. The green one is Roid Rage. Roid Rage, as of Repentance, is a 0.3 speed up, down from 0.6 before Repentance. That's still a solid speed up. 0.3 I'm pretty sure is as big as it gets. 0.3 I'm pretty sure is as big as it gets for speed ups these days. So it's pretty solid. It's honestly going to the same category. It's just a B tier item. It's better than the Virus because it gives you more speed and poison damage is kind of irrelevant on the Virus. So it's just gonna go next to the Virus, I think. So yeah. Okay, now I gotta improvise a bit. Hold up. Add below. Actually, no, fuck that. Can I get that? Clear row, delete row. Yeah, we're just gonna put it in B tier. I was gonna make an in-between thingy for health here, but we don't need an extra tier for health. We're just gonna put them all in B tier. B tier is gonna be a bit cramped. B tier is gonna be a bit cramped, but that's okay. All the health ups are probably gonna be the butt of B tier, but that's okay. If you can't tell the color, then it's okay. So health up. B tier, it's probably worse than Spoonbender, but I'm a big fan of health ups. I actually am more excited to see a health up than I am to see these items. I'm actually more excited to see these. This is probably gonna be one of the better health ups, at least within the tier, because it full heals you too. The less than 3 also kind of has a bit of the what am I trying to say here? It's got a bit of the iconic feature that it can completely save your run in the chest if you get a room with Gluttony and you kill Gluttony last. He drops that thing and gives you a full heal. It's really good. It's definitely one of the better health ups. As of Repentance, all the health ups also restore a heart upon pickup. So all of these down here are like +1 health container, and they also in addition fill a red heart, but this just refills all your red hearts. The raw liver gives you 2 health ups and then refills a health up and then refills a heart, which is really hard kind of to rank, but I think I'm gonna rank it higher. I'm gonna rank it lower than the less than 3 because it's a secret room pool, so it's another one of those items that you just barely ever find, but it gives you 2 hearts, so it's gonna be better than all the health ups that give you 1 heart, so that's neat. And while we're at it, you know, I'm just gonna drag all the other health ups in here because they're gonna go there anyway, right? They're gonna go there anyway. Oh, now you can't see the thing anymore. Now it's getting a bit small, but we're gonna try this. We're gonna try that. Is that still viewable for you guys? You value Spoonbender the same as a single health up? Yes, health ups let you, well, survive. They let you take devil deals. Health ups are solid. I think people sleep on health ups. I wanted to give them their own tier, but I'm not sure. I feel like the tier list is gonna get too cramped. They should probably just all get their own tier, but like I said earlier, it's really hard to compare most of the items against each other because, you know, some are offensive, some are defensive. I still think I'm more excited about a health up than to see these below, and I'm about as excited as seeing Spoonbender. I do think people tend to overvalue Spoonbender. Okay, Skeleton Key. Skeleton Key is nice and also impossible to find. When you find the Skeleton Key, you're pretty excited. You get 99 keys, you can open every door, every golden chest from there on out, but it just never shows up. Like, it's so impossible to find a Skeleton Key because if I remember correctly, it's only in the secret room pool, right? Quality 3. Item pool, item room, secret room. Oh, so it isn't the item room, but it's pretty rare. So it's kind of impossible to find. I don't think, since we started Eden Destination Roulette, I ever found a Skeleton Key. Because it's so rare, I kind of hesitate. From its pure item effect, I'd probably put it at the top of B tier. Because it's just so nice to get one. To be able to open all the golden chests without having to think about it is so nice. But it being so rare kind of makes me want to put it in C tier. C tier seems like it doesn't do that item justice though. I'm gonna put it before Spoonbender. Mainly because it's so rare. Purely from its effect, I'd probably put it either here or here. But because it's so rare, I'm gonna put it just barely ahead of Spoonbender. Okay. You prefer the trinket that opens gold chests for free? Well, to be fair, this thing does more, right? Like, it opens a bunch of doors for you as well. It lets you play key beggars. It certainly has things over the paperclip. But paperclip also isn't on here. We're only ranking passive and use items. Okay, $3. No, not $3. This is the dollar, which gives you 99 cents, which has a similar issue as the Skeleton Key, which is that it never shows up. The problem with this thing is that it shows up even less, because the only way to get this thing is to play a what's it called? A slot machine and win. So the fact that you basically never find that thing makes it fall a tier. From the effect itself, I would probably put it about where I put the skeleton key, which I already ranked lower than I wanted to put it because it's so rare. So this one would go even lower. Money is really, really strong. People tend to sleep on shops as well, I think, and shops are incredibly good. And finding 99 cents is insane because you can just basically shop for whatever you want on every single floor. The problem is, like I said, you never find this thing. So I think I'm gonna put it to C tier. Probably here? Probably here? Let me check this playlist. What the hell is this? Oh, it's the intro. Yeah, we can let this run. Okay, next up is a boom for 10 bombs. Bombs are solid, kind of, but every time then when I edit my videos for YouTube and I watch back, I notice that I rarely use bombs for anything other than to bomb into secret rooms and shit. Bombs do an okay amount of damage, but for the most part, you know, you're gonna finish most average runs even with multiple bombs in your inventory. So how good are they really? Like, I don't know. I feel like you always find this item and you're really excited for it, but then you never use it, right? You just never use it. It's never like bad to find it, but overall I'd probably put it at the end of B tier. Nah, I'm actually more excited. I feel like I'm more often excited about a triple shot than I am about boom, so I guess I'm gonna put it in C tier. Because bombs really aren't that great in Repentance. Most of the time you do ridiculous amounts of damage anyway. And even when you don't have a lot of tier damage, bombs are nice, but even then a lot of bosses are really difficult to bomb. Okay, in comes Transcendence, which is another one of those items that actually really hurts for me to rank because Flight is strong AF. But at the same time, this is like the worst flight item because it's in the secret room pool and you never get items from the secret room pool. I think Flight itself to me is A tier. And with it being so rare, I'm probably gonna be putting it at the end of A tier. I was thinking B tier, but I'm definitely more excited about Transcendence than I am at the others, like the few times I find it. So we're gonna put it here. The other flight items are probably gonna go far more to the left in A tier. Flight is just so strong. The fact that you can ignore rocks, you can ignore creep, you can go over the gaps. It's so good. Flight is ridiculously good. I found out something interesting that involves bombs actually. Apparently if Satan's body phase hits exactly 0 HP, you skip the leg phase, which is most easily done with 6 bombs. Really? You can bomb Satan 6 times and you skip the leg phase? Interesting. I need to try that next time we do a run to the lamp. Okay, next comes the compass. And you guys know how much I love mapping. In a randomized game like The Binding of Isaac and basically every single roguelike, information is king. Everything's randomized. You don't know what the floors look like. You don't know where everything is. Knowing more stuff is incredible. Knowing more stuff is absolutely incredible, and I love the compass. I love the map, and I love the blue map. Every time I find those items, I'm so excited. They're really good. The shop pool is pretty diluted these days, and it's harder to find them, but the compass is still easily an A tier item. Easily an A tier item for me. Probably better than Transcendence too. The compass lets you go straight for the good rooms on the floor, significantly thereby reducing your odds of dying because it makes you find items faster, which means you're going to be more powerful for the rest of the floor. In the end game, it makes it easier to get to the bosses and not clear unnecessary rooms. Again, knowledge is so strong in any roguelike, and I love my mapping items. So I'm a big fan of that compass. Alright, Wooden Spoon is 0.3 speed, probably goes here? Yeah, this seems about right. It's worse than the syringe, because the syringe also is part of the spun transformation. But other than that, it's just the carbon copy. Same goes for the belt, also 0.3 speed. Goes here. Mom's Undies, range up. I don't even know how much range. It doesn't matter how much range. It's a stat up, but it's probably the worst stat. I think it's actually fairly easy to agree on that too. Like, out of all the stat ups, I'm least excited about shot speed and about range. Range is nice. There are certainly situations where I'm like, damn, I'm really glad I have high range here. But they're actually far and few between. Like, I'd rather find 10 bombs than .5 range or something, whatever. Underwear does also spawn flies, but that's like a one-time very small burst of damage, so I'm not too fond of it either. I'm gonna put it in the end of C tier. I'm definitely more excited to find a Scatoli or 10 bombs or triple shot than this. These are essentially the same items, so whatever. Heals gives you a bit of contact damage, but honestly it's negligible. How much contact damage is that? Let me check. Touching enemies deals 12 damage to them. That's an okay amount of damage. I guess I'm gonna put this thing in the front then, out of the range ups, but yeah. And Mom's Lipstick gives you a random heart that it drops on the floor, which is probably better than the flies. It's kind of situational. I want to say these are kind of interchangeable. The more damage you have, the better the flies are, of course, and the less health you have, the better the hearts are. I'm gonna leave them as it is, but I feel like these two are easily interchangeable. Wire coat hanger is the exact same item as Sad Onion, but because the wire coat hanger was my stream logo for a while back in my early days, I'm actually gonna put it ahead of the Sad Onion. When is the contact damage relevant though? Well, every time something touches you. Right? I feel like that is pretty self-explanatory. Like, over the course of a run, the heals are gonna do more damage than the 3 flies from the undies. On average, I wanna say. If you have Polyphemus, heals are gonna be hard-pressed to do more damage than the 3 flies from the undies, but I feel like this is gonna do way more damage in the average run than this. When is it actively relevant? I mean, it's kind of hard to pinpoint an exact point of that, but like, I feel like even in the late game, in most late games, getting touched by an enemy and dealing 12 damage to it is gonna save you at least 1 or 2 tears hit on them. Like, you don't hit an enemy with 2 tears and say, well, when was that damage ever relevant? Like, the damage adds up. Like, the cumulative damage you dish out is what leads to enemies dying in the end. And doing more damage is good. So having an item that deals a bit more damage every time you mess up is just better than having items that don't do that. Does contact damage work with not leaf for delirium cheese? It's always on top of you. That's actually a good question. Probably does. Does it form? This might actually form a death combo with not leave. You don't pick up heals with the intention of running into enemies. Well, I don't pick up the virus with intentions of running into enemies either. It's still a nice plus. Like, it's still something I factor in when I pull up the Gremlins leaving chat. Viel Spaß.
Danke.
Richte liebe Grüße aus, unbekannterweise.
Du kennst Schweine nicht, gell?
Ciao. Isaac's heart makes virus, and especially because of the serpent. Well, we're gonna come to this later, but spoilers, Isaac heart sucks. So I'm not really sure that's a factor. I'm not arguing that, I'm just saying that it's the best of the 3 rounds. Oh yeah, absolutely. Agree. That's why we put it here. Okay, books. It's book time. I love Flight. I didn't really make a secret out of that up here. So, out of the books, the Bible is actually one of the better ones to me. Am I more excited to see a Bible than I am to see these? Probably. Probably. I'm actually more excited for a Bible than I am about these. In terms of picking up drops, having a Bible is basically as good as having permaflight, right? The only thing where the Bible is worse is when you want to pop it in a room defensively to like cross a rock to get away from enemies and stuff. You're not always going to have it up there. So it's worse than Transcendence, even though it's significantly more common, it's worse than Transcendence. The question I'm asking myself is, am I more excited for it than the B tier items? But I kind of want to put it somewhere in the middle of B tier again. There's going to be a lot in B tier. I feel like we're going to have a fairly accurate bell curve when we're done here. Bible is S tier in boss fights. Yeah, exactly. Especially Satan. The Bible does have the added effect of also killing Mom's heart and Mom's foot immediately. If you want to factor that in. Overall, I think I'd still rather see damage and tier rate and move speed than the Bible though. I probably prefer the virus and homing and the skeleton key as well. So we're going to put it here. I'm going to put it here. Okay. Book of Belial is okay. The problem The problem I mostly face with Book of Belial is that I save it for the boss room, and then when I'm done with the floor, I notice that I could have popped it in like 2 or 3 other rooms. I'm probably less excited about the Book of Belial.
Ongi gifted a tier 1 sub to Jasper Lavatar.
I'm probably less excited about the Book of
14 gift subs in the channel.
I'm probably less excited about the Book of Belial than I am about the Bible. But more excited about it than I am about a health up. Am I more excited about this thing than a health up? Like, health ups let you take devil deals. Book of Belial lets you find more devil deals, though. I don't think I'm actually more excited about the Bible than I am about a health up. Oh, this is hard. And this is only going to get harder the more items are in there. Yeah, I think I'm moving the Bible down here to the top of C tier. I think I prefer item health items to take devil deals with over the Bible. Okay. Yeah, I'm moving Bible down here. And then we're moving the Book of Belial somewhere like here? Yeah, I think I'm moving it here. I like it better than Triple Shot because it's just always solid. Like, if you find it, you don't have a spacebar item, you're pretty stoked about it. Okay, Necronomicon, I'm honestly not a big fan of. The best thing about Necronomicon to me is that it gets you closer to Bookworm. Necronomicon is okay, like it deals global damage to enemies in the room. Especially up until Womb, it pretty much insta-clears any room for you that doesn't have enemies that go invincible like turrets, but overall I feel like the Necronomicon is just slightly better than the green mushroom. Alright, poop goes in F tier. Like, you can place poops and you can shoot them, and sometimes a coin comes out and sometimes a heart comes out, and if you're insanely lucky a soul heart comes out, and if you're Blue Baby you also get a fly. But like, I mean, I'm not sure what I'm supposed to say. It's okay. It's the poop. You know, if you don't have a spacebar item, it's better than not having it, but you're gonna be hard pressed to find a spacebar item that's worse, except maybe Dead Sea Scrolls. I'm gonna be honest, my reflection is better than the poop. I disagree. There's also petrified poop, yeah, which makes it actually pretty useful, but still, like, the time spent on placing a poop and shooting it all the fucking time, it's just not worth it. It doesn't synergize with Midas Touch, no, that's just E. coli. Okay, Mr. Boom. Mr. Boom is actually pretty solid. I think the problem with Mr. Boom is that a lot of space use items are way better. But like, getting a free bomb every 2 rooms is not actually bad. I want to say Mr. Boom is definitely better than the range ups, right? Are the range ups really better than the Necronomicon though? Okay, hold up, I like that better. I like that better. I did say we would be moving around stuff a lot in the middle of that, so we're gonna do this. I'm definitely more excited about Mr. Boom than I am about range ups. Am I more excited about Mr. Boom than the Necronomicon? Probably. This is one of those that kind of depends on the build. I'm going to put it ahead of the Necronomicon, but it also depends on how much AoE you have. If you have 0 AoE, you're going to keep the Necronomicon. If you have a lot of AoE but no like instant single target damage, you want to take Mr. Boom. If you're out of bombs as well, you want to take Mr. Boom. So they're kind of interchangeable, but I feel like they're equally strong. It's one of those, Mr. Boom to me is one of those spacebar items that you almost never pick up because you usually have better options, but then when you run it, it's just so convenient. It just hits the spot, you know? It's just right. So, it's okay. Okay, Tammy's Head had like 1 good synergy. 2 good synergies. And one of them got nerfed into the ground in Repentance in Tammy Brim. No, it's really only a shadow of its former self. And the only thing that makes me really excited to find Tammy's head is Death's Touch. That is the only item. That is the only item that I'm really excited to find Tammy's head with. Yeah, it's almost impossible to find now too, which is also a factor. Like, it just almost never shows up. Like, the combination of Death's Touch increasing your damage and your tier size, having you fire gigantic scythes that almost cover the entire room most of the time, makes Tammy's Head kind of good. But other than that, like, sure, you can pop Tammy's Head and then you have like 2 tiers hitting 2 enemies, but in the time you do that, you probably could have fired 3 tiers yourself. Sure, it gives those tiers a damage bonus too, but a lot of the time you're also just going to completely whiff. It's still okay with Brimstone, but it's not what it used to be. So really, I'm no more excited for a Tammy's head than I am for a range up. I might actually be more excited for a range up than I am for Tammy's head. I'm gonna put it here. Am I really excited about Tammy's head more than I am about Brother Bobby? I really don't know, dude. If I think about finding Brother Bobby on floor 1 or floor 2, I at least think, nice. That's a good DPS up for at least the first 2 floors. But Tammy's head pretty much never is. I'm gonna put it behind Brother Bobby. It's not a good item anymore. I'm sorry, but like the one synergy it had with Brimstone is gone. Because it doesn't add enough damage to the strong thing about Tammy Brim was the fact that your Brimstone covered almost the entire room, and then it also did massive damage because Tammy's head added 50 points of damage per tick to the Brimstone. But it doesn't do that anymore, so it's just your regular ass Brimstone that can't one-shot shit most of the time. So most of the time you just pop Tammy's head, and the bosses in the chest are gonna lose a fifth of their HP, and then you're also stuck in the Tammy's head's animation for like 1.5 seconds. I'm gonna have to refill that a lot today, by the way. We're gonna stream for a while, so excuse me if I'm gonna have to take regular breaks to refill my water. Mom's bra is more like mom's bra. See, the problem with a lot of these spacebar items, such as Tammy's head, Mr. Boom, Necronomicon, is that there's just so many better ones, and mom's bra is no exception. Like, the freeze is okay. The freeze is okay, but it's one of those space use items. Oh no. No, please tell me I didn't lose my tier list. Hello? I hit the side mouse button on my... God damn it. Hold up, we'll be right back. Oh, I got it back. Okay, we're good. I hit my mouse wheel. Oh, and now this thing is back on there. God damn it. Okay, whatever. I don't want fucking ads on my video. I hit the side thing of my mouse wheel, so it used it as if I like pressed the back button. That never happens. That ad is gonna disappear after a while though, so I think I'm just gonna use the opportunity. Gonna use the opportunity to get something to drink. Okay, I'm gonna get some water since Twitch chat wants me to hydrate anyway, and then we'll be back. 1 second, chat. Probs is wearing a jeans. I'm pretty much always wearing a jeans. Actually, I just decided I'm gonna get rid of the penguin. Or, you know what, we're gonna move the penguin down here to its original size, and on the YouTube video I can just blur it out. That works better. Alright. Alright, let's keep going. So mom's bra, like I was saying, it's just one of those space bra items where it's like, there's so many better ones, and pretty much on the first convenience you're gonna drop it. It's better than Tammy's head. It's probably... I'm not even sure if it's better than Brother Bobby. I'm really not sure it's better than Brother Bobby either. Because it's just so situationally useful. The freeze is okay, but most of the time... The problem is also the moment you have another debuff effect on your tiers, like if you, for example, fear an enemy and then pop Mom's Bra, they won't even get frozen. I'm gonna pop it next to Tammy. Oops. Okay, Kamikaze! You press spacebar, you explode. Probably F tier. I'm gonna put it above the poop, of course. It has its uses, they're kinda niche, but if you have the health to spare, it's basically a bunch of free bomb uses. You can use it to find a secret room if you have the health to spare. You can even use it in a pinch to deal damage to enemies. It's whatever. It's bad, of course. You're never gonna be excited to find Kamikaze, but it has its niche situations. It's definitely not an item like my reflection that makes your run worse 99% of the time. But yeah. Also, if you somehow get blast immunity, you know, it's actually kind of incredible. But yeah. Mom's pad kind of goes into a similar category to me as Mom's bra. It's probably worse than Mom's bra because I think freeze is better than fear. With fear, things won't stop moving. They're going to actively run away from you. They're going to be harder to hit, whereas Mom's bra just makes makes enemies stationary, so it's probably better than Mom's pad, but not by much. They're most of the time the same item. Bob's rotten head actually goes into a similar category as Mr. Boom to me. For obvious reasons. Their uses are very similar. You know, Mr. Boom is a free bomb. Bob's Rotten has a free throwable bomb. You're mostly going to be using Bob's Rotten Head to get into secret rooms or to chests that are locked away behind rocks and shit like that. But it's a bomb every 2 rooms. So I think for most intents and purposes, it's the same as Mr. Boom. It's better. It's easier to hit than Mr. Boom, so it's definitely going to be better. But yeah. Bob's Rotten Head deals more damage against bosses, does it? Not to my knowledge. Poison bomb, which can be thrown and leaves a poison effect on the enemies. The bomb deals 185 damage plus your tier damage. I don't think it does more to enemies. Repentance. The item of the damage of this item was significantly boosted to 185 from 50 in Repentance. And given the poison cloud effect, change to 2-room recharge. Okay. No, it doesn't deal more to bosses, but it's nice because, you know, a bomb every 2 rooms. Alright, teleport. Teleporting remote is a weird one because teleporting has its niches. I'm actually a big fan of the teleporting remote. It can't give you error rooms, unfortunately, unlike telepills. But it has its uses. It lets you teleport out of a challenge room if you want to. It lets you get out of a curse room for free if you want to. It lets you get out of Mom's heart or Mom's foot. It lets you get out of the boss rush. It gives you scouting power. It's solid. Like I'm okay with the teleport. And teleport faces a similar problem as other of the mediocre spacebar items, where they're kind of getting dropped at the first convenience. But I'm gonna put it in D tier. You don't need to list the effects, Razash. It's okay if you don't want to do it. Okay. I'm gonna speed this up a bit, because if I actually talk a fucking essay every time I start talking about an item, we're gonna still be here at like 10 p.m. Yumheart is okay. It's another item that gets slept on in my opinion. It's a heal, a regular heal. Anyone who's ever had a difficult Maggie run knows how good a Yumheart can be. Honestly, an item that I'm typically fairly excited to find. I'm gonna put it a bit lower than the teleport, but overall, it's an okay item. Lucky Foot, now that it's back to Wrath of the Lamb levels of useful with good pills, is a very good item. It's a very good item. Lucky Foot gives you perfect pills, or good pills, no bad pills, rather. The correct description is no bad pills, right? Because you get neutral pills still. It doesn't always give you good pills. It also gives you a luck up, which is significantly better than it was back in the Wrath of the Lamb days. And even the Rebirth days. The good pills, though, on the luck foot is the big one. I still think I'm less excited to find a luck foot compared to a damage up or speed up. So we're gonna put it here in B tier. Okay, Doctor's Remote. I mean, it's basically just a free bomb every few rooms. I think it's a bigger recharge, right? Bob's Rotten Head is a 2-room recharge. Let me check that real quick. Recharge time, 2 rooms. It has the same recharge time as Bob's Rotten Head, so I want to say it's better than Bob's Rotten Head. Alright, Piercing! Those of you who've watched for a while know that I really love Piercing. Piercing is one of the strongest tier effects in the entire game. The fact that your tiers can actually hit more than one enemy, that you can manipulate enemies that follow you around into being all hit by every single one of your piercing tiers, it's really strong. It's better than damage ups. I'm not sure it's as good as Flight, so I think I'm gonna just put it all the way ahead of B tier. It's very good. Like, anything piercing is incredible, and I'd kill to find it every single run. It's good. Hey, Findas, enjoy your pancakes. Alright, Shoop the Whoop has similar problems as stuff like Mom's Pad. I think it's better than Pad and Bra, but is it as good as a Yumheart? It scales with your damage, so it can actually be pretty incredible. It faces a similar problem as the 1-up Shroom, where if it does a lot of damage, usually you don't even need it. But I guess I'm going to put it next to the 1-up Shroom for that reason. It's maybe a bit better. Alright, Steven has a damage up. Damage ups just all go in the same place. Steven goes a bit lower than the others because it's more rare. It's like fucking impossible to find. Pentagram goes to the top of damage ups because it increases your devil deal chance too. And here we have the first of the big 5, which I'm not sure it's still 5, but they're definitely big. Dr. Fetus, one of the best items in the game. Infinite bombs, really high damage bombs, It scales really well with bombs. It just gives you so much destructive power and does so many things. It's easily one of the best items in the game. It's better than the damage multipliers because it gives you like plus 50 on top of everything, right? Bomb damage equals damage times 10. Oh yeah. It gives you a 10 times damage multiplier on top of that. It's Dr. Fetus. Like we don't need to say anything about it. It's Dr. Fetus. You find it, you're really happy. Because if you're somewhat competent at the game, you're actually just you won as soon as you find that item. Honestly, like this S tier items, S tier and up is just gonna be items where if you find them, you win. Magnet, I feel like Magnet is actually an often forgotten one. Magnet I kind of view as pseudo flight. It doesn't do the good part of flight where you can fly over a rock to get away from an enemy, but it does do the good part of flight where you can just get every item that's across a gap, right? So I'm probably gonna put it in B tier. I don't think it's better than all of these, so I'm gonna put it at the end of B tier, but I'm definitely really fond of the magnet. Alright, map goes up right there with the compass. I think the compass is better, just in terms of strictly trying to win, because the compass gives you access to more precise information. The map is probably a lot better for speedrunning, but again, we're trying to rate items based on how much I think they increase your likelihood of winning the run. And in that case, the compass is definitely way better in my opinion, because the compass lets you bolt to that item room on the floor, which means you're going to be stronger for all the other rooms. Like, compass is just way more precise in letting you know where to go. Alright, Mom's Eye is kind of meh. Firing backwards is... It's honestly not as great as you think it is. Sure, it's more tiers, but most of the time, like, if enemies chase you, they're not gonna get hit by Mom's Eye. And you're never really deliberately putting yourself in a situation where Mom's Eye is gonna do anything of value. So we're gonna put it down there. I think even Kamikaze has more niche uses than Mom's Eye. Sure, you get the extra tier, but... It's whatever. Alright, Lemon Mishap. Lemon Mishap is actually a decent space use item. When you fight something like Isaac or Blue Baby, it actually does pretty massive damage to it. Problem is a lot of the late game enemies, like the Lamb or Satan, they fly. And even Blue Baby and Isaac start flying in phase 2 of the fight, so... I think people underestimate how much damage Lemon Mishap does, though. Like, if well-placed Lemon Mishap actually does a lot of damage. It's pretty nice against enemies that chase you. Probably more excited to see it than a Mom's Bra or a Mom's Pad. I'm gonna put it, like, behind the mushroom. Okay, which fly is that? Is that Distant Admiration, or is it... Hold up. Distant Admiration. Okay, that's the one that deals a boatload of damage. That's the one that's close to you, but deals a... load of damage. Like, this is a pretty lethal weapon, especially in the early game. I just find in the mid to late game it gets much harder to use that thing. But like, I'm pretty excited if I find that on basement 1 or basement 2, even in caves. Like, it just does so much damage. It does so much damage. It's really, really good at killing stuff for you. It falls off in the late game, which makes it worse for me, the damage up and tears ups. For sure, and speed ups. Probably worse than health ups too. I'm gonna put it in C tier. Probably like solid. It's definitely better than triple shot. Let's put it here. Alright. This Book of Shadows is the one that gives you the shield for 7 seconds or so. How many seconds is it? 10 seconds. This is probably one of the best books in the entire game. There's not many books that are better than the Book of Shadows. Like, out of all the books to find, this is the one I'm usually most excited for, together with Revelations is pretty good too. Revelations is pretty incredible too. But yeah, like, it's just such a good item. It does so many things. You have a damage on touch effect, like Mom's Heals or Poison Touch. It's amazing. You have an orbital. It's amazing. You're slow, it's amazing. Even if you're fast, it's amazing. It just gets you out of so many sticky situations. Easily an A tier item. Probably top of the barrel so far in A tier. You can play Devil Beggars for free. You can play Blood Banks for free. You can play Scam Booths for free. You can play so many things for free. It's just amazing. It's good. It's solid. Okay, ladder is kind of pseudo flight, kind of like the magnet. The problem with the ladder is that you pick it and then you immediately forget it exists. You pick it and you immediately forget it exists. Why can't I just make this disappear? Hold up. Ah, that's how you get rid of it. Okay, I see. But honestly, ladder, when you think about it, when you actually remember you have it, is pretty solid. I'd probably put it somewhere with the magnet because, you know, it lets you cross most gaps in the game. It functions like flight in a lot of situations. Like in a lot of situations, it's pretty much equal to flight. So I'm going to put it together with the magnet, which I also said in a lot of situations is equal to flight. Alright, Charm of the Vampire. Charm of the Vampire is a lot better nowadays because now it also gives you damage up. How much damage is that? Let me check. 0.3 damage. Okay. That's not a lot of damage. That's a third of what the pentagram gives you. It does give you heals though. Oh, he saw my missing beard. It does give you heals though, which makes it pretty good. I would say Charm of the Vampire. Probably worse than the 0.7 tears ups, but better than the speed ups. The damage again is nice, and the heals are actually pretty useful too. Okay, the 9 volt. No, that's not the 9 volt, right? This is the battery. That's what this one's called. The battery. Yep. Lets you get 2 charges on your space use item. As such, the battery is always as good as your spacebar item. There's items where it's really good to stack up 2 space use stacks, but there's also situations where it's kind of worthless. Like when you have a Book of Revelations, probably you're not going to find yourself in many situations where you want to get 2 stacks. It's still very, very solid. I think I'm going to put it at the bottom of A tier. I'm going to put it at the bottom of A tier. I think on average it's definitely better than the damage and the tears ups. Is it? Nah. I'm going to put it like here. B tier. Because many of the space use items. Yeah, I'm gonna put it here. Above Charm of the Vampire? I don't think it's better than Charm of the Vampire. I could see myself putting it like here. It's definitely not better than the Luckfoot. Yeah, I like it here. Okay, does it go to Edmund Y when you have no active? No. Steam Sale S-? Nah, Steam Sale is not as good. Steam Sale is also one of those situational ones, and I did say I wanted to rate them by overall chance of improving your run, right? Like, a Steam Sale on Basement 1 is godly, but a Steam Sale on Depths 2 is worthless, right? Which is ironically also where you're more likely to find it, because Greed only spawns from Caves 2 and onwards. Does this include Greed mode? No. We're just thinking of regular runs. In Greed mode, that's a different story, but yeah, here... The problem with Steam Sale is that it itself costs 15 cents. But if you find it early, it's pretty good. The problem is most of the time when you find it and can actually pick it up, because most runs you're not gonna get 15 cents on Basement 1 or Basement 2, right? So you're very rarely gonna actually purchase that in a time frame where it's legitimately useful. So I think I'm gonna put it in C tier. I'm not more excited about this thing than I am about 10 bombs. We're gonna put it here. This is actually really shaping up to be a bell curve. I'm really digging it so far. I feel like if it actually is a bell curve at the end, it's a good tier list. But yeah, Anarchist Cookbook spawns a bunch of troll bombs in the room. I'm not a big fan of that one. It has its uses. It can actually deal massive damage to both bosses and do some good room clear. It's not good room clear in big rooms. You want to use the Anarchist Cookbook if you want to use it in smaller rooms. So mostly as like a boss killer. I think I'm going to put it in D tier. I like him better than Mom's Bra, but I guess because there's a danger of hitting yourself, it's more fair to put it here. Although I personally am definitely more excited to find Anarchist Cookbook than these two. Hourglass just goes right with these. Like, I put them on the same level as Mom's Bra and Mom's Pad. Like, it does a similar thing. It applies an effect to all the enemies in the room. And most of the time you have a better use item. Sister Maggie goes right above Brother Bobby. It's the same item, except she does a bit more damage. So that's pretty straightforward. BDA Quick, he's putting items in the wrong spot. Okay, technology. Technology wishes it was Brimstone. It wishes it was Brimstone. It's also nowhere near as good as Brimstone. I don't think tech is better than any of the A tier items, and I'm hard pressed to say tech is actually as good as any of the B tier items. I like tech and I pick it most of the time when I find it, but when I do, I'm also incredibly disappointed in it. So I think technology is gonna go to C tier for me. Probably at the end of C tier though. Like, none of those items in C tier actually strike me as worse than technology.
That's 3 years, baby.
I think I'm gonna put it C tier, in D tier. I'm gonna put it here. I'm gonna put it here. Hey, Stallo Placey, thank you for 36 months in a row. I'm way fonder of tech than I should be, me too. I really love technology, but now that I'm thinking about it and looking at all these items, I'm like, it's just not better. It's not better than those. It's really not. Alright. Chocolate milk. Big fan of chocolate milk. But I also need to try and rate things objectively here. Because if it were for me, I'd put chocolate milk in S- or something like that, but it's really not that great. It's also not better than the noose. It's also not better than mapping. It's definitely better than the C tier items though, I think. I mean, one of the big things about chocolate milk is that it lets you charge a shot ahead of time. You know, so you charge the shot and then you go into a room and you have a fully charged shot, which gives you some burst at the start of every room, which is very nice. Burst damage in general, anything that gives you burst damage like Monster's Lung chocolate milk is really good. So I'm probably gonna put it somewhere in B tier. Probably below the damage, but above the tier edge? Yeah, I like that. Below the damage and above the tier rate is what I meant. Actually, I'm gonna put it below the 0.7 tier rates, but above the later tier rates that are worse. Okay, so I'm pretty sure that's growth hormones, but let me check real quick from the item ID. Yep, that's growth hormones. 1 damage, 0.2 speed. Incredible, incredible item. Also a boss drop, which means it's fairly common. Probably the second best damage up after the pentagram. Most runs, I want to say I'm more excited about this thing than I am about pentagram, but looking at it objectively, the higher devil deal chance is just better than the 0.2 speed. Still incredible, incredible damage item. Very, very good. Alright, Minimosh goes with the speed ups in my opinion. Minimosh is the same speed as Roid Rage, right? Minimosh is the same speed as Roid Rage. 0.3 speed, 1.5 range. Okay, Roid Rage, however, is a spun item. So I'm gonna put the mushroom behind it. And I'm gonna put it above the wooden spoon because it gives you range and the spoon doesn't. So yeah. Incredible BTR. Well, for a damage up item, it's incredible. Minimosh also makes you smaller. It does, and that's adorable, but I think it doesn't actually change much, if anything at all, about your hitbox, so. Okay, Rosary. Rosary is nice on paper until you realize that you're doomed to find Bibles for the rest of your run. It's one of those items where it's like, oh, nice, health. Rosary, ironically, is one of the few items that actually gets better the later it is in the run, because you're gonna see less Bibles if there's less items left to find. Rosary is nice until you get a Bible, and then you get another Bible, and then you get another Bible. And that's when you suddenly start regretting picking up the Rosary. Yeah, as I was saying, Rosary is ironically one of the few items that's better to get late in the game. Like in the chest, give me that Rosary every single time, because it's gonna give me 3 hearts, and it's very unlikely I'm gonna find another item even. And for that reason, it's gonna move into C tier for me. Like, maybe bottom of the barrel C tier. But much like I don't mind finding the bomb items early in the run, I don't mind finding the Rosary late. So yeah. I come across Bible once, then it stops. If you pick it up, yeah, but if you find it in like a devil deal, are you really gonna pay a heart to get the Bible out of your pools? If you find it in a store, are you really gonna pay 15 cents to get it out of the pools? Oh, Rosary is tears up now as well, right? 3 solar is 0.5 tears up. Okay, I'm gonna have to move it up a bit then. Right, I forgot about that. They added tears up to it in Repentance. Let's put it here. Better than Scatole, better than the dollar as well. Mainly because you never find the dollar. Alright, Meat Cube! Meat Cube! Meat Cube. What an item. Why the hell is the ball of bandages not right next to the meat cube on this? Where's the ball of bandages? Where is it? I can't find it. Whatever. Meat cube is just a meat cube. It's good. It blocks tears. It does a boatload of damage. Not as much anymore in Repentance, but still good. It's just a good item. There's nothing to say about the meat cube. It's good old reliable. Ever since Rebirth, meat cube is good old reliable. That's what it is. All right, the quota. I'm not really sad to see the quota ever. Like, I mean, it's just a thing you're happy to find. Even in the Devil Deal, you're early on willing to pay a heart for it a lot of the time. I'm okay with the quarter going here. Quarter lets you spend money, and spending money is a good thing in Isaac, because if you're spending money, you're probably getting a lot stronger, because shop items are muchas useful. Alright, PhD is probably on a similar level as Luckfoot. It gives you good and neutral pills, but it also identifies them ahead of time, which is honestly not that useful when you know the pill can't be bad anyway. I guess it can save you for like an unlucky explosive diarrhea pop. It can save you from using a full health pill at full health, but the quota is better. Yeah, exactly, because the quota shows up every like 4th run. But the dollar, I've been doing Eden Destination Roulette for like, what, 2 months now? I've never found $1 in one of my runs. That's the whole reason that the quota is better. Also, fuck you, Miss Achiever. Alright, PhD. Like I was saying, I think the pill identifying is actually not really that useful, because when you know the pill isn't bad, you're gonna pop it anyway. There's these niche situations where you pick up a full health and it's gonna be okay. But for the most part, I actually think it's worse than the Luckfoot, because the pill identifying is not that significant. The heal is nice, but the Luckfoot on top of that also gives you the luck up. So I think I'm gonna pop it. It's probably worse than the battery and the skeleton key too, and homing. I'm gonna pop it here. Oh brother, X-ray vision. So remember what I said about information being king in a randomized game? And not only does the X-ray vision give you information. Actually, let's do this while we don't need S+, so you can see the items. Not only does that thing give you vision, but it also saves you a hell of a lot of bombs over the course of the run, so I'm gonna put it right next to the map. This is pseudo mapping for me as well, because it shows you the secret rooms and the super secret rooms, and those are usually pretty useful. So yeah. Unicorn Horn probably goes at the top of D tier. I don't like it better than any of these things. But like, its invincibility, it has its uses with the thingy. It's actually really interesting how an item can change, even though it has similar effects, right? Like, you'd think factually the Unicorn Horn would be no different from the Book of Shadows, but the Unicorn Horn prevents you from firing, and it takes twice as long to recharge, and it makes it so much worse than the Book of Shadows would ever be, because of these reasons. Alright, Book of Revelations. Book of Revelations has got to go in A tier, right? If the meat cube is A tier, the Book of Revelations, which gets you the meat cube, is also A tier. I think that goes without saying. It also gives you sustain, and obviously health is one of the most valuable resources in the entirety of any roguelike ever. Having more health is always incredible in roguelikes, so I'm gonna put it here. Like, it gets you an A tier item, so just because of that, it is A tier itself. And it makes your run better on top of that as well. So yeah. Not twice. Oh right, Unicorn Horn is a 4-room recharge now, right? But still, like, the fact that you can't fire your tears makes it so much worse. I think I want to keep it here despite the 4-room recharge. Alright, Mark. The Mark goes with most of the damage ups. I'm gonna put it here. The Soul Heart is nice, but I like the speed and the Devil Deal chance more. And then the pack goes here, because it gives you tear rate and damage and 2 Soul Hearts. It's just really nice. Very nice item to find. Most of the time you pay 2 hearts and you get 2 Soul Hearts back, so a lot of the time it's also health neutral. I think I'm gonna put it here. I think it's better than these two. It gives you more DPS than this. These two are definitely interchangeable because, like, this increases your devil deal chance. I'm gonna do it like this because the devil deal chance is always kind of nice. And the pentagram is also much more convenient to get due to being in the boss pool. Then again, so is this. But this doesn't give you a devil deal. Yeah, I like this. I like this. Alright, Dead Cat. Dead Cat. Dead Cat, all the cat pieces definitely fell off. All the cat pieces definitely fell off with how much harder it is to actually get Guppy now. So I think I want to rank this way where still 9 lives is incredible, right? Like, Dead Cat is probably still the best out of all the Guppy items. So Dead Cat is definitely going to rank the highest. I think I'm going to put it in A tier still, but mainly for being 9 lives, not for being a Guppy piece. The 1 health thing is rarely an issue because you pick the Dead Cat and then you start building a run. And the thing with Guppies, the thing with Dead Cat also is that it lets you spend your health and your lives very liberally, right? Like 9 lives means you can YOLO into devil deals. It means you can even go into curse rooms if you're down to 1 heart and spend 1 of your lives checking out the curse room. So it's still a very good item. It's definitely the most useful out of the Guppy items. So yeah, it's definitely going to stay there. Alright, Lord of the Pit. Big fan of flight, big fan of move speed. And it's definitely better than the Noose, because it's more convenient to get. And it gives you move speed on top of that. I think I'm going to put it ahead of the Compass. It definitely goes up here. Alright, the Nail. The Nail is probably one of the biggest victims of the Repentance nerf wave that we've seen. The Nail no longer even gives you a full heart, right? Let me check. Each use of this item gives you 0.7 damage up, minus 0.18 speed down, and the ability to destroy most obstacles in a room. Each use also gives plus 0.5 black hearts. This stays between rooms unlike the other stuff. Allows Isaac to deal 40 contact damage, which is kind of meh. Yeah, the Nail is really, like, half a heart is not great. The most useful quality of the Nail has pretty much always been the heart, which made it essentially a satanic Bible and or a Book of Revelations in the late game. Sure, the damage was nice, but it's another one of those cases where, what did you really pick the Nail for? Mostly the health, right? And the fact that they actually cut that in half makes it much, much worse. Like, I'm gonna put it in... I think we're gonna put it in D tier. I'm more excited to find the Nail than a range up, I guess, but most of the time. The thing with the Nail is also that it usually costs health, right? It usually costs you like 2 hearts. So yeah. Okay, the Shovel. The Shovel is kind of like the teleport for me. You kind of just use it at the end of the room, at the end of the floor to skip a room, right? Like, it's kind of like teleporting out of a room. It's probably worse than the teleport, probably worse than that too. You can dig for crawl spaces though, so I think I like it. I do like it here. Because you can fish for crawl spaces and shit too. How far am I gonna have to zoom out on this? Is that still, like, can you guys still make out what's happening here? Oh right, you can guarantee crawl spaces with the shovel now. Okay, well, we're putting at the end of C tier then. And then I can zoom in again too, because now we're short a row. Yeah, you can guarantee a crawl space now because you can dig in certain tiles that will always have crawl space. Okay, deck of cards. Deck of cards is actually, in my opinion, one of the more useful space use items. You know what? Like utility space use items. You know what deck of cards reminds me? Deck of cards is kind of akin to Alchemize and Slay the Spire, you know, where it just allows you to use cards very liberally to get a room, get an advantage every 6 rooms, and also fish for an endgame card, you know, a card that's going to be useful in the chest. It's just really good. Like, the fact that you can basically pick your own card for the late game makes it better than the health ups, in my opinion. It's a good space use item. It's actually a really solid space use item. Monstrous Tooth has a similar issue as these items down here. It's just that there's so many better options. I'm gonna put it at the end of this. I mean, I used Monstrous Tooth literally yesterday in the beast fight. And that was like the first time I've used Monstrous Tooth in like, what, 5 years or so? Loki's Horns is definitely better than Mom's Eye. Where's Mom's Eye? Where'd I put Mom's Eye? Oh, down there. Well, that's not really saying a lot then. Loki's Horns also has the added effect of turning you into a big star of death. into a freaking shuriken if you have Mom's Knife. It's the big thing about Loki's horns is the synergies, really, with stuff like Brimstone, Epic Fetus. Epic Fetus is actually really hilarious. They're really inconsistent though, like with tiers they barely do anything. So I think I'm still gonna put them in D tier, but boy can they do some fun stuff. I think Loki's horns are definitely better than the nail and range ups. We're gonna put him here. Okay, Little Chub. Little Chub is actually really good. Like, this guy deals solid damage. You love to see him early on because he does solid damage, like Brother Bobby and Sister Maggie. Unlike Brother Bobby and Sister Maggie, he also pierces enemies, so he can hit multiple at once. He does way more damage. He doesn't feel like completely useless in the late game. I like him here, I think. He's worse than the free bomb items, but pretty good. He also really appreciates those enemies with really big hitboxes, like Larry, Pin, you know, everything that's large. He really appreciates, so yeah. Really fallen out of love with Spider Bite, I gotta say. Now that I've done a bunch more streaks, I've actually considered completely skipping this item when I find it, because it really ruins the heavy bullet hell bosses. Like, even Mom's Heart can become a complete disaster when she's slowed at the wrong time. And then Satan just murders you in some situations if he's slowed and does certain attacks. Definitely made me fall out of love with that item. Outside of those bullet hellish bosses, it's pretty solid though. So I'm still gonna put it in D tier because it makes it really good to get to those bosses. But a lot of the time in the late game, it actually actively hurts you. But then there's also other bosses like the Lamb and Blue Baby, which it's really good against, right? It's still really good against these bosses, so like, probably worse than range ups. I also decided I like the nail less than Shoop the Whoop, so let's do that. Small Rock! Small Rock is my boy. He's gonna go with the damage items. Damage tier rate. It's worse than the Pact, of course, because it lowers your speed. And I think the speed lowering is bad enough to make it worse than growth hormones too, but overall it's just a really, really good item. And you love to see it. Better than the Mark, I think. What? Alright, Miner's Cap. Miner's Cap is worse than, significantly worse in my opinion, than the X-Ray Vision. It lets you look ahead, it gives you information, so it probably goes in upper B tier for me. But I find it still way worse because it doesn't save you bombs. It does have the upside of letting you know ahead of time if there's like a mid-boss in a room, but that's really the only advantage it has over X-Ray Vision. And I think while I'd rather have X-Ray Vision than Flight, I definitely would not rather have Miner's Hat than Flight, so I think he goes up here. It does see 2 rooms ahead now. Alright, because of the buff, we're gonna put it at the end of A tier. Let's do that. It does see 2 tiers ahead now. Super Bandage is just one of the best health ups in the game. There's really not a whole lot to say about that. I think it's better than the Raw Liver because it's more accessible. It's worse than the Heart, the less than 3, because it can't save you in the chest the way the less than 3 can, so yeah. Game Kit is just a slightly better Unicorn Horn. There's really not a lot to say about that. Sack of Pennies is okay. It's one of those items that's much better when you find it early as opposed to finding it late. But overall, it's just not a banger of an item. E, D, C. I feel like it could go in any of these 3 tiers. Scatoli is ahead of Tech on this list. I might have to rethink my Tech rating, but Tech is really not as great as you guys are making it out to be. Username checks out. I was about to say that. I think you guys are really overvaluing Tech. It's probably better than Triple Shot. I should probably put it a bit higher. I'm not as excited about Tech as I am about damage ups, but put it here. Let's redeem Tech a bit. There we go. For its synergies. Yeah, okay, you convinced me, chat. You convinced me. Still not a fan of that one. Like, out of the stacks, this is probably the worst because it regularly drops you 1 cent, which doesn't really change too much. Still, finding money is okay, so I'm gonna put it in D tier, but the other stacks are definitely way better. Is my playlist over? I hate that YouTube does that now. I fucking hate it, man. Look at that. Look at that. Why is this? Why you do this, YouTube? Why? why do you do this to me, YouTube? Continue watching? Yes or yes? Some millions of people don't use terabytes of bandwidth. Okay, fair enough. Alright, maybe it's smart, but in my incredibly niche situation right now of me streaming and using YouTube for music, it's annoying. Anyway, Tech Baby. Tech Baby is better than Brother Bobby and Sister Maggie. I don't think it's ahead far enough to actually, like, warrant it being in a different tier. Little Chad is definitely way worse than these. Like, there's situations in the late game, pretty much whenever you're on a Polaroid, where you actively try to generate a health situation where this thing is just completely useless. Book of Sin is one of the higher tier books that you pretty much never use, in my opinion. Like, the resources it gives are pretty nice, but most of the time you just have a better space use item. I feel like a lot of these C and D tier items are just C and D tier space use items because there's so many better space use items. Little Chad, or his colloquial name, Bag of Hearts. Now, on the other hand, the Bag of Soul Hearts is a pretty good bag, because there are less situations where that thing is useless. In fact, that is a pretty good bag, and it probably goes somewhere like here. Because it's that's a good one. Relic is very good. Wasn't that the book that can force you Cube of Meat? No, that's that one. No, you don't see that because it's off the screen. No, it's here. Revelations is here. Alright, Little Gish. Little Gish has similar problems as the slowdown tiers that we talked about earlier, Spider Bite, where it can actually screw you over in the late game. Is Little Gish better than Spider Bite though? Because he does damage, he does additional damage on top of that. I think actually I'm gonna put Little Gish like here because he's definitely better than Sister Maggie and Brother Bobby, and then we're gonna move that down here. I like that better. This tier list is already way too fucking big for its own good, Jesus Christ. They did nerf the relic, but it's still incredible. Alright, little Steven is probably here? He's probably better than all of these, right? There we go. Halo belongs with the stat ups in B tier. Good stat up, solid stat up. Gives you a massive amount of speed too. What is that? Oh, it's the wire coat hanger. It's just like impossible to see. Yeah, this is a good spot for the Halo. Mom's Bottle of Pills is like deck of cards, but bad. I guess it has the niche where you have a PhD or a Lucky Foot. It's kind of good, but you just I feel like even when you have those, you're not particularly happy to see that. Relic was way too strong back then. Yeah, now it's still way too strong. Just a little less way too strong. Common Cold is essentially just a damage item to me. The fact that it scales with your tier damage is really nice. But I think that's a solid B tier item. I'm really fond of the Common Cold. It's just good, solid damage. It's probably better than the health ups and the PhD. Is it better than homing? I don't think so. I don't think so. Parasite is another one of those synergy items, right? Parasite is another one of those synergy items. By itself, it's really not that spectacular. But it does a lot of stuff that is really good and really fun. Excuse me. Overall, though, as a standalone item, I would say it doesn't really improve your chances of victory that much. When you have them synergies, especially Piercing. Piercing, I feel like, is the big one with Parasite that's reasonably common to get and is pretty good. I think I'm going to put him somewhere in C tier. Because I don't think he's ever as good as a damage up on his own when you don't have like very specific combos. But it's definitely better than these range ups and teleports and invincibility items because of the synergies. So I think I'm gonna put him above the bomb items and Scatoli. It's better than the dollar too, right? Yeah, I like him here. Okay, the D6. That's a big one. Where do we put the D6, chat? I want to hear your opinions. I know where I'm going to put him, but I want to know your opinions. Where do we put the dice? For reference, this is my S tier. Maybe I should show these. D6 is S tier for sure. S+++. I'm gonna get something to drink while I'll let you guys give me your opinions. No S+ item yet, and we need some extra pluses. Really good for the shop, Angel and Devil Pools. Okay, so here's the deal. I think the D6 tends to be overvalued because Isaac starts with it. When you start with the D6, of course it's incredible. S+. Like, it's an S+ item to start with. But the D6 is another item that suffers from getting worse the more the run goes on, right? Like, a D6 in the chest isn't anywhere near as incredible as a D6 on Basement 2. So the more the run goes on, the worse it gets. It's still an incredibly, incredibly good item, right? Because even like a Caves 2 D6 is still very good. So I'm gonna put it in S- above these two. But I don't think it's as good as Dr. Fetus. So we're gonna put it in S-. A D6 is great for the first room in the chest. Well, you get 3 rerolls, but compare that to the amount of rerolls you get when you find it on like Caves. Alright, Mr. Mega is actually one of the better bomb items in my opinion. I mean, I don't even think there's even a debate about that. It gives you 5 bombs like most bomb items, and it makes your bombs do more damage. I don't really think that's such a controversial opinion. But if we put 10 bombs here, we definitely got to put Mr. Mega higher. It gives you only half the bombs, but it makes your bombs do double damage, which means just on its pure damage, it's actually about the same value. Plus, it also makes all your future bombs stronger. We're gonna put it here. D6 can get you a Dr. Fetus, though. Yeah, D6 can also get you my reflection. Like, what's your point? Should we put it in Edmund Y? Alright, Pinking Shears I'm rather fond of. This is a boss killer. Like, out of space use items, Pinking Shears is actually up there. It gives you flight for a room, and it does an incredible amount of damage. The little body you leave behind, and the body itself also has okay AI for an AI companion. Definitely better than the B tier items, I think. I think Pinking Shears go somewhere in A tier. Question is where? Where do the Pinking Shears go? Do I like the Pinking Shears more than the map or the noose even? I think I like it more than the noose because the noose is so rare. I think I like the Dead Cat more than the noose too. I'm gonna put Pinking Shears behind the Dead Cat. And ahead of the noose. Yep, I like that. Alright, next up is the Wafer. $1/4. What was the reason for that one? The dollar is just rare as hell. Easier to get. Dude, bro, when was the last time you found the dollar in Isaac? Come on. You never get the dollar. Alright, the Wafer. I really don't think we need to talk about that. That's just. Wafer goes up here. Wafer might actually go in S tier. Like, it just straight up doubles your damage on Womb 1 and onwards. If we go strictly by your chances of winning the run. Like, unlike the D6, the Wafer is an item that actually gets better as the run goes on. No, I like it. I like it here. I like it here. Still an incredibly good item. Money equals power is so situational. First of all, that item is actually fairly rare. But then in a lot of situations, I feel like it also doesn't do anything. It definitely goes with the damage items. The question is, where does it go with the damage items? I'm gonna put it like bottom of the barrel stat upgrades, I feel. Yeah, I like it here. Max money is about 4 damage, yeah. Unless you have deep pockets, which lets you go like plus 16 damage or so. No, even higher. Plus 40 damage, assuming you have 999 coins. Alright, Mom's Contact is one of the bigger debuff appliers. It doesn't mess you up like Fear Shot does and shit like that, or Slowdown Shot. Mom's Contact is honestly pretty good. That dollar looking juicy now. It's even in line with the money equals power. Mom's Contact is solid. Like, of all the items that apply debuffs to enemies, Mom's Contact is definitely up there as one of the best. If not the best. I think I'm gonna put that in B tier. I don't think it's as good as these bad boys up here in A, but it definitely belongs in B. Can we zoom out one more? Is this still like readable for you all, chat? Like, if you watch the stream in full screen, this should still be workable, right? It's getting kind of hard for me though. Like, my browser zoom is at 50% at this point. Okay, yeah, B tier. B tier. I think it's better than the health ups. I like it better than the common cold too. Except for the wire coat hanger. Well, I mean, I could zoom in and you couldn't see the wire coat hanger, so that's okay. Okay, the bean is ass. I don't think we need to talk about that. The bean just, it's not a good item. Not a good item. Guardian Angel. Guardian Angel. This is an interesting one because I think instinctively you would say, okay, the Guardian Angel is better than Meat Cube. I disagree with that though. Guardian Angel does, I think, the same damage as Meat Cube. The problem is when you have the Guardian Angel quickly circling around you, it's impossible to actually use your orbitals to orbital the late game bosses. So I think what we're gonna do is we're gonna put the Guardian Angel behind the Meat Cube. Behind? Ahead of the Halo of Flies, but behind these. And when I'm looking at this, I actually don't like number 1 here. I like number 1 better here. I like that better. Yeah, I like that a lot better. It's a bit impractical to use, but obviously it ups your defensive value like crazy when you have your orbitals go even faster, so yeah. Okay, Devil Baby is definitely, or Demon Baby, whatever it's called, is definitely up there with the cream of the crop amongst babies. It's a short-range turret that fires hella fast and hella hard. I don't like him as much as Little Steven, I don't think, but I like him more than Robo Baby. There's the big boy. Where do we put the knife, chat? Wrong answers only. Behind Holy Z tier. Alright. Mom's knife. You don't bring a knife to a tier fight. Okay, Mom's knife is without a doubt the second best item in the game. Finding a knife at any point in the run wins the run. And there's only one other item in the game that does that, and we're gonna come to that later. There's only one other item that I consider on the same level as Mom's knife. On a higher level as Mom's knife, actually. But yeah, it doesn't matter if you find it on basement 1 or in the chest. If you find a knife, you win. If you know how to play with it. So it's far and away one of the 2 only insta-win items to me. Why? Miss Achiever, why are you so obsessed with with my Scatoli? I don't understand. Alright. Alright. Ouija board, we actually saw yesterday in a run that that spectral tiers really aren't that great on their own. Like, sure, you can hide behind a wall, you can shoot stuff through the walls, but spectral tiers really aren't that great. Like, I don't know, I'm probably gonna put it in low D tier. The thing that makes stuff like Spirit of the Night great is the fact that you get flight and spectral, which is insane defensive value. So yeah, I don't know. It's just on its own, it's not great. I like this battery a lot better than I like the battery. This is the 9 volt, right? God, these names are just terrible. Where is it? 9 volts, yeah, it gives you 2 charges. Every time you use your space use item, you immediately get 2 charges back, so it significantly shortens the recharge on a lot of your items. This one is way better than the battery because it universally works with every single space use item. It makes every space use item in the game better. Does it give 1 back? I mean, the point still stands. Oh, 1 bar. Okay, yeah. It gives you 1 bar back, but, right, it was 2 dots in, like, the old Isaac. But yeah, it's amazing. It makes every space use item in the game better. It's definitely an A tier item. It doesn't matter what your space use item is, it just gets better. And also, like, the auto recharge items, like Candle or Anima Sola, they get their charge time cut in half, which is also pretty nice. Deadbird goes with the followers. Probably better than Sister Maggie, to be honest. Probably better than that thing as well, because it doesn't actively hurt you. Deadbird actually does solid damage. I'm always surprised, like, just how much damage the Deadbird does when it actually comes out and starts attacking. But yeah. Brimstone goes in S tier. And it's up there with the other carry items. Brimstone's very good. It's a little less flexible than a lot of the other items, because first of all, you can only find it consistently from basement 2 and onwards. And then in a lot of situations, it just kind of feels weak when it's standalone and you make it to Womb 1 without much damage. Which Dr. Fetus doesn't really have that problem, so yeah. Blood Bag is just another good health up. It's probably gonna go below the Raw Liver just because it's not... Actually, Raw Liver is probably less accessible. I'm gonna put it above the Super Bandage actually because of the speed up property. Yeah, we're gonna put it here. It's also a pretty big heal, so yeah, it's just a little less. It's actually far less convenient to get than the less than 3. Okay, Skinny Hot Mushroom is a massive tears up, but also a 10% negative damage multiplier for the rest of the run. Which means that this item kind of has a tendency to fall off. The only situations in which I want to find a Skinny Hot Mushroom is when I make it to the mid-game in like Necropolis or Depths 1, and I don't have any tier rate yet, and a lot of damage. That's like the only niche situation in which I'm happy to find the Skinny Hot Mushroom. When you find it on Basement 1, you usually take it, and you always regret it too. So I think I'm gonna put it at the end of D tier. Maybe top of S tier. Maybe top of E tier. Maybe top of E tier. It's better than these followers, but... Yeah, like... you pick it early and you're not really happy to have it at the end, but you pick these guys early and at least they don't hurt you. But then there's also niche situations where it's good to find that. Okay, Fat Hot Mushroom is a lot better because it's just a bit of damage and health. It probably goes... It's 0.3 damage and a heart. So it probably goes like... I don't know, damage is better than no damage on a health up, so I'm gonna put it here. Horror Babylon is a bit niche. Because obviously you need to proc it, but when you proc it, it's incredible, and like once you collect it, you also kind of do everything to make sure you have it, which when you actually focus on it is not that bad. So I think it goes to the higher tier damage items. I'm gonna put it below the Small Rock. Its effects are stronger than the Small Rock, but the activation condition makes it worse for me. I just got here and haven't really looked at what's on the list, but I disagree. Alright. Thank you for sharing your opinion. I'll get back to it when we're done here in like 5 hours or so. Monster Manuel has gotten a lot better since the follower stays for the entire floor as opposed to just one room, but overall it's still not a very useful book. Probably goes with these two, if not worse. Monster Manuel is not really a book you're very fond of carrying very far. I think it's worse than these two, actually. I think it goes in D tier. Worse than Loki's Horns, better than a range up. I guess I'm more excited about that thing than a range up. The spelling correction nerf drops it down a tier. Alright, Dead Sea Scrolls. Kinda want to put them in Edmund Y. Like, in theory they can do something good, but in practice you just never use it, right? Like, you just don't pop it, and then they can also show up in an Angel Room. I'm gonna put them in Edmund Y, but above my Reflection. Dead Sea Scrolls is S+, and you can't convince me otherwise. Well, you keep running your Dead Sea Scrolls. Alright, Bobby Bomb, the homing bombs is probably one of the better bomb effects. I want to say it's probably better than Mr. Mega too, so I'm gonna put it just above Mr. Mega. Okay, the Razor is very niche. It's like... It feels like the Razor in Repentance was designed with Eve in mind. Not just in Repentance, but like in general in the game was designed with Eve in mind, where it's actually kind of solid, but other than that, it's meh. Like, when you ever walk into an item room, there's a Razor sitting there and you're actually excited for it. It doesn't happen. It goes in F tier for me. It's got its niche on Eve, sure, but it's not enough, I think. Alright, the premise here is to rate items on how much more likely they make it for you to win the run. And Forget Me Now lets you replay a floor that you've already beaten, which most likely means that you can clear it fairly comfortably. And that, on the other hand, means you just get an extra item room, maybe an extra shop, an extra boss item, potentially an extra... It's just a really good item. Definitely goes in A tier. The question is where in A tier. Forget Me Now is honestly very solid. I think I'm gonna put it above the Compass. It's better than Flight too, to be honest. And that. Yeah, let's put it here. Okay, that should be the Forever Alone fly. Let me check real quick. We've already done Distant Admiration. Yeah, that's Forever Alone, which is definitely worse than Distant Admiration. Admiration does way more damage at a lower range, which makes it just infinitely better, but where did I... Well, maybe not infinitely, but it definitely makes it better. I'm gonna put Forever Alone behind Distant Admiration. Forget-Me-Now's downside is that if you have a good space per item, you lose it, yeah. Actually, that's a good point. Maybe I'm gonna drop it a few. I'm gonna put it like here. I like it here better. Alright, Lard! I think Lard has gotten a lot better. I think a thing that's not really talked about much is how the meta in Repentance had shifted a bit more towards Angel Rooms. Like, people are a lot more willing to take Angel Rooms these days, which means they're not gonna be that hard pressed to get on Polaroid proc to get Soul Hearts only. It's also harder in general to generate Soul Hearts, I feel, and all of that just leads to health ups being much more useful, and Lard giving you 2 of those actually makes it pretty solid. There's rarely situations where I find a Lard in the late game and I'm not excited about it. Sure, the 0.2 or 0.3 speed that you lose from it is annoying, but overall the 2 health containers are just solid. I'm gonna put it above the Raw Liver. Like, the effect is strictly worse than Raw Liver, but Raw Liver is also, like, unfindable. So, we're gonna put it there. Actually, no. Because of the speed down, I'm gonna put it at the bottom of the barrel for health ups. But I still think it's good. All right, the pony. Pony is actually really nice. But the reason pony is nice is not actually the charge attack you get from the space use item, but the fact that you get flight. The fact that you get flight and that your speed gets to be always at least 1.5. Pony is nice. Pony is another one of those items whose problem it is that there's probably better space use items, but when you find that pony, you pretty much never want to switch off of it if you take it, because you don't want to fall down to like 1.1 speed again or something like that. Pony is good. Am I more excited to find damage up items than a pony? I mean, I feel like a standalone damage up is not as exciting as a pony. I'm gonna put it here. Behind chocolate milk. I'm gonna put it ahead of all the speed ups and health ups and the mediocre damage items, but behind the good DPS items. That seems good. Okay, bomb bag is better than the coin bag, but really not that much better. We're gonna put it like here. It's definitely better than the bottle of pills and the lemon mishap. Going into that. What is that? Is that a lump of coal? I can't tell what that's supposed to be because we're so zoomed out, but I think that's coal. Yep, that's a lump of coal. Coal is just good. Like, if you have tier rate, if you have tiers, it's good because it actually adds some solid damage. If you have lasers of any form, it also adds a solid amount of damage. Coal is just solid. Coal is just solid. I'm gonna put it ahead of most of the damage items. Like here. It's probably better than Whore. Is it better than Whore? Whore has you activated. It's worse than Whore, but it's better than... Coal is nice. Alright, there's Guppy's Paw. Guppy's Paw is probably up there with Dead Cat. Not just because it actually forms a pretty good synergy, but also just because it does so many things in the late game. Like, it lets you take hearts and convert them into 3 hits. It lets you get on Polaroid proc, it lets you get on negative proc, it lets you get on all these things that you can't do with Red Hearts. I'm gonna put it just behind the Dead Cat, I think. Which is unfortunately not something that I can say about its little brother, which is Guppy's Tail. Guppy's Tail is not that great. When you have a lot of keys, Guppy's Tail has the potential to be incredible. But on its own, I'm always a bit hesitant to take Guppy's Tail. I always do, and then I kind of regret it because you just get flooded with golden chests and you don't have the keys for it if you didn't have them already upon picking up Guppy's Tail. When you have the keys, Guppy's Tail is incredible, but it's very unlikely that you actually find the keys to sustain a Guppy's Tail. So we're gonna put it like here. I'm also gonna move down the Scatole to make Miss Achiever happy, and because it's actually pretty rare. Like, if my evaluation says dollar is kind of bad because it's rare, then Scatole's gotta go like here. Better than range ups for sure though. Alright, IV bag. IV bag is another one of those really situational ones. Early IV bag super strong because you can convert all your excess health into coins. Late game, you're probably not gonna switch over to an IV bag. It's got its niche uses though, so I'm gonna put it next to the Yum Heart, I think. Probably worse than Loki's Horns too. But if you find one early, it can do a lot of stuff for you. Alright, this guy is one of the better use items too. I kinda consider him one of the free bomb items, but he also does a few extras because he lures in enemies. Let's put him here. He's actually better in terms of free bomb items than these guys, because it does the same thing as these guys and then also a bit extra. Remote detonator is okay, it gives you 5 bombs, which is kind of the main draw for it. I feel like most of the time when you find that item, you just pick it up and put it back down immediately. But if you use it, it can actually do a lot of fun stuff. Let's put it next to Mr. Mega. Okay. Stigmata! Health up and 0.3 damage. Where's the other 0.3 damage? Yeah, that's exactly the same. It's a bit better than the Fat Odd Mushroom because it doesn't give you a speed down, but other than that, it's factually the same item. Man, it doesn't matter how far I zoom out of this list, it's just never gonna be... It's just never gonna be enough, man. And we're not even close to being done yet, either. Oh, alright, Mom's Coin Purse. Extra Trinket Room. You have to pay 15 cents for it most of the time, sometimes 7. It's not a great one, to be honest. It always seems so nice, but realistically, how often are you really gonna find 2 good trinkets in one run? I feel like the answer is not very often. So I'm gonna put it, like, down here. It's more likely to be useful than Mom's Pad and Mom's Bra, I feel. But I'm not sure it's really... it's more likely to be useful than the followers. I'm gonna put it at the end of D tier. I can't widen the list now. Or can I? Probably not. No. There's no way to widen it. Alright, Bob's Curse is better, I think. I think it goes here. Behind Mr. Mega and Homing Bombs, but still pretty good. Alright, Pageant Boy is one of those boss room items that you don't want to see, but when you do want to see it, it's incredible. But it's probably still worse to see than all the health ups. Probably not a bigger fan of it than Ladder and Magnet either. Pageant Boy. Probably like here. Most of the time I still prefer Pageant Boy over Triple Shot. Alright. Scapular is another very, very high tier defensive item. I think it goes up there with the Wafer even. Like, once you set up that Scapular, it's essentially a Holy Mantle, right? Yeah. I mean, it just goes up there. 2 bad trinkets is the same as 1 good trinket. I'm gonna put it here. Alright. That's Speedball, 0.3 speed and a bit of shot speed. So it's basically the same as the other 0.3 speed items. Actually, I think range is better than shot speed, so we're gonna do it this way. Yeah, this way. I'm really not a big fan of Bumfriend. Bumfriend, most of the time, like, even when you feed him coins, he doesn't do too much, and when you find him early, you don't want to feed him coins in the first place. So I think he goes to F tier. I like him less than the Poop, I think. Speedball is isn't Speedball 0.3 though? What is it? Oh my god, there's still so many items to rate. There we go. 0.3 speed, 0.2 shot speed. Yeah, I mean, it's the same speed as Void Rage and the Mushroom. It just has a different additional effect. And shot speed isn't bad in this one, in Repentance, like it was in Old Isaac. Because it doesn't increase knockback. Okay, Guppy's Head is another one of those that's situational. Like, when you have it, you kind of don't want to drop it, and it's okay. The attack flies are really solid, but I don't think it's anywhere near the level of Dead Cat and Paw. So we're gonna put it in high C tier, I think. Yeah, about the level of these 2 books, I think that's reasonable. Prayer card is okay. It's essentially 1 heart container per floor most of the time when you choose to run it, which is essentially a health up that procs on every floor. So I think we're gonna put it like behind the less than 3. I'm not a huge fan of that, but it does have its uses. It's probably better than these. So let's put it here. Okay. Infestation 2 gives you passively flies every time you get hit. Definitely not as good as Infestation. Like, the path to generating flies is a very stupid one. Because a lot of the time you're gonna try to actively avoid the thing that makes you generate flies. So we're gonna put it in like low C tier, maybe D. I don't know. When it does damage, it does okay damage. But even then, okay at best. Let's put it like here. Yeah, here. I like it here. And then Ipecac. Well, where does the CAC go, chat? It's pretty straightforward, I think. With the order we generated here. I think it's pretty straightforward where the CAC goes. What do you think, chat? S minus? S minus? You guys think it's worse than Brimstone and Dr. Fetus? Double-edged sword for sure, but I'd say A. S plus if you do. Wait, S if you don't hit yourself, S plus if you do hit yourself? What? Nah, Ipecac is miles better than Dr. Fetus even. I don't think it's on the level of the knife, but it's better than Dr. Fetus. Ipecac definitely goes there. Alright, two shot. Two shot is kind of a weird one because, like, when it does stuff, it's incredible, but then you also need luck, which you don't really have a lot of control over increasing your luck in a run. Two shot is essentially a damage item. So I think it's kind of like bottom of the barrel damage. Maybe here. Mulligan has a 1 in 6 chance of spawning you an attack fly, which then does double your damage, which essentially means it's a 33. It's a 33% DPS increase. That's pretty good. That's actually pretty good. Mulligan goes somewhere like up here. It has the downside that it doesn't generate flies with knife, and it's gotten worse now that Ipecac doesn't actually make those flies hit like freaking nukes. But it's still pretty good. It goes like here. Alright, Tech 2. Tech 2 has gotten a lot better in Repentance. Let me read up exactly on that, but as far as I remember, it doesn't actually give you a massive negative damage multiplier anymore, right? The minus 65% damage down has been removed. Also, the hit detection has been improved. Technology fires in a straight line. Yeah, it basically just hits for a lot of ticks. It's like a massive tier rate up on one of your tiers without a damage decrease. So I think it goes like somewhere in line with the tier rate items. It's like probably better than the Halo and some of the basic damage ups. I think the point where you start getting speed from your damage ups as well is where technology is worse. Alright. Quad Shot is another one of those scenarios similar to Unicorn Horn versus Book of Shadows, where a very simple change to an item can make it infinitely better. Because with Triple Shot you need to hit all 3 shots to get a continuous DPS increase, and with Quad Shot having the same tier delay reduction as Triple Shot, it means you also have to hit 3 shots consistently to give a damage increase, a slight damage increase. Whereas hitting all 4 shots consistently gives you a pretty big damage increase. So that makes Quad Shot, like, a lot better. Because you can hit 3 to already get a damage increase, and because you have 4 tiers, it's easier to hit 3, rather than hitting 3 when you only have 3 tiers. But then you also have the option to hit 4 to do even more damage. So Quad Shot goes up there with the damage items. Quad Shot also improves upon the synergies of Triple Shot. Basically everything Triple Shot synergizes positively with, Quad Shot synergizes with better. So it's gonna go up there, like, probably like here. Yeah, I like that. Alright, Chemical Peel gives you plus 2 damage every other tier. Worth noting that is flat damage, which makes it way worse, because unlike these damage ups, this doesn't actually scale with your damage stat and your multipliers, which in my opinion makes it worse. It is a flat plus 1 damage essentially, you know, 2 damage every other tier. But I still think that makes it worse than some of the worst damage ups here, simply because all you need is a multiplier and suddenly the others are quite a bit more useful because it scales better. I think it's still better than these because like a single multiplier probably makes it worse, but it's definitely one of my least favorite damage ups simply because I know it's not going to scale well until the late game. Alright, Peeper! Peeper is one of the better familiars in the game. I actually really like him. He's a bit of a noob trap because he turns half of your tiers red and then people think he's a damage increase, but he's not. But like the damage he does is actually kind of solid, and his movement pattern makes it... His movement pattern makes it kind of convenient for him to hit stuff. I'm gonna put him with the other followers, but I'm gonna put him like here, here. He's probably better than Gish. How many in left? I mean, what are these? Maybe 100? I didn't count them, so we're still left with like 600 or so. Although I'm assuming the longer this stream goes, the more we're gonna speed through them. Oh, it does give a damage boost to Tears Fire from the left eye? Really? Hold up, Peeper. Where are you? Damage from Isaac left eye deals roughly 35 plus 35% damage. Okay, so half your T's deal about a third more damage, which means overall you do a sixth more damage. It's okay. Okay, I'm gonna move it up a bit, but I don't think it's better than a common cold still. Oop. The Habit! The Habit is another one of those that's very dependent on your use items, but it has a bunch of really, really dirty combos. It also has a bunch of items, space use items, that it just does not combo with whatsoever. I don't think it's A tier, it doesn't synergize with enough of the good stuff, but it is nice to have that habit when you run like a Book of Revelations or a Book of Shadows. Just like getting more pops on your items is nice, but it's not as ridiculously broken as it was in old Isaac. I'm okay with the habit being somewhere in C tier. I think it's fallen off since it doesn't give you like half your item charged anymore. It doesn't give you like half your item charge anymore, so I'm much more stoked to find damage ups. It's probably worse than the flies too. Yeah, I like it here. Bloody Lust is interesting. Because the damage up from it is really massive, and every time you find a blood donation machine, it actually just gives you like 6 damage or so over the course of the entire floor. Which is nice, especially since it means if you reach basement 2 with at least 5 cents, you have a pretty solid chance of getting a blood donation machine in your arcade. It also just passively pumps up your damage in the late game, because you're just gonna get hit and then your damage goes up. But the fact that you have to get hit to get the damage up makes it only slightly better in my opinion than the common cold. Alright, Crystal Ball is a very, 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 very good space use item. Kind of ties in with what I said earlier about mapping. Crystal Ball also gives you some passive healing because it drops a bunch of soul hearts over the course. It's probably up there with the map or the compass for me. It's just a very good spacebar item. There's not many of them that are better. It gives you health on top of it, so it's kind of like a makeshift Book of Revelations and mapping. Problem with it is it's a 6-room recharge, and unlike the Book of Revs, you also tend to save it, right? So like, if you're nearing the end of the floor and your crystal ball fills up, you're gonna be usually hesitant to pop your crystal ball because you want to pop it at the start of the next floor, right? So that makes it a bit worse because it reduces the amount of healing you get, but the information you get is still top tier. So I think I'm gonna put it above here. Yeah, that's nice. Spirit of the Night, we touched about this. We touched on this earlier. Flight and Spectral is just a really, really strong combo that makes it very hard to get hit in a lot of rooms. So we're gonna put that, I'm gonna put it above Lord of the Pit. What goal / playstyle is used for this tier list? I'm trying to rate items by how much they increase your chances of winning the run. And I'm trying to also weigh them in like, if you find them early versus late, etc. Okay, Crack the Sky, since it started aiming for enemies, is actually a lot better. A lot of the time, Crack the Sky just clears a room for free for you, especially bosses. It does a lot of damage to. Problem is, it does have that random element to it, and sometimes you're gonna find yourself relying on Crack the Sky killing shit, and then it just doesn't do any damage. Which makes it kind of like a mid-C tier item to me. Probably better than the Habit. Alright, Ankh! Ankh is a nice recharge item, unlike the Mushroom. That recharge is gonna spawn you back as Blue Baby, who not only has a damage multiplier, but it's also an extra life. An extra life are nice. Remember, the reason why we put the 1-up mushroom so low is mainly because of devil deals. It makes it harder to take devil deals if you want to rely on that recharge or on that pop from the mushroom, because it bases its revive off of the amount of red hearts you have. So the Ankh doesn't have that problem, and it's definitely a lot better. And for the most part, with the extra life, I feel like the Ankh is essentially just a big boy health up, so that's how we're gonna treat it. And we're gonna put it up there, I think, above the less than 3. Alright, Celtic Cross is interesting because the shields are nice. Of course, you gotta get hit for it to pop, which makes it way worse because it's not a reliable shield to get. But overall, when that Celtic Cross goes off, it's pretty neat. But since it's so unreliable to proc and it requires you to spend a heart in the late game to even have a chance to use it, it's probably gonna be down here somewhere. I think it's actually worse than a range up. Probably not worse than the nail though. Almost 3 hours and we're still in base Isaac items. Yeah, again, we're gonna be speeding up at some point. Alright, Ghost Baby just goes plain here. Black Candle! Well, what do you think, chat? Black Candle is just, even at the later points in time when you find the Black Candle, like in depths 2, even if you find it there, it's still amazing. Oh wait, that is the blue candle. Alright, that's really small on my screen. That's a blue candle. Hold up, hold up. Mulligan, redo. That's the blue candle, not the black one. Blue candle is still very good. Definitely the better of the two offensively oriented candles. I love me some blue candle action. Probably gonna put it up there, right behind the meat cube. It's got actually, I'm gonna put it here. It's got insane defensive value. Do I put it here or put it here? It's got insane defensive value. It does a boatload of damage. I'm gonna put it in S-. I'm gonna put it bottom of S-. Yeah. Blue candle in S- seems fair. Okay, that's a plain old damage up. That's just gonna go with all the other plain old damage ups. I mean, it gives you shot speed too, but who gives a crap? Alright, D20. Those of you who've been watching for a while know that I hate that item with a burning passion because I don't enjoy breaking runs. I don't like using it, but for the sake of your odds of winning the run, it's gonna go in S-. I probably want to say it might be better than the D6. I'm not sure. Nah, I don't think it's better. The thing is, the D6 you want to find as early as possible, and with the D20 you're fine finding it kind of late, but then at the same time early on there's not really enough resources to use that D20 effectively. So we're gonna put it like here, I think? Oop. Here, this seems nice. Okay, Harlequin Baby just goes with all the other followers, who cares? Epic Fetus! Not a whole lot to say about this one. It's another one of the big five. I personally... My playlist went out again, didn't it? Yeah, I'm still here. I would like to continue watching, thank you. Okay. I think Epic Fetus is worse than Ipecac, but definitely better than regular Fetus. The reason for that is that Ipecac just fires so much... It's so much faster. Like, it makes things so much more snappy. Ipecac feels so much more convenient to aim. It's pretty neat. Alright, Polyphemus is the biggest of big boy damage multipliers, so it goes here with the other big boy damage multipliers. It's just like the big brother of these two. It does give you that tier delay down, sure, but it also gives you that thing where if you overkill, the tier keeps traveling. So it's got like pseudo piercing. So yeah. Daddy Longlegs is definitely one of the higher tier familiars. Like, I'm not gonna put him with the other familiars. He's pretty good. I think he's actually cut above D tier as well. He might actually go into C tier, into B tier. Does he go into A tier? Is Daddy Longlegs as good as a Crystal Ball or Flight or Mapping? No, I don't think he is. But he's definitely better than a +1 damage. I think Daddy goes like here. Alright. Spider Butt goes right with the other debuff appliers. It's just not great. But thinking about things that are great. Thinking about things that are great. The Sack Dagger, chat. The cream of the crop of orbitals. The Ferrari amongst the pieces of furniture that circle you. That is not furniture, and neither are there any other pieces of furniture that circle you. I don't know why I chose the word furniture, but boy oh boy is the Sack Dagger ever an item that's exciting to find. I think it's better than the candle, maybe here. I don't know, I feel like you can actually make a case for this, but I think I like it better here. So yeah, Sack Dagger is just... It's better than the Meat Cube by a landslide. It's got a much bigger hitbox and does like At this point, 4 times the damage or so. Let me check. Since they nerfed Meat Cube. Meat Cube. 5.5 damage per tick. And Sack Dagger does 15 damage per tick. So roughly 3 times as much damage. And it's got a bigger hitbox too. It's incredible. Praise the Sack Dagger. Alright, Miter is another A tier defensive item, I think. Increases the chance to 10% of any heart draw being replaced with a soul heart. Main problem of it is that I think it's only in the angel pool at this point, so it doesn't really show up that much. But when it does, it's almost as good as the relic. It's probably a deal worse than the relic. Like, I'm not sure it provides you with more soul hearts than the crystal ball. Probably. But then this crystal ball provides you with information, so I'm gonna put it here. Alright, Rainbow Baby, probably the best familiar because he has so many different effects that can come in so clutch late game. Datsky is an interesting one because it's a utility item. I'm actually gonna go the easy route and take the stem cells and put it with the other health ups because that's easy. Like, it doesn't matter where I put that. And then we're gonna go take a look at Datsky. Opens doors, opens the door to Mega Satan, lets you get into secret rooms if you know where they are. It just does so many good things. Probably... I don't want to say it's A tier because it is a use item and it means you can't take another use item if you take it with you. But it's probably better than health ups, right? I mean, I value Datsky over health ups. Put it here. Alright, portable slot. I almost want to put that in Edmund Y. But there are scenarios where the portable slot is okay and he's definitely better than Bum Friend and the Poop, so it's gonna go here. Now, Holy Water is probably the biggest winner of the Repentance buff lottery. Right? Like, Holy Water just... Somebody who worked on Repentance really thought Holy Water needed to be viable. Because it is. The fact that you not only throw it now, but it only stones enemies is so good. Like, it's... I want to say it's basically on par with Mom's Contact in what it does. It's probably doing it a bit better too, so I'm gonna put it like here. A bit ahead of Mom's Contact. Alright, Fate is Flight. Kind of inaccessible because you can only find it in golden chests. But Flight is still pretty good. Because it's so much rarer, I'm gonna put it back with the Noose ahead of that because it's still more common than that. So yeah. The Black Bean is like... I mean, the poison on hit is okay, but... Do we really think the Black Bean is better than the regular bean? I don't think the Black Bean is better than the bean. Like here. Yeah, Holy Water used to just get broken on the spot whenever you got hit. Alright, White Pony is just gonna go ahead of the Black Pony if I can find where I put the Black Pony. Oh, there. It just does the same thing, but better. You know. Sacred Heart! Sacred Heart is actually... Hold up. Is Polyphemus the big boy of damage ups? Or is it Sacred Heart? Just ahead of Black Pony? Are you high? I mean, it does a shitload of damage, sure, but... I feel like it's another one of those items that usually you don't actually swap into. Because when you find it on Womb 1. If you even find it, because it's pretty rare, because you need to get Conquest for it. It one-shots, like, all the easy bosses, I guess. But is that really something to be proud of? I don't know. I like the White Pony where it is. We're gonna take Sacred Heart and put it ahead of Polyphemus, because it has the piercing. It's got the higher multiplier, too, right? Let me check real quick. Polyphemus is... Damage plus 4 times 2, and Sacred Heart is times 2.3, right? Yeah. It is a tiered rate down, but so is Poly. No, I like Sacred Heart here. Sacred Heart is fine. Toothpicks is just a plain old tier rate up, so we're gonna put it with all the other plain old tier rate ups. Holy Grail is Flight and a Heart Container. It's more common than Fate though, so we're gonna put it further ahead. I think I'm gonna put it alongside these. It does seem to be easier to get Spirit of the Night and Lord of the Pit than Holy Grail though. Same goes for Dead Dove, that's just a carbon copy of Spirit of the Night. The problem is just that it's not as easy to get. Blood Rights has this incredible niche combo of being incredibly busted with Isaac's Heart and then just completely useless outside of it. So since that niche is so small, I'm gonna put it at the end of F tier. Maybe better than the poop. Because you can also be on Polaroid proc and spam this thing, but yeah. If you have Polaroid proc, you can actually spam the crap out of that while you're invincible, so. Guppy's Hairball has some interesting defensive utilities, which makes it definitely better than Guppy's Tail, in my opinion. Like, the nice thing is that you can actually position yourself so the Hairball is in front of you, and then Isaac and Blue Baby can't hit you anymore, so that's neat. Kind of put it, like, here, behind the bomb items, I think. Fuck you, Abel. SMB Superfan is definitely better than the Halo, because it gives you a more massive speed up. 99 bombs is nice, the problem is that it's secret room only, right? So like, 99 bombs is niche because you never find it, basically. I'm gonna put it next to the dollar because it's useful in theory, but like in practice you barely find it. $3 bill is a lot more useful than I typically give it credit for, but it's still not an item I'm really actively looking to pick up, nor am I excited when I find it, so it's gonna go like down there. It's probably gonna go here. I'll give it E tier. It's better than all these items. It's better than Monstrous Tooth too, and Tammy's Head. And that, and that, and that, and that, and that. Yeah, that's fine. Okay, Telepathy for Dummies is really not great. Homing is nice, homing every 3 rooms, and then you also gotta debate if you really want to pop it is not good. Telepathy for Dummies is just not a great book. 2 rooms still, and then still you gotta wager, like the further you get to the end of the floor, the less sure you are if you still want to pop it. It's not. Alright, health and 0.3 damage, so that's essentially another Fat Odd Mushroom, except no tier down, no speed down, so it goes here. That's a random card, a shot speed up and a planetarium chance up, but who really gives a shit about any of these? The card is like the best thing about the Magic 8 Ball. So I guess it goes like here. Because it's worse than the Book of Sin, which can give you multiple cards over the course of a run, whereas this thing just gives you one and it's done. You'd rather have any other boss item like that one? You go down here. Better since Planetarium. Yeah, the unfortunate thing is that Planetariums also sucks, so... Squeezy is nice. I like it. I like it better than the other tier subs, honestly. It gives you less tier rate, but it gives you the 2 soul hearts, which is pretty big. Jesus Juice is a bit more damage and range. It's better than the other weak damage ups, but not by a lot. But it does give you more damage than these bad boys down here, so I'm gonna put it ahead of them. The box. Not a boss item suddenly. I feel like you're never really sad to find the box after a boss room, right? But then you pick it up and you just get utterly disappointed every time. Like, why couldn't it be a damage up? Why did it have to be a key, a bomb, and a useless card? Like... Nah. I can't get myself to like it more than a health up. I don't think I like it more than a health up. I don't think I like it more than the Bible or the Book of Belial as well. I don't think I like... Do I like it more than 99 bombs? I think I like it more than 99 bombs, just based on the fact you find it more often. I like it more than Triple Shot, too. I don't like it more than Pattern Boy, though. Mom's Key is another one that's better the earlier you find it. I actually think an early Mom's Key is incredible because it affects brown chests too, and it gives you so much over the course of a run. Mom's Key is solid. The problem with it is accessibility. You're very unlikely to find it early because it's in the shop pool. So it goes like here, I think. Yeah, here. Okay, Mom's Eyeshadow for Charm tiers. Charm is definitely one of the better status effects. It doesn't mess you up in the late game fights, and it does a lot in the mid game, so probably gonna go to C tier. Probably C tier. It's better than Parasite. It's better than the Rosary too. It's better than Steam Sale too. Better than 10 Bombs too, and that, and that, and that. I don't think it's better than the Habit. Alright, here. Concussive Tears is 0.3 damage. It goes with the other rather insignificant damage ups, but it's still a damage up. Any damage is good damage. Midas Touch. Midas Touch is an interesting one again because it makes you do contact damage that scales with the amount of coins you have, and in turn it also makes you gain more coins. It got a bunch of really broken combos, like any bit of invincibility can get you so many coins, and that's nice, but there's not that much invincibility in Isaac. So most of the time Midas Touch is just going to be like that fringe item that you forget about, and then it suddenly goes off, and by the time you realize you got to kill the enemy for money, the enemy already unfroze and doesn't give you money anymore. So we're going to put it like here. I don't know. Is it better than Guppy's Tail? Probably. Better than Little Chub? Probably not. That's a good placement. Alright, the 1+1 free thing is another item that has a problem where you gotta pay 15 cents for it, and you probably don't have 15 cents in the early game. And then the later in the run it gets, the worse that item is. But it's still a good item. Probably B tier. Probably worse than the damage ups. Probably better than the health ups. Yeah, that seems fine. That seems fair. And it was nerfed too, yeah. Fanny pack, I'm just not a big fan of getting random items from getting hit. Most of the getting hit stuff isn't that great because you really don't want to get hit in Isaac, because especially in hard mode, health is so scarce. So I'm really not a huge fan of fanny pack. Like, when do you ever see a fanny pack in a store and you go like, yes, that item is worth 15 cents? When do you see a fanny pack for 7 cents in the store and you say to yourself, yes, worth it? Shard Plug is just a shadow of its former self. Now that it doesn't fully charge an item anymore, it doesn't do that, right? Just let me make sure I have that correctly. When your spacebar item is not fully charged, you can press spacebar to recharge it at a cost of half a heart per charge. Can be used on partially charged items. Will not kill you if used. It stops at half a heart left. Red hearts are taken before other kinds. Devil deal chance isn't ruin. Yeah, like, remember when Sharp Pluck cost 2 hearts to use, but it fully charged your item immediately and it just did the most broken shit? Yeah, it doesn't do that anymore, unfortunately. Doesn't do that anymore, unfortunately. I'm gonna put it in Edmund Y. Not because it's completely useless, like, it has its uses, even if they're only niche. I'm gonna put it in Edmund Y because it got nerfed into the ground. Oh, here's a fun one. Chat, how would you rate Guillotine? Tell me how you would rate Guillotine while I play some ads and get something to drink. I'll be right back. Alright, what do we have? S- an orbital that shoots tiers. A tier objectively, but F tier personally because I suck at using it. E or lower D sounds good. Props putting it in A. Chat's got a pretty good idea. But yeah, I'm putting it in A. Let me think where exactly. Is it better than Guardian Angel? Probably not. No, maybe it is. I mean, this is an objectively good item, right? It's one that always sparks a lot of debate when you find it in a stream, so let's talk about it for a second. Guillotine gives you +1 damage. It gives you a tier delay down, so it breaks the tier cap if you get enough tier rate. And it gives you a high damage orbital that blocks shots. Only problem with it is it feels hella weird, right? Because most people tend to look at Isaac's head to determine where their hitbox is, but you need to look at the body to determine where the hitbox is. But like, all the things it does are incredible. You just gotta be good at using it. People hate this item, and for good reason, but it's a very good item. And we still have so much to do. Look at that. Oh my god. Okay. Let's hurry up a bit. Okay, that's essentially the exact same item as Meat Cube, so we're just going to put it here. Power Croissant is a +1 damage, so we're going to put it with the other +1 damages. I'm going to put it a bit lower than the other +1 damages. I'm going to put it at the end of +1 damage. Because first of all, the champion thing is actually, in hard mode, a big detriment, because you get harder enemies and you don't really get more resources like in normal mode. But also it costs 15 cents, so it's a pretty resource intensive one. Butt bombs are just really solid bombs. I love finding butt bombs. You can just put them in a room with a lot of enemies and everything dies or takes massive amounts of damage. Probably a better bomb than homing. I want to put not leave in Edmund Y, and you all know why. But for the sake of consistency, since the question is how much does the item increase your odds of winning, I'm gonna put it in A tier. Because almost every run has something that turns not leave into an instant win. And I hate it, but that's unfortunately the reality. Almost every run does something that turns not leave into a win. I kind of want to put it in S-, not gonna lie. I'm gonna put it in S-. Just let's make people even more mad. I'm gonna make myself even more mad by doing that, but that's just how it is. Almost every run does something that means you can just stand still and go have a slice of cake while not leave does its thing. Alright, what does that do again? It gives you spiders when you get hit, right? Let me check again what exactly that does. I legitimately don't remember. Spawns 2 to 5 friendly attack spiders every time you take damage. Oh yeah. Okay. I mean, it's damage to deal damage. It's probably somewhere along the lines of this. Spiders do more damage than flies, but flies can cross gaps, of course. So it's kind of a toss-up between the two. I'm just gonna put it next to it. Guppy's collar has the potential to be better than the dead cat. Most of the time it's worse than the Ankh though. I think I'm gonna put it in like C tier. I'm probably more stoked to find Guppy's collar than Triple Shot, or the box, or Pageant Boy, or no, not Mom's Eyeshadow. This is where I want to put it. Not leave is my favorite game changer. I'll just put on ambient music and sit back. It makes it into a different game. Yeah, exactly. It turns it into an auto clicker. Alright, Mom's Contact is legitimately one of the worst items in the game. They thought they were doing something special there when they gave your tiers the ability to block enemy tiers. The problem with Mom's Contact is that, you know, a lot of the time it's not you blocking the enemy tiers, but instead it's the enemy blocking your tiers. It's just, if you have like a brimstone or something, anything that pierces, this item becomes actually pretty useful, but most of the time it's just like really bad. I'm gonna put it bottom of E tier because it does synergize with piercing stuff, but yeah, on its own, like if you're on tiers and you don't have piercing, this thing is like Edmund Y, which means I should probably put it in F. Will this be up on YouTube? Yes. Also, hi YouTube, by the way. Okay, anemic is like, you take this is one of those items that you take and you think, okay, cool, my run is like exactly the same still. Like you pick this thing up and nothing's changed. it's so stupid. Okay, Goathead is another one of those that feels like A tier. I'm gonna put it at the end of A tier. I'm not a super huge fan because, you know, there's like the run gets to points where the Goathead doesn't do anything anymore, but like overall most of the time when you find the Goathead it gives you at least one more devil deal, and that's pretty solid. Okay, that's damage and health. This is probably one of the higher tier damage ups, probably like here. Mom's wig is actually really good. It gives you spiders for firing tiers, which essentially turns it into a rather low tier, but a damage multiplier. So we're gonna put it like here. This seems good. Placenta! That health up item that is sometimes better than all of these and sometimes worse. This is an awkward one. I'm gonna put it behind Lard because I feel like most of the time when you get placenta procs in late game you don't want them, but it's okay. This thing is actually one of the better health ups. It gives you an empty art container, but it gives you a chance to drop red hearts when you get hit, so it can like instantly replenish the health you lost. Sad bombs are just good solid bombs. I always find a new bomb item, I'm like, I think I like this one the best, and then I find another bomb item and I think, maybe this one is the best. I'm gonna put sad bombs behind the butt bombs though. Alright, bouncy tiers. Bouncy tiers are very good. As soon as you get a bit of size on these tiers, it's really easy for them to get stuck in a boss enemy and deal ridiculous amounts of damage. I'm gonna put it up there next to Mutant Spider. Very good item. Anti-gravity tiers. See ya. I'm Alright, this is a very good item. Especially with with red health being a lot stronger these days. An item that lets you bomb yourself to get health back is very good. Red health containers are much better in Repentance than they were in Rebirth and even Afterbirth Plus. So we're gonna put that up there somewhere with the sustainability items. Probably put it like just below the damage ups. The big damage ups. I like it better than speed, I think. Here. Alright, Cricket's Body! I don't think there's a lot to say about that. Breaks the tier cap, breaks your your tiers. To give you a pretty big damage increase as well when the split shots hit. Like, this is just a really solid and good item. Honestly, probably goes into S tier. It's not as good as a Sack Dagger. It's here. Oh, right, you don't see that. I need to scroll up further. Yeah, I put it between Sack Dagger and Blue Candle. Okay, Gimpy. Gimpy is actually pretty good. Like, it's a really nice sustain item. The fact that you can drop red hearts from enemies and also soul hearts when you get hit. Like, the soul hearts on getting hit is a big one. Is a really big one. And, like, it's so common, too. It's just one of those old reliable ones, you know? I'm gonna put it with the health ups, I think. Because that's what it feels like most of the time you get it. Maybe, like, here. Alright, Black Lotus is a weird one because I really like its effect and I really like the Magic the Gathering reference, but the item itself is actually pretty irrelevant. Because, like, you get 3 hearts, a red one, a blue one, and a black one, and it's only in the secret room pool, so you never see it. And it's like, when you find it, it's like, oh nice, that item exists, but then you also never find it, and it's just a plain old health up. It's basically a different flavor of Super Bandage that you never find, and that's why we put it in, like, D tier. Alright, Piggy Bank gives you the 3 coins, which is kind of the big one when you find it in an item room, but overall I kind of want to rank this thing around the same as... It's not as good as Mom's Key. Maybe like here. It gives you resources. This seems fitting, yeah. Okay. Fear Shot and Tier Cap Break is pretty nice. This is one of the better tier rate ups. I like Mom's Perfume better than Squeezy. If Black Lotus wasn't rare... Oh yeah, it being rare is definitely part of the theme too, right? Like, I absolutely realize that, but it's also what makes it bad from a increase your chances to win standpoint because it never shows up. Alright, Monstrous Lung is a solid one. That one just goes up here. Is it S tier? Is it better than Cricket's Head? Probably. Yeah, I like it here. I don't think it's as good as Sack Dagger, but it's better than Cricket's Head. My boy got a bit slaughtered in Repentance because it works differently now. Instead of giving you 6 black hearts, it gives you 2 black hearts, and then it also gives you another black heart for every red heart it ate. It's definitely not like an instant take anymore the way it used to be, because when you use it for your last 2 red hearts, it actually puts you in kind of a bad position. But it's still a massive damage up, so it still goes to the top of the pack in terms of these damage ups. I think it's still better than the Pentagram. Alright, Ball of Tar is just, it's like, you pick that item up and it's like, why? And like we said earlier, some of the more bullet hellish bosses, like Mega Satan, Delirium, Hush, you can put yourself into pretty bad positions with that item too, so we're gonna put it like, it's incredible on the way leading up to the late game bosses, but then it just kind of gets meh. Stopwatch is, I mean, I don't think we need to talk much about Stopwatch. Stopwatch is incredible. Stopwatch does a lot of great things. Stopwatch makes the soundtrack go wonky, which is a bit annoying, but it's like, I mean, it's a fucking stopwatch, man. It's like you pick it up and you can't die anymore, and it's kind of boring, but you just don't die. You just don't die with the stopwatch. Alright, you are an easy Edmund Y. You actually go somewhere like here. Yeah, you're even worse than my reflection. At least with my reflection you can still hit stuff. You can with Tiny Planet too, but like, this is a flavor item, right? Like, this was just added to have a cool item in the game. Tiny Planet has a lot of fun interactions, at least, with Brim and Knife. Oh yeah, Knife becomes complete. This is like the only item that can make a Knife not an instant win. I guess it holds a very special place on the ranking for being the only item that makes a Knife not an instant win. Alright, Infestation 2 is also one of those really incredible ones. That goes into really high A tier. That might actually be better than, I think that's better than Okay. I was wondering what that music was. It's anti-birth soundtrack. Okay. Where were we? E. coli has the dubious honor of being the only item that works really well with Midas Touch. But doesn't really do much. I mean, it insta-kills any enemy in the early and mid-game that touches you, so that's kind of nice. That's gotta be worth something. I guess it goes like here. The poop works with Midas Touch. Oh, really? Wow, today I learned. I didn't know that. Okay, Death Touch is just cream of the crop in terms of damage ups. I think it goes up here. It's definitely better than... Hello? There. It's definitely better than this because it's just a straight upgrade. Very good item. Why are these here? Not A tier? Death Touch A tier? Is Death Touch as good as Goathead? Is Death Touch as good as these? I don't think so. I think flight and stuff like that is still another level. Although I think I want to pull the mulligan down here. I had something else earlier that was like a % damage increase. Yeah, I want to put the mulligan like here. I just don't want to rank the key pieces. I guess we're just going to put them here. I want to make another line that says story-based items or something like that, but... Okay, I feel like the main reason people take experimental treatment these days is because of Spun. And that's why I want to put it in E tier. Like, overall, it seems to be mostly giving you good stuff, but it can also just completely mess up your run. I'm going to put it in the top of F tier. I don't think it's an Edmund Y mainly because of Spun. And because it does, on average, do good stuff. Oh, key pieces do give better Ranger Room chance. Hold up, you're right. Okay, I'm going to put it... Yeah, I like him in F tier then, actually. I'm going to pull him up in E tier, actually, for the higher Ranger Room chance. You convinced me. Okay, contract from below sure isn't what he used to be. That doesn't work as well anymore as it used to, right? But it still does stuff, so I think I'm gonna put it in like mid D tier. Okay, Infamy is a very nice, solid defensive item. You're never really sad to have Infamy. I like it better than health ups and like the minor damage ups. I definitely like it better than Dad's Key and the card as well. Here, below the common cold. Alright, Trinity Shield is actually very, very solid defensively. I mean, the fact that it just completely trivializes a lot of the endgame fights is really nice. You just stand there and watch tears come towards you and not be able to bypass the Trinity Shield. Good defensive item. I'm not sure I want to put it in A tier though. I'm gonna put it in low A tier. B tier needs a full column ranking. The problem is B tier needs to be a lot smaller, because all the damage up items should just be combined into one item, as should be the tears up items. Alright, this is one of the best items in the entire game, without a question. I think this thing is better than D6. Is it? No. The D6 is better. But it's better than the wafer. And then the same goes for 2020. Wouldn't KPs be F tier because even with the plus injury room chance, they objectively make it harder to win by letting you fight Mega Satan over just Blue Baby? You don't have to go to Mega Satan though. Same goes for 2020. 2020 fell off a bit because it got the damage down, right? So it's probably worse than Cricket's Head at this point. But still pretty good. This might be a bit controversial, but I'm gonna put the blue map with the compass and the map because again, I love information. You can't just toss these. That's a bit unfortunate. BFF. Sorry, I was out of there because I was thinking about whether I could get rid of some of these items here in B tier. The only reason B tier is so cramped because there's so many duplicates. Okay, BFF does something in most runs. The problem is in a lot of runs it doesn't do enough. When you get it with like I'm gonna put it in like lower C tier. The thing with BFF is that if you get it with a good orbital, it just makes it even better. The problem is it doesn't make these followers much better either, so it fluctuates just how good it is, you know. Okay, the fly thing is actually a lot better than BFF in my opinion, because you're just much more likely to find flies than you are to find a familiar that decently benefits from BFF. The fly thing is also going to make all these passive flies that you sometimes find in curse rooms and shit more useful. I'm going to put it with BFF. I'm going to put it just above BFF. Okay, I'm a big fan of more options. You guys know that I value the boss room very, very highly. So getting 2 boss room items to choose from just makes it more likely to get those good boss room items. So I'm actually going to put that thing in lower A tier. Lowest A tier because you got to pay 15 cents for it, so it's hard to get it early. But since it enables you, I'm actually going to put it at the top of B tier, below Death's Touch, because it enables you to get more of these. Why is Guillotine so high? Because it's incredible. Okay. BOGO Bombs is like the 1+1 free thing, but worse. It's also like... We talked about this earlier, most runs end with you having like 20 plus bombs because they're just not that useful. So I think BOGO Bombs isn't that great either. Very rarely worth the 15 cents you spend on it. Now on the other hand, there's an item that's actually very much worth it spending 15 cents on. Cards are very powerful and the possibility to store 2 of them is very good. So give me that higher card capacity. I'm gonna put it here above the piggy bank. Okay, pills suck. So this is basically the equivalent to this thing. This thing also turns, actually this also turns all pills into cards. I'm gonna pull it further up. I totally forgot about that. We're gonna put it ahead of the bombs and Guppy's head. Okay, this is the starter deck equivalent, where it makes you able to carry 2 pills, but it also makes it so all cards turn into pills. That is absolutely awful. Like, removing cards from the equation is so hilariously bad that I'd rather have anti-gravity tiers than that thing. Okay, that's a health up. Haven't seen enough of those yet. Definitely needed more stuff in this tier. Another one of those flat damage ups, so it's just gonna go next to Chemical Peel. This one is only +1 damage, whereas Chemical Peel is +2, so... this is a 0.5 tier rate. So it's just gonna go behind the Sad Onion. But it's also luck. Oh, Magic Scab. Okay. Well, Magic Scab is at the top of like the single damage ups and behind Tough Bandages, which gives you healing, so I'm fine with that. Okay, there's another bomb effect here. That one is definitely worse than Butt Bombs and Sad Bombs and Homing Bombs and Mr. Mega and Poison, so that just goes all the way here. Okay, that's an Edmund Y. Because as we learned a few weeks ago, this thing actually just makes you die a lot of the time. It's actually worse than my reflection. Okay, I guess I shouldn't put this here. Actually, I already put... This is mostly items that make you run actively worse, but some of them also don't. But most of these I'm putting into Edmund Y are making you run actively worse, and then Abel I just put here for the memes. I guess I'm gonna put Abel here. Why is Ipecac not Edmund Y as well? Because if you hit yourself with Ipecac, it's your own fault. So Firemind used to hurt you, then it didn't, but now it does again. Yeah, Firemind is just an awkward one. That's another damage up. That one has a fear effect, so I'm actually going to put it behind all the other damage ups because fear has gotten kind of ass. There's the Black Candle. Black Candle is solid A tier, I think. Not being able to get cursed. I'm actually going to put it in S- next to the Blue Candle. Look at how look at them looking at each other. Beautiful. There, look, just 2 candles sitting in the moment. Beautiful. Getting way too fucking big. Alright, Proptosis is also another one of those really good ones. You love to see the Proptosis start, it works with so many things. I feel like you can make a case for either here. It either goes to the left of Magic Mush or to the right of Cricket's Head. Cricket's Head and Magic Mush are the more consistent damage ups. And speaking of consistency, I'm gonna put it here. Because it is less consistent than all of these, I think. Except maybe the Sack Dagger. But I want to say the better you are, the better Proptosis gets relative to all of these. Like, the better you are at the game, the more Proptosis moves between Poly and Magic Mush. Alright, missing page 2 is just like... God damn it. Wait, what's that? Is that the Rune Mimic? Wait, Rune Mimic's item ID is here? Clear Rune. Yeah, that's Clear Rune. I don't know why Clear Rune is here. I feel like it shouldn't be, but... Okay. Guess we're raiding a repentance item now. This was all rebirth items for like what, 3.5 hours. And then it goes on with rebirth items still, but the Clear Rune is just in the middle thinking like, fuck the system. Okay, Clear Rune is okay. There's not that many great runes. Like unlike Blank Card, I feel like Clear Rune is really not that great. Because you very rarely find a very good rune to use with that. It's so situational, I kind of want to put it in F, but like in theory what it does is good enough to warrant it going to E, I think. Like, I don't know, here. It's definitely better than the familiars. I'm gonna put it here. It's definitely better than E. coli too. Alright, I'm actually a big fan of this little fella. This fly does hilarious amounts of damage. This guy does so much when you have him. I'm gonna put him like above the weaker damage items. Yeah, he's almost as good as Holy Water. Like, I'm gonna put him here. I'm gonna move up Holy Water a bit too, because Holy Water is just incredible. I don't know what I was doing moving the Holy Water so far down. There. You go here, Holy Water. Alright, Dry Baby is another case of like Guppy's Hairball. Like, its main use is doing exactly what Guppy's Hairball is too, which is you positioning yourself in a way that he's in front of you, and then he just blocks tears. So yeah, the spider sack, it gives you the occasional spider, which is okay. I mean, spiders are pretty good. It doesn't give you a whole lot of spiders, and it draws creep after you, which is good for enemies that chase you. So I guess we're gonna put it here. Robo Baby 2.0 is kind of Edmund Y, but it's not an item that actively makes your run worse, so I'm gonna put him in F tier. That guy though, that is the cream of the crop of familiars. That is the cream of the crop of followers, and I think we're gonna put that guy in C tier. Like high C tier. I mean, if Guppy's head is high C tier, then this guy goes like all the way to the top of C tier. It's like, this is the baby you wanna see. This is the baby you second most want to see after this baby. Well, since we're talking about babies, let's just get a little Brimstone up here. He's like bottom of the barrel A tier. He's incredibly strong in the early game. Kind of falls off in the late game, but still does solid damage. Definitely better than... The number 1 just seems misplaced. I'm not happy with that number 1 every time I see it. He goes like here. Number 1 goes more like here. Little Brim used to be so good. He's still really good though. The cream of the crop and confuses newbies whether BFF or Hive Mind works on it. Well, the answer is yes. Hive Mind works because it makes the flies stronger. And BFF works because it makes the baby bigger. And we all know that a bigger baby is better. You want your baby to be big. Okay? Glad we cleared that up. I'm gonna put that guy in E tier. He's like worse than all of these followers. I mean, he does damage to enemies that follow you around. This guy wishes he was Smart Fly. This is like the Smart Fly ordered on Wish. Mystery Sack is an okay sack. He's better than the other sacks we've rated so far. Where did I put the other sacks? D tier. Gonna put him in like low C tier. You're going to Edmund Y. You're also going to Edmund Y. This thing is stupid. It's like Distant Admiration and Forever Alone, where it circles you to deal damage, but for it to come out you need to take damage, so that makes it immediately unusable. I'm 100% convinced that Isaac's Heart was only added to the game to kill you on Eden streaks. So yeah. Lil Haunt is like right there with Leech. Next challenge, you start the run with all Edmund Y items. Best Bud is awful. No, Edmund Y is gonna be 99% items that make your run worse. And then I put this thing in here because it got nerfed into the ground, and it's an actual literal Edmund Y. Okay. Dark Bum. So we had a run yesterday. Where we found Dark Bum on Basement 2. And we paid 3 soul hearts for Dark Bum. And I shit you not, he did not pay for himself over the course of the entire run. I was like, okay, come on, it's Basement 2. He's gonna put in the work. He didn't put in the work. He legitimately did not earn me back the 3 soul hearts I paid for him. That's how bad he is. That's how bad he is. So he's got... It pains me with how good he was in the Rebirth days. But he goes into F tier. Like, he's one of the worst items in the game. You pay health for it, and he doesn't earn you back the health. At the earliest feasible moment, you can pick him up. He is not good enough to earn in the health that you spend on him. Alright, Big Fly is very good for similar reasons as Guardian Angel. Making your orbitals slower is also a way of making them block more tiers, and this guy has a hell of a surface area. I'm just a big fan of orbitals. Okay, Sissy Longlegs is okay. She charms enemies that run into her, which is really nice, and she poops out the occasional spider, which does 2.5 times your damage. She's like E tier, I think. Doesn't really seem much better than the Tears Ups and the Scatole, but yeah. Okay, I'm a big fan of the punching bag. I feel like this is another one where people are gonna massively disagree with me, but I really like the punching bag. He provides you with a lot of defensive utilities that other items just don't provide for you. He just has the problem that he sometimes gets you hit, which is honestly a pretty big downside. So we're gonna put him in like mid-C tier, I want to say. I definitely rather have him than any of the bomb items. And Guppy's head. So yeah, that's pretty good. Okay, How to Jump is kind of like pseudo flight. How to Jump is actually a pretty solid book. I'm gonna put it with like the Bible. I'm gonna put it above the Bible actually. I'm gonna put it behind the Bible and the Book of Belial. I like that better. Okay, bunch of dice. D100. D100 is just solid A tier, to be honest. Like better than flight A tier. It's like the thing with the D100 is you know exactly what it does. You can never put yourself in a situation where you're like forced to take it or anything, and it can just save a clutch run, right? Same for the D4. Like whenever you pop that, it's gonna be out of desperation because the odds of it improving your run are so ridiculously high that you don't really have another choice than to pop it. And when it does, like when you pop it in a clutch situation, it usually gives you the hearts to get to the next pop, and then eventually it's just gonna pay you out with something good. Like, it's a solid item. It feels like most of the time you don't want to pop it, but then when you do, it usually gets you out of a pickle. Okay, that's the D10, which rerolls enemies. That is actually one of the most god-awful dice in the entire game. Because I feel like 99% of the time, no matter where you pop that damn thing, it just makes any room worse. I think this is due to the fact that you're also so used when you're playing the game a lot to the room layouts, you know, the enemies, the way the rocks are aligned and stuff. So suddenly when you have a bunch of random enemies in the room, you're completely off the script and you don't know what to do anymore. So yeah, that item actually just makes so much stuff worse. Blank card is another case of me for a good old reliable, you know? Like, most of the time when you find this thing, you're probably not going to take it because you have something better and you don't have a card for it and you don't want to risk it. But when you find it with a solid card, it just works. It just works. He's just there for you, you know? Okay, that's another one that goes in the mapping category. More info is more good. The broken toaster thingy that gives you a bunch of spiders is like... I mean, it's like Guppy's head tier, right? I think that one goes straight to Guppy's head. Like, slightly below it. Where did I put Guppy's head, though? I forgot. It goes behind Guppy's head. Okay, there's the red candle, which is, funnily enough, another example of an item that's just way worse than its big brother due to a few minor changes. Red candle is still solid, and I like it, and I would put it in A tier, ahead of the miner's cap, but it's no blue candle. And it's certainly no black candle. Although, it's not really comparable to black candle. It's really comparable to blue candle, though, and it's not great. Okay, that's the jar of flies, right? I'm pretty sure that's the jar of flies. The jar. Save your life. Oh no, that's the heart saving jar. Okay. That's the heart saving jar. The heart saving jar is kind of meh. I feel like that item is just never worth taking with you. No matter how many red hearts you have and how many red hearts you want to store. It's just, even in hard mode, it's not going to actually provide you with enough safety to be worth taking, so I'm going to put it somewhere down here. It's probably still better than the poop and blood rights and mom's coin purse. Yeah, I'm going to put it here. I'm going to move mom's, or the lost contact down too, because the lost contact actually hurts you more than all of these items. Okay, the flush is actually interesting, if only for its property of immediately killing Dingle and the big dudes in Depths 1. So that's kind of fun. But most of the time, I mean, it's just a Necronomicon, right? So that's what I'm gonna treat it as. It's a slightly better Necronomicon. Now, if only I knew where I put the Necronomicon. Isn't it in C tier somewhere? Anyone see the Necronomicon, chat? Where'd I put the Necronomicon? Oh, there. Okay, I'm gonna put it above the Necronomicon because on top of killing everything, it also has the ability to one-shot 2 bosses. Okay. Satanic Bible could be a pretty controversial one, but I really don't like that book. I don't think getting Devil Deal items in the boss room is a good thing. And it just doesn't offset the fact that it gives you health. I'm not a big fan of this book. It's definitely really far away from the strength of like a Book of Revelations. I don't like it. It's still an okay book, but I don't think I want to rank it any higher than C tier. I like it more than the Parasite. I like it more than Charm tier, so I'm gonna put it like here. Okay, Krampus Head is okay. It's a solid item. It does a lot of damage. Most of the time you have something better. Most of the time when you see Krampus you want Coal, because you already have a use item and you'd rather take the passive. But like, Krampus Head itself is not bad. I'm gonna put it in B tier. In high B tier. Like above all the damage items. Here. Next to Rubber Cement and Quad Shot. Alright, the Butterbean is really not great. So above Coal. I think, okay, I should have been more clear. I think the effect is better than Coal, but most of the time you still want the Coal. Because taking that means you would be replacing it with your space use item. Whereas with Coal, you're just gonna get a passive. There we go. Okay. Toaster basically lost every single bit of its viability now that it doesn't work with Ipecac anymore. Magic Fingers can do a bit of damage, but I feel like most of the time it just doesn't. Is this still Isaac music? Oh, it's anti-burst. That's why I don't recognize it. Okay. I remember Magic Fingers Ipecac. That was an adventure. I'll put it like here. Converter really isn't that great because Soul Hearts are just so much better than Red Hearts. So converting your Soul Hearts into Red Hearts is just not great. Pandora's Box is an interesting one because you can pretty much mold it to do whatever the hell you want. Pandora's Box is a pretty good one. I think I'm gonna put that in the bottom of A tier. Like here. Here. Okay, Unicorn Stump has some synergies, but it's probably even worse than Unicorn Horn and the arcade, the Game Kid. So we're gonna put it like here. And now we get to the first set of Astro Signs, and this is gonna be a bit of a awkward one. Taurus is the one that gives you a massive speed down and then makes your speed accelerate in the room, and once you hit max speed it gives you invincibility and essentially a unicorn and Game Kid charge, which means it's essentially worse than the two of those items because not only does it give you a speed down, but then it also needs a while to build up that effect. But it can give you that effect in theory in every single room. The problem is the effect itself is just not very good because the unicorn effect doesn't really do a lot of damage. So overall I would say it's worse because it gives you that fat speed down. Alright, Ares gives you contact damage and also move speed. It's pretty much just a speed up. Nobody thinks of the contact damage when they take Ares. So we're just gonna put it with the other speed ups. Cancer, on the other hand, is a beautiful, beautiful Astro Sign item. Very, very good defensive item. Probably on par with the stuff up here. Gives you 3 Soul Hearts, and every time you get hit, it activates the Wafer effect for the room, which means you take half a heart of damage max. It's definitely not as good as the Wafer, but it's up there. Taurus is my personal sign. Yeah, mine too, but that doesn't mean the item is good. Unfortunately, it's not. Leo gives you Stompy. Stompy isn't terrible, but Stompy does tend to get you damaged because you're gonna accidentally run into mushrooms and they're gonna explode, and you're gonna accidentally run into those stupid rocks that burst into tears in the womb. It's just not great. It's like slightly better than Taurus, but not really at all. Okay, that's Virgo, right? I need to look that up, sorry. Yeah, that's Virgo. Random chance when you take damage to get an invincibility shield for 7 seconds. The chance to get an invincibility shield affected by your luck. I mean, that's essentially Celtic Cross, right? Pretty much the same. So we're gonna put it slightly above because you can increase the chance. Libra is better in this patch because in Repentance they rebalanced it to generally give you more damage, which I think makes it better than Leo and Taurus and probably better than all the familiars, but it's still not great. The fact that it gives you more damage does mean it's quite a bit better now with Soy Milk, but it's like The problem is when you see Soy Milk and you want to win the run, you don't take it. And if you see Libra and you want to win the run, you don't take it. So you're virtually never going to get Soy Milk and Libra together. Okay, Scorpio is going to go right next to the Common Cold. It's just good old Poison Tears. Except instead of a chance to apply it with Common Cold, it's actually guaranteed to apply it when it hits. Sagittarius, the Speed and Piercing. That just goes straight up there with the other piercing item. Capricorn is a good old all stats up, which is going to go with the other all stats ups. How does this one compare to SMB Superfan? And I think it's going to go in the top spot. SMB Superfan is better than Halo because it's a more massive speed up. But this thing also gives you a tier cap reduction, so it breaks the tier cap. So I think it's the best one of the all stats ups. Okay, this just gives you creep. This is Aquarius. It just gives you creep behind you. It's not great. It's not terrible. And then Pisces is another item that gives you tier 8 and also breaks the tier cap. So it's just going to go with the other tier 8 items. And because it breaks the cap, it's going to be better than the other stuff. I think it's better than this too. Not just creep. It's creep that interacts with your tier effects. Really? That's new to Repentance then, though, right? Aquarius now synergizes with tier effects. Oh yeah. Okay, you're allowed to be better now. Yeah, Aquarius is definitely better than Libra. Libra is definitely not better than these. Fuck you. You go here. Alright. Eve's Mascara is much better now than it used to be because it actually is a net positive in damage now. Let me read up exactly what it does, just so I don't tell lies. ×2 damage multiplier, tier delay down by exactly half. Wait, that's not true anymore. It says it still halves your tier rate on Plat God. That's not true anymore, right? It drops tier delay by a third now. Okay, then Platinum God doesn't have the right thing now. Okay. As +++ tier according to the community, yeah, it's not. It's a very strong item now because it actually is a net gain of damage. And it's a multiplier, and multipliers are always ridiculous. But it's not better than Cricket's Head or the Magic Mush, and it's not better than Proptosis or 2020, and it's not better than a Sag Dagger, and it's not better than Lung and Cricket's Head. I think we have it. It belongs here, I think. Alright, 4 hours, and we still have all of this to do. Are we halfway through yet? Did anyone count? Probably not. Okay, Judas's Shadow. Bam. You cannot see that. Not from my perspective, at least. Judas's Shadow goes right below Sacred Heart. It's a 2x damage multiplier. That's what it is. Everyone who's somewhat competent at the game just picks up Judas's Shadow and immediately murders themselves so they can get the 2x damage multiplier. Easy peasy. And even if you don't, it's going to be an extra life on top of that. And when you come back, you're going to have double damage. I'm at item 311 out of what? 716? We're nearing the halfway point. At 4 hours. Alright. Maggie's Bow is a health up, and it makes you take more hearts. Like, it makes you restore more health from picking up hearts, so it's probably just a high tier health up. Probably goes just below the less than 3. Holy Mantle is just S tier. Holy Mantle is S tier, no questions asked. Probably better than Brimstone too. That item is nuts. 1 free hit per room. 1 free hit per room. The only reason that Scapular isn't next to it either... Actually, I'm going to move Wafer up here too, fuck it. The only reason Scapular is down there, because Scapular has a condition bound to it. Scapular has a condition bound to it. It's not always online. When Scapular is online in the late game, it's essentially a Holy Mantle. But you got to get to that point. And Holy Mantle just does that all the time. It's easily one of the best items in the entire game. Holy Mantle is ridiculous. It's so good. Alright, Thunder Thighs is a stompy effect, just like Leo, except on top of it, it also lowers your speed, so... It's even worse than Leo. You're gonna go like here. Yeah, you're better than the poop. That's an Edmund Y. Because a lot of the time your magnetic tears actually make you run like way worse. It's actually worse than this too. It's an HP up though. Yeah, fuck it anyway. Magnetic tears suck. So they're just gonna go here. Cursed Eye is another interesting one because like on a surface level, Cursed Eye is actually pretty solid. The problem is the teleporting. The thing is, you somewhat have control over the teleporting of Cursed Eye, which offsets its downside. I kind of want to put that thing in, like, mid-C tier. I kind of want to put Cursed Eye in, like, mid-C tier. Maybe above Mom's Key and behind the Parasite. I like it. Black Candle negates it. I mean, that's pretty nice too, but like the point is, Cursed Eye only teleports you if you're in the middle of charging, right? If it's fully charged or completely empty, it doesn't teleport you. On some builds, you can also use Cursed Eye to teleport around. I've done that in speedruns multiple times. Like, if you have the health to do it, you can actually go really fast with this thing. But we're talking from a purely survival standpoint. And in that case, Cursed Eye does improve your build. And you do have, for the most part, control over whether it teleports you. So, yeah. Mysterious Liquid is, like, solid damage with the creep that it spawns, but not enough to really make it much better than a range up. So there's that. That's Gemini, which for some reason slipped in here instead of being with all the other astro signs. Gemini is okay. It's like consistent damage. I feel like it's on par with Virgo in terms of its usefulness. Maybe not quite as good as Virgo, but still pretty decent. Okay, Kane's Other Eye is just straight up trash, like able tier trash. Blue Baby's only friend has its niches, especially early in the run, but then falls off really, really fast. But this guy in like basement and early caves is actually pretty strong. So I'm gonna put him in like C tier. E tier, I mean. D tier? D tier. I'll put him in D tier because he's strong early on. Better than a range up. Alright. Samson's Ball and Chain is Guppy's Hairball and Dry Baby level of useful because it does literally the same thing. You put him in front of you and you watch the bosses in the end game as they cannot hit you anymore. Samson's Ball and Chain bubbly better at that than Dry Baby because it's pretty easy to set up. Mongo Baby is a high fire rate follower that I think copies your other followers, right? Either way, he just goes with these guys. Worse than Dry Baby doesn't do damage though. Yeah, but it also doesn't play a stupid 1 second long animation every once in a while. But sure, we're talking from a survival standpoint. Isaac's tears are just straight up garbo. Takes way too long to charge because you need to hit tears to charge it. And then it barely does anything. I think that item is worse than the poop actually. Okay, I have a deep personal love for Undefined. I also think it's still reasonably strong because it can get you to the error room. So I want to put it like just below the damage ups. I think it's good. Like the potential to get you into the cursor into the error room at a pretty high rate is pretty nice. The scissors are just bad. Breath of Life has potential, but I don't think there's any person in the world that ever like bothered to learn to use that efficiently, so Breath of Life has got to go in F tier as well. It's just too impractical to use, man. It's just too impractical to use. Well, he's still better than Able. And this guy. And that. Yeah, this is where it belongs. It's an Age Room item too, so I don't think that really matters in the equation here. Like, sure, that could be a Godhead instead, but speaking of which, wasn't Godhead coming up? Oh, there it is. Okay, I don't know why the Polaroid and the Negative are on here, but the Polaroid is like solid A tier, low A tier, whereas the Negative is just a damage up pretty much. Like, I don't know, here. Breath is Edmund Y easily. Breath doesn't make your run worse, so it goes into F tier. I feel like Ludovico technique makes you run worse in a lot of situations, so that might be an Edmund Y, but it's probably just F tier. Negative is so much better than it used to be. That's why I put it with all the damage ups, because that's exactly what it is right now. Ludo can be good. I mean, Blood Rights can be good, but how often are they realistically? I'm gonna put him here with the familiars, but I really don't think this item has too many uses. Soy milk! Okay, that's better. Alright, Godhead. I feel like this is one that might actually rub a bunch of people the wrong way, but I don't think Godhead in this patch is any much better than like low A tier. I kind of want to put it in high B tier. Like, I prefer Scythe over Godhead, honestly. If I put Godhead in A tier, I gotta pull the Scythe up. I'm okay with it. It's like... I think I'm happy like that. It's like... the aura not scaling with your damage stat anymore made this item so much worse, because the aura really doesn't do a whole lot anymore at this point. So this is really, at this point, Godhead is really just a glorified homing tier. Spelunker Helmet is better than Godhead. Yeah, it is! Like, this is just homing tiers. This is a spoon bender with some extras. It really is. Alright, Lazarus Rags is like... It's kind of a garbage tier respawn item. It's no 1-up mushroom, but it's certainly no... It's kind of an Ankh. I feel like it's on par with an Ankh, probably a bit better. Not Leaf better than Abel? I mean, is that a question? Okay, you know exactly where the mind goes. The mind goes with all the other mapping items, right at the top. The body goes with all the other health up items, right at the top. Behind the less than 3. And the soul... It's a pretty high tier defensive item. I want to put it like here. Yeah, sure. I feel that this list will make your community hate you here and there. I mean, that's the point of tier lists, right? Not Leaf can legit win runs. I mean, that's what I said earlier. That's why I put it in like, what, S-? I mean, Not Leaf. Almost every run has something that makes Not Leaf an instant win, so. Okay, Dead Onion. Dead Onion is actually pretty good. It's piercing. And you guys know my stance on piercing. I'm actually a big fan of piercing. And the Dead Onion does some stuff that other piercing items don't, like giving you fat ass tears. So I want to put it there. Okay, Broken Watch is, I want to say Edmund Y. I'm gonna say Edmund Y. It's like on the tame end of Edmund Y, but it's definitely Edmund Y because you just know when you pick that up that you're gonna go to Mega Satan and it's gonna speed up the fight. Like, it's just what it does. It's another one of those items that you just never pick up. So let's not pretend we do. Okay, Safety Pin is like, that's a black heart, right? And a bit of shot speed and range. I'm gonna put that with the other range ups, honestly. I feel like that's exactly what it is. It gives you 1 black heart, and that's like its most redeeming quality. Alright, Caffeine Pill is a speed up and a random pill, so that just goes with the other speed ups. Where are the other speed ups? There are the other speed ups. Torn Photo is another tears up. I really wish I had just like removed some of these items ahead of time because, again, these are exactly the same. Like, these are literally the same. Torn Photo and Toothpicks are literally the exact same item. Okay, Latchkey gives you 2 keys and a soul heart. The 2 keys are nice. I'm gonna put it next to the safety pin. That's just a bunch of bombs and a black heart. Probably goes like here. That's Synth Oil. Hey, are we at? Hey, we're at Afterbirth items. We're at the Afterbirth items, chat. Oh yeah, Latchkey's luck too. We are at the Afterbirth items, and my chair is getting more and more uncomfortable by the minute. That's a damage up. That's just +1 damage. Yeah, we're gonna see a lot of like repeats at this point. So this should be like here. Yeah. Okay, that's a health up. Can I not like double click these and remove them? No, that'd be too easy. Okay, Diplopia is one of those really, really high potential items that in reality doesn't really ever do anything. I feel like every time I pick up Diplopia, I just save it until the end of the run. Because it never does anything. Like, the best thing you're gonna get out of that is like another damage up. That's exactly where I'm gonna put it with the other damage ups. Because I feel like that's the only thing you consistently get out of that thing. Is like copying a damage up. Okay, that's the placebo, that's the pill mimic. Unfortunately, pills are still garbage. If you have a good pill, this thing can be good, so I think I want to put it in E tier, because it does have the potential to do something, but most of the time it just, you're not even going to pick it up. Okay, that's Keeper's item, has a 50% chance to give you a coin. Obviously, when you play that on Keeper, it's actually a very good item, but on any other character, it's just not. You don't want that thing. But it gives you coins, and coins are nice, so I think I'm gonna put it ahead of the familiars. And the Rune Mimic. Okay. I'm actually a really big fan of Toxic Shock. Immediately poisoning the entire room is such a strong effect. And I think I want to put that thing in high A tier. Kind of like alongside Piercing and stuff. Probably below Quad Shot and Krampus Head, but yeah, that's a very good item. Great, I'd like to put it in Order of Godhead. Wait, you have an even better item? Where's the Spelunker hat? We can move up the Godhead a few tiers. Godhead better than mapping? Probably. Is it better than flight? Probably too. Alright, you convinced me. It goes behind the orbitals. There we go. Oh yeah, right, of course, we gotta move the Spelunker hat alongside now. No. And number one better. I mean, we talked about it earlier. The problem with Godhead is that it's really just a glorified homing tier at this point. I probably underestimate the damage on the aura, but the fact that the aura doesn't scale with your damage anymore it just makes it so much worse. It makes it so much worse. Oh shit, I think I just touched my glasses. Oh, fuck off. I literally can't read chat from here out without my glasses. I can't read what you guys are saying, and the screen is like an arm's length away from me. Godhead is also an easy way to deal with the hordes of tiny enemies. That's true. I don't think I've ever seen someone take Fate over Godhead. Well, how many times did you have someone who had to choose between Fate and Godhead? Yeah, okay, you guys convinced me. I'm not gonna put Godhead higher than this though. Again, the aura isn't that great. It's nice clear for those small waves. Okay, that thing is trash, but I think it actually goes kind of with the bomb items, like on the lower tier of the bomb items, because you can use it like that, because the rocks that you shoot out actually act as bombs. I'm actually a big fan of Glass Cannon now that it's been changed. What it does now is it makes you fire those big balls at enemies that do piercing and a shitload of damage, but also when you get hit, you don't immediately drop down to half a heart, but instead you take 2 hearts of damage. And the thingy breaks for a while until it recharges. It's actually a pretty solid item. It's risk versus reward, which is very nice, which is kind of similar to the shovel when you use it to go fast. Although this isn't the tier list about going fast, so that's not the best measurement. But I kind of want to put that thing in like upper D tier. I'm going to put it at the top of D tier. Okay, Bomberman tiers lead to massive amounts of damage, but they are another bomb effect, and this one in particular is actually pretty prone to hitting you. I'm gonna put it with the bomb effects. I think it's better than the burning bombs, but nothing else. I disagree, I don't think Tammy's Head is good room clear. Not anymore. Thank you. Okay, Crackjacks, Trinket, and Health Up. Yay, another Health Up. Mom's Pearls, Range Up. That also gives you a heart. Great. Car battery is a big boy. Car battery is a big boy. Car battery goes ahead of the 9 volt. Using items twice is so big on so many items. It's like every battery is just bonkers on Isaac. I thought you would be done with this by the time I was back. Bro, this game has like 716 items. We still have all of these to rank. Look at that. There's an end in sight slowly, but... Why are there ending items like key pieces in this tier list? I don't know, ask the tier maker. But we rank them in E because they increase your Ranger Room chance. Okay, Lilith's box. I feel like this thing does not work on any character other than Lilith. Like, unless you base your entire run around it and you also have an incubus, it's just not that great. But it's okay for what it does. It's probably gonna go right with all the familiars because it's just as good as these guys. Key pieces can also be rerolled, but I think the big one is, since we're assuming, or at least I'm mostly assuming Eden, the big one for me is the higher Ranger Room chance. Alright, Dunce Cap is an Edmund Y. The question is just where do we place it? It's definitely worse than Soy Milk. Is it worse than Bob's Rotten Head? Probably. Probably worse than the Fly, worse than that. Probably worse than that too. I don't think it's worse than Magnetic Tears. Alright, that's a 1.5 times 1.5 points of damage up, so it's gonna go like here. I think it's better than Pentagram. I think the 0.5 damage is enough to make it better than the... No, it's not. Incubus is just straight up 2 times damage, so it's gonna go with the multipliers. Oops. Just let me place it between the ×2 and the ×1.5. Fate is probably just one of the higher tier followers. It copies your tiers and it's kind of cool, but... Or no, it's not called Fate. I forgot what this item is called, but... The Blue Baby Head just copies your tiers. Which puts him probably pretty high. Great reward, right? Which actually puts him a lot higher if he copies your tiers. I'm gonna put him with like the bomb effects, I think. Dry baby. That seems like a good comparison. Okay, that just drops. What does that drop again? We're at Afterbirth, right? I should pull up Afterbirth items. There's not even that many Afterbirth items. Little chest, a familiar chest that follows Isaac and has a 25% chance to drop a pickup after clearing a room. Include heart coins, bombs, key, pills, cards, runes, batteries, trinket. There's a 10% chance to spawn a trinket. That's not that great. I feel like that's even... That might be even worse than the bomb sack and the coin sack. Nah, it can drop you trinkets and shit. It can drop you with stuff. Where did I put the sacks? God, it's so hard to find my stuff in this tier list again. Mystery sack is up there. It's probably in about the same vicinity as the mystery sack. Okay. And the next one, this one is Sworn Protector. You can't see the yellow aura that it normally has around it down there because of the white background. If I pull it here, you can see it, right? Okay, Sworn Protector is the orbital that pulls in tears and then has a chance to drop soul hearts, or eternal hearts even. That guy just goes straight up to the top of the orbital list, right after Guardian Angel. Okay, what fly is that? God damn it, I need to look up more items in this thing. Oh yeah, Friend Zone is like the mid-tier fly between Distant Admiration and Forever Alone, so he just goes into the middle of that. And that one is Lost Fly. That's the one that goes around the... That's one that goes along the... What's it called? The wall. That fly is okay. This guy does massive damage. The problem is he just never hits. But I think I'm gonna put him behind the other flies because of the massive damage. And you have some enemies that go along the walls, so he can do stuff. Okay, that's just another bomb effect. So we gotta rank that with the other bomb effects. Split bombs are okay, but I feel like they barely actually hit enemies. So we're gonna put them at the back. That's sticky bombs. Sticky bombs are actually pretty high tier on the bomb effects because you can do some fun stuff with sticky bombs. Probably just below homing. Epiphoria we had in a run a few weeks back and it's okay. Like Epiphoria is fine. Because in a lot of boss fights you do end up just constantly firing in the same direction. I mean, I want to put it with the tier 8 ups, but I want to put it below like the 0.7 tier 8 up. I think I want to put it below the screw as well. And below chocolate milk, below that, below that. I have ranked holy water far too low. Yeah, here is good, but we're going to move holy water up. Holy crap, is holy water misplaced? Holy water is an A tier item. Why are there so doubtful items in A tier and really good items in B tier? Like what? All the damage ups in B tier? Because that's like 80% of what B tier is compromised of. It goes up here. Holy water is way better. What was I thinking? Holy water goes like here. Really not a big fan of Continuum. You can do a bunch of fun stuff with it, but you're really never like practically going to use Continuum. You're never gonna like practically use Continuum. It can do fun stuff, so it goes like here. Oh, my girlfriend is ringing the doorbell. She didn't bring a key again. I'm gonna place that like here. I'll be right back. Okay, I'm back. Let me think of Continuum again for a second because I got interrupted. I just set that down because I need to open the door. Continuum is just not good. Like, how often do you actually practically use Continuum? I guess you can use it to hit like spiders that are across the room sitting on the wall. So I'm gonna move it up a bit. Yeah, this is fine for me. Definitely not better or on the same level as any of these. Alright. Mr. Dolly for the fat tears up. I'm okay with putting that at the top of the tears ups. Like, it's just straight up better than Squeezy. Like, this thing has a really high chance of giving you soul hearts. Curse of the Tower! I kind of want to put that in Edmund Y, but I also don't. Like, Curse of the Tower has its moments, much like Anarchist Cookbook. Except you have more control over Anarchist Cookbook. Now I'm gonna put it in Edmund Y. But I'm gonna put it at, like, the top of Edmund Y. Because out of these items, I certainly would mind this one the least. Okay. That's Donkey Kong music, we don't want to hear that. Hold up, let me... There we go, that's better. Time that 9% of the time makes you run worse, but in the remaining 10% of the time it's amazing. What, Curse of the Tower? I'm not really sure Curse of the Tower is ever amazing.
Isaac alone in a
Curse of the Tower is only taken on blind floors, exactly.
Isaac kept to himself pictures and podcasts on the television.
That's good job.
Life was
Okay, the battery follower is actually probably one of the best ones, if not the best.
until the day
Is it better than Rotten Baby? I kind of want to put it next to Rotten Baby.
by sin be
It's like this
saved.
splash. Rotten Baby? Is he better? I mean, hold up. Let me skip the Isaac intro because the talking is actually really putting me off. There we go. I mean, the item recharges are really strong, and I valued the battery pretty high, so I think I should value the baby higher as well, like right there with the battery. Maybe a bit lower. Nah, this is fine here. That's a good item. Deadeye, that's a damage multiplier. We're putting that up there. I'm putting it at the... Wow, my voice is actually going. I'm putting it at the bottom of the damage multipliers because it's not consistent, unlike the others. What greater battery? Is it? I feel like the battery... This one is just really hard to rank. It doesn't give you that many charges compared to the thing. I want to keep it an A though. I'm going to keep it down here. I'm not happy with that. I'm going to circle back to that one. Oops. Shit, where did I drop it? No, I dropped my battery, chat. Oh, fuck, does anyone see my battery? Oh, there it is. Okay, I'm gonna circle back to that one. Okay, Holy Light is really good. Die da unten. Dauert noch ein bisschen. Dauert noch ein bisschen. Okay, Holy Light is a pretty good one. That definitely goes into A tier for me. Massive chance to have massive damage on your tiers is always really good. Scales with luck as well. It just one-shots the stuff a lot. Danke. Just one-shot stuff a lot. Do I like it better than Flight? I don't think I like it better than Flight. I don't think I like it better than Mapping either. We're gonna put it here. Hostad! I feel like Hostad is like everyone's best friend. Everyone loves that item. Every time you talk about him to Hostad, it's just like, oh yeah, old reliable. We're gonna put it at the bottom of A tier. Explosion immunity is always just very good. And he does a bit of passive damage. I'm gonna put him in B. I like him better down here. He's probably worse than the damage and the tears ups, to be honest. But better than the speed ups. Yeah, this is decent. Alright, Restock. I think Restock is an item that's very easily overvalued. This tier for speedrunning or casual runs. Chance of... How much they improve your likelihood of survival. So if you're doing streaking. I feel like this thing barely does anything, really. Like, first of all, you gotta find it as one of your first shop items, and then you somehow also need to find a lot of coins. And ever since shop items actually get more expensive as you buy them, it's even worse. I'm gonna put it in like low D tier, but I really don't think Restock is good anymore. Okay, I wanna rank the battery now. I don't think he's better than Rotten Baby. He just gives you... He freezes stuff too, though. I'm gonna put him next to Rotten Baby like I initially wanted. My first instinct told me to put him next to Rotten Baby. I'm gonna do it. What exactly does that do again? That was not good, right? Most spider enemies no longer target or deal contact damage to Isaac. This is very similar to Scatoli for spiders instead of flies. There's a lot less spider enemies than fly enemies, but I guess for consistency's sake, we can put it next to Scatoli. I'm gonna put it above Scatoli though, because it's way more common. Now, if only I knew where Scatoli was. Oh, there. And why Dart Bomb in bottom of F? Have you, like, ever played with Dart Bomb since Repentance came out? Like, we had a run yesterday where we picked Dart Bomb for 3 soul hearts on Basement 2, and he did not earn himself back in. He gave us 1 soul heart over the course of the entire run. He's just not good anymore. He got nerfed into the ground. Like, all he does is eat your red hearts these days. Okay, I like this thing a lot, but I feel like I overvalue it, so I'm gonna put it in, like, high C, bottom B tier. B tier is really crowded. Everything is really crowded, honestly. I'm gonna go bottom B. You can do a lot of fun stuff with that thing. Like, you know exactly that it places the bomb 3 seconds after you keep your fire button held. And then it does a bunch of AoE damage to everything in the room. It's a very good item if you know how to use it. This just gives you bigger tiers, which is okay. It also gives you, what's it called? spectral, basically. Like, it allows your tiers to travel over rocks. So I'm gonna put it next to Ouija board because it essentially does the Ouija board stuff better. Recently managed to get both Boss Rush and Hush on Magdalene thanks to getting Jello. Nice. I feel like this is an item that's like good in theory, but then you never ever take it anyway, because first of all, every time you find it, or most of the times you find it, it costs 15 cents. And then also it just means that your keys don't have any use anymore. I really feel like with how many resources most ISAC runs provide, you don't need to turn your key locks into coin locks. Like, I feel like this item is really not as useful as it might seem on a surface level. Probably not even better than a 1-up mushroom. Keys could be given to key bombs, yeah, but that's the thing. You're really unlikely to find those, and even then, you much rather would want to open golden chests, and you usually get enough keys for those too. Will there be more than one S plus item? Yes, there's one item in the game that's better than the knife. Okay, this thing is gonna go to the other tiers of items. It's gonna go above the other tiers of items because it's Eden's Blessing and it's fun. Like, from a pure stat standpoint, you know, it's basically a wire coat hanger, but... Okay, where are we at? Pokeball. This thing is just garbage. Like, it's a fun item, but like, you're never gonna spend the time catching something, releasing it again, and then it hits like 3 dudes and dies. It's just not, it's not a good item. Okay, what's that? Oh yeah, that's the one that makes your tears explode. That's even worse than the Pokeball, is it? Like, when on top of it being bad, it also costs 15 cents. Like, it's just trash. It's actually just trash. All right, little Gertie, aside from being super adorable, he's okay. Like, honestly, I just want to put him with the other familiars. He's probably better than Rainbow Baby, but not by a lot. Bumbo is interesting. We had a run with Bumbo yesterday, and he was actually quite okay. He's nice in the late game because he gives your coins a purpose, but at the same time, he's also kind of annoying because he throws bombs around and can potentially hit you. And the choice, well, but we try to factor in rarity. That's why the quarter is above the dollar, because, like, when was the last time in Repentance you found a dollar? I haven't found one since Repentance came out, and the game's been out for like a year. Bumbo can troll you really hard. Bumbo can also do some stuff. I'm gonna put him with the other familiars, probably worse than Little Steven and Rainbow Baby, and Harlequin Baby, and Devil Baby. And, no, he's fine here. I think he's fine here. Which item is better than Knife? You'll see. You'll see. You just gotta stay tuned. Okay, this is the one that rerolls rocks, and while that's fun and it's better than the one that rerolls bosses, it's still not great. Censor. Okay, I have a bit of a love-hate relationship with Censor, because when Censor was released, it was incredible. But then came Hush, and Delirium, and Ultra Greedier, and Mother, and the Beast, and Dogma, and they all made Censor worse. Like, it's so sad. It's so sad. Like, it is such an insanely good item until you get to a final fight and then it kills you. It's really sad, but like, unless you go to Isaac or the Lamb, it's just straight up bad. Like, it gets you there, no problem, and then you just have walls of tears with no holes in it coming at you. It's really sad. I'm gonna put it in, like, because it gets you to those fights, I'm gonna put it in like D tier. But it's really tragic because I used to love Censor. I thought it was one of the best items in the game. And then they just added one after another boss that it was just complete garbage against. Not just complete garbage, but like actively hurting you. Okay, I mean, I'm just gonna put that guy with Bomb Friend. Where did I put Bomb Friend? There. Yeah. He takes keys, so he's even worse because keys have value in the late game, but coins don't. Rune Bag is good. Like, out of the bags, the Rune Bag is probably the best boy. Rune Bag probably goes in like C tier. Where did I put the deck of cards? Where did I put the deck of cards? There. I want to put it with deck of cards because I feel like it's kind of similar. You know, you want to see a lot of cards, you want to see a lot of runes in your run. Without those bosses, I'd probably put it in A tier. Because like the aura of sensor is so huge and it makes tiers and enemies so abysmally slow, and because it's always right next to you too, it just does such a wonderful job at protecting you. That's like Sworn Seraphim, which is basically just a follower that does a lot of damage, so we're gonna put him next to the other followers. I've gotten a lot more respect for this item. Charm's gotten quite a bit better, I feel like. I don't even know why, but I feel like it's gotten better. And just charming everything and having all the enemies take care of each other after you get hit in a room is pretty nice. Like, basically gives you an out every time you get hit. Okay, I'm really not a big fan of Zodiac. I'm not a big fan of items that do random shit in general. But as you can see, some of the Zodiac signs are also legitimately awful. So the fact that this thing can just get me stuck on the Delirium floor or something with a Leo or a Taurus really puts it for me on the same level as Leo and Taurus. It's just not a good item. Okay, Serpent's Kiss gives you the occasional... It doesn't give you black hearts anymore, right? It used to give you black hearts like crazy, like you just hug everything to death. But it doesn't anymore. And now it's just like plain old poison damage on touch. So I think I'm just gonna put it next to like the Virus, which also gives you poison damage on touch, but it also gives you like a tears up. A speed up. So yeah. Marked. Okay, some people might actually like this item, but I hate it with a burning passion. It makes it so hard to aim at literally any enemy in a room with rocks. Like, any enemy that runs after you in a room like rocks is gonna be fucking impossible to hit. Like, it's actually just bad. I think this item is really bad, so we're gonna put it in like F tier. It doesn't... Actually, it might be Edmund Y. Marked actually makes your run worse, right? Yeah, we're gonna put it in Edmund Y. It's just a question of where in Edmund Y do we put it. Is it worse than Curse of the Tower? Probably. Is it worse than Stopwatch? Probably not. Yeah, I think this is where it goes. Alright, Tech X! Finally a big one again. The big five as we call it. I think out of these, Tech X is probably... Wait, what the fuck happened up there? Hold up, that's not right. Tech X is probably worse than Ipecac, better than the Fetuses. Also, for some reason, Epic Fetus slid behind Dr. Fetus, which shouldn't be. But yeah, I mean, this item is completely cracked. It's ridiculous. It is probably, if you pick that up early on, you probably just win the run. It's no knife, and it's no... It might be better than Ipecac. It's better than Ipecac. Oop. It's better than Ipecac. It's no knife, but it's still insane. It's nuts. Like, this item is so good. We might almost put it... No. We're gonna put it here, because if you find a knife, you can win a run with a base damage knife fairly reliably, but you can't win a run with a base damage Tech X fairly reliably. So yeah, I think this is the right one. I think knife just belongs in his own tier, together with the big mystery item that I haven't revealed yet. This item is incredibly fun, the one that lets you create portals that you can travel between on floors. It's incredibly fun. Unfortunately, its practical use is pretty limited. Like, I don't know. First of all, it's a shop item, so it's gonna cost you 15 to pick up. And then it just doesn't really do anything. It's probably worse than Dark Bomb, and that's saying a lot. It's probably not worse than Lost Contact, though. S plus tier, in my opinion, allows you to complete a game very fine without picking up any items at all. So this is knife Epic Fetus. I don't think Epic Fetus falls off hard late if you don't find damage with it. That's why I put it lower. Okay, Tractor Beam is actually really good. It's a tears up, and it changes the way you aim. I don't actually think aiming with Tractor Beam is any better or worse than aiming without Tractor Beam. But like, the point is it changes the way you aim, and it also starts funneling tier effects like triple shot and quad shot to make them absolutely busted. But this is just a really high tier up, basically. Shrink Shot is okay, one of the better tier effects. It's kind of like Fear Shot. Like, yes, you can stomp on stuff, but like, as soon as you shrink something, it's gonna start running away from you anyways. So like, stomping on stuff is not really practical. So it's kind of a Fear Shot. The problem is the other Fear Shots have other effects too. Like, this thing gives you damage in addition to fear. And what else was it? Mom's Perfume gives you tier rate cap break addition to fear. But like for all intents and purposes, I would say shrink is the same as fear, and fear is okay but not great. Did we F? We did, but we should be back now. Hey chat. Dropping frames again. I'm gonna wait this out. Ugh. I'm gonna wait it out until the frame drop stops. Sorry, but the connection is a bit shaky right now. The connection is incredibly shaky right now. Actually, I'm gonna wait until my connection stabilizes again before we keep going. So yeah, like I just said, I think shrink is not any better really than fear. And like especially the God's Flesh is just like a pure fear shot because it doesn't offer anything like Mom's Perfume. So I think it's gonna go into like D tier. Okay, D tier. Maw of the Void, actually funny, because that item actually got nerfed pretty hard in the transition to Repentance, but it's still absolutely one of the best items in the entire game. Maw of the Void is crazy, it's crazy good, it deals ridiculous amounts of damage. The only thing it doesn't anymore is provide you with an infinite supply of black hearts. But, I mean, it's still one of the best items in the game. I kind of want to put it in S tier. If it still dropped hearts, it would be S tier, but I think it's fine here, like just below all the damage multipliers. It's a very good item. Okay, Spear is okay. Would say like mid D tier. It doesn't make you run worse, it doesn't make it significantly better either. It's definitely better than Censor. I guess we're gonna put it in low C tier. Okay, I'm fine with that. Explosivo is what Firemind wishes it would be. Explosivo is actually an effect that makes your tears deal more damage and makes enemies burn without actually hurting you. It's not super good, but it's certainly better than most of this stuff here. So I'm gonna put it at the top of D tier maybe. Chaos is mostly fun. I mean, it's a meme. I think in greed mode it absolutely wins the run, and in regular runs it absolutely destroys your run. I don't really want to put it in Edmund Y because while it does make your run worse, it also has the ability to make your run better, but really this thing isn't gonna make it farther than mid F tier for me. Like, it's a fun item, right? It's something that despite you knowing it's bad, you're still gonna pick it up because it's fun. But you don't pick it up for its great effects, you just pick it up because it does stuff that are just funny to see. Okay, Spider Mod. If it were for Twitch chat, I would probably have to put Spider Mod in like A tier. But he's not A tier. Spider Mod is like E tier. Spider Mod is really not great. He shows you enemy health, which is just like completely inconsequential to anything that you do in the game. I kind of want to put him in F tier, but we're just gonna go E and it's fine. Farting Baby is a lot better than you think. Farting Baby is a lot better than you think, mainly because he blocks tears. So he goes with like the Samson's Ball and Chain and other tier blockers, such as Guppy's Hairball in the same vicinity, because that's what you use him for when you have him, right? To block stuff. I think he goes below all the other stuff though. Okay, GB Bug got buffed in Repentance, but it's still really not great. It's actually, I want to say this is an Edmund Y now, because it used to float around the room and if it hit an enemy it would apply like a random status to it. But now if you hurl it into an enemy, it actually is going to reroll the enemy, much like the D10 does. And that's bad. Like, that's actually bad, because most of the time the enemies are going to get worse when you hurl that thing into. So I'm going to put it just below that dice. Okay, that one rerolls your stats. That's a D8. Rerolls your stats. It's not a good dice, not a bad dice. Honestly, it's better than these two, but not by much. So I'm going to put it a bit higher in F tier. I'm gonna put it at the bottom of E tier, just above the key pieces. No, the D8 can't the D8 reroll items? When used, the D8 rerolls all of your stats, will only affect your damage, tears, range, and speed stats. Each stat is given a multiplier that applies after all other adjustments. Yeah. Oh, GB Bug? Wait, GB Bug can reroll items? Hold up. If that's true, that changes stuff. Oh, consumables. Yeah, okay, that's not that strong, I feel like. It only has a chance too, so you'd probably just stand there and keep hurling it at it. No. This one is a solid B tier item. This probably goes far up on the B tier item. Because it's a buff, and it can, like, give you any buff that you can get in this tier, but better. Like, the +4 damage and the fat tier delay are so good on Purity. It obviously has the downside, and that's why it stays in B tier. It has the downside that if you get hit, your buff gets rerolled, and that's kind of bad, but like the buffs it gives you are so good. Even the speed buff is solid. Athame for me goes in like mid E tier. Like what it does is great, but the fact that you have to get hit for it kind of sucks. Empty Vessel goes right up there with the fly items for me. Empty Vessel is probably the best of them all because it is bound to a condition, yes, but it's a condition that in most runs you want to fulfill anyway, of being on only soul hearts. So, and the fact that it gives you periodically that shield is just so good. Okay, that's Deadeye, right? I don't know what that item is called, but like it makes you fire those eyes that keep firing alongside you. It's really not great. It's not terrible. It deals a bit of damage whenever it comes out, but honestly, this is no better than like a high D tier, low C tier item. Oh no.
63636363636363636.
I'm sorry, I'm skipping that because I can't keep talking while this goes on, and I've been streaming for 5 hours now and I still have all these items to rank. Please forgive me, Feisty. Next time you come around here, you can have me replay that alert, okay? When we're not doing a tier list. Alright, that's Lusty Blood, which gives you damage up for the room whenever you kill an enemy. It's basically old Bloody Lust from old Isaac. It's not a terrible item, it's not a great item. This game added a lot more summons. Like, a lot of the endgame bosses are gonna summon stuff, so it's gonna give you damage in the endgame fights, which puts it into B tier for me. It's not a fantastic damage up, but it is a damage up. So it's gonna get put with the other damage ups. Is this thing better than Capricorn and the other alt stats ups? I don't think so. Here we go. Cambion Conception is okay. If you find it early, it's great. If you find it late, it probably doesn't do anything. Lilith starts with it and it works because she has it from the get-go and it's gonna go off, and then she has the box to go with it too. Most of the time when you run this thing, you're not gonna have the box. I'm gonna put it right next to the box, but I really don't think this is good on any character other than Lilith. Immaculate Conception is way worse because the pool this thing pulls from is so much worse than this thing. So I'm gonna put it in like low E tier. Lusty Blood Green mode is hot. Alright, more options. This is the one for item rooms. I think I'm gonna put that right with the nah, it's not B tier. It's not high B tier. It's like low B tier. More options is always good for items. Nah, I'm gonna put it here. I like it next to that. More options for items is always nice. Crown of Light is nice. It's just double damage as long as you're at full red health. When you have the thing, you're gonna do your damnedest to stay at full red health too. It's just a 2 times damage multiplier. Probably worse than Judas' Shadow. Probably a good fit here. Deep Pockets! Wait. Arena Afterbirth Plus? No. No, Mega Satan is the last Afterbirth item. Mega Satan hit. We're nearing the end of Afterbirth. Okay, Deep Pockets. Honestly, it makes you find more coins, which is good. So I'm gonna put it in like mid C tier. But like, the ability to hold 999 coins might as well just not be here because it's just completely worthless. Like, unless you have money equals power, I guess. It's just, it doesn't change anything to have the ability to carry 999 coins. Okay, this guy goes easily into A tier. Easily into A tier. Fruitcake is actually pretty good too. I underestimated that item, but every time... Oh no, wait, Fruitcake. That's not the one. No. I was thinking about Play-Doh Cookie. No, Fruitcake isn't great. Fruitcake is weird AF. Gives your tiers random effects. And a lot of them are really bad. I'm gonna put it like next to Libra. I'm gonna put it next to the Anarchist Cookbook. Golden Teleporter is like... It's just so much worse than the Teleporter. Like, sure, it teleports you to special rooms, but you also just can't pop it as much. Is it really worse than the Teleporter? It's like equally good. Maybe a bit better. Where'd I put the Teleporter? Where did I put? Oh, there. Okay. Yeah, I guess it's slightly better. Can you still use that thing to get into the error room? I'm not sure. But I guess going to the special rooms is fine. It's kind of akin to having a compass. Except, like, you don't have a compass and it just does whatever the hell it wants. I'm not a big fan of the powder. Like, sure, you can use that to deal damage, but most of the time you just won't. Better than the poop, I guess. Better than that. Not better than that. Love Toots is, like, it just goes with the other beans. Like, it's a bit better than that bean, I guess, but not really. This thing can do some fun stuff, but most of the time I just don't have the patience to do it. Resetting a room is nice, like, once you fuck up really hard. The problem is there's just not too many practical uses of it, because most of the time you'd rather have a space use item that protects you in another way. I'm a big fan of the Circle of Protection. Really big fan of the Circle of Protection, actually. That's a really solid defensive item. I think I'm gonna put that, like, below the health ups. Yeah, this seems fine. This seems very fine. Sackhead is very good. It's also one that depends kind of on when you get it, and also it got nerfed into the ground, like even back in the Afterbirth days already. Is the problem with Sackhead, like it doesn't actually bathe you in sacks anymore the way it did. But it's definitely better than all these other sack type items. Under the bomb effects, that seems reasonable. Okay, Nightlight has the exact same problem as Sensor. I used to love Nightlight, but now that there's more enemies in the game that actually just completely shred you when you slow down their tiers, it just goes right next to the Sensor. Before that, it was actually really good. It slowed down tiers, it slowed down enemies, it protected you really nicely. Not anymore. Okay, that's the Stalker Fly, which is good against enemies that chase you, and that's kind of about it. Kind of about it. Where's the Creep Baby? Because it pretty much fulfills the exact same role. Is that not on there with the other babies? No? Where did I put the Headless Baby? Anyone remember where I put Headless Baby? E tier. Oh, there. Okay. We're gonna put it behind the baby. We're gonna put it ahead of the baby. He does more damage at least. Okay, TNT barrel thingy goes with all the infinite use. Or with all the recharge bomb items, of course. Because that's exactly what it is. A recharge bomb item. Okay, PJs. PJs is a full heal and 4 soul hearts, which is pretty comparable to a health up in my opinion. I mean, 4 soul hearts is very solid. And the full heal is nice too. I'm gonna put it with the health ups under the super bandage. Okay, Head of Keeper is nice, but also ridiculously rare. When you find it, it's really good. It bathes you in coins, basically. You're gonna feel like Scrooge McDuck, but till it does. I want to put it in, like, high C tier. It's definitely not as good as the Rotten Baby. Probably here. Okay, Grandpa Fly is just... Grandpa Fly wishes he was good, but he's not. He's old. He's old, he just doesn't bring it anymore. He doesn't have game. This guy is okay. Okay at best, but I want to put him in D tier. Like, the doubling is fine. You can set him up somewhat reasonably well. I'm gonna put him at the top of all the other familiars. I'm gonna put him ahead of all the rest. Okay. That's a bomb effect. We're just gonna rank that with the other bomb effects. Glitter bombs I'm not a huge fan of. They're better than split bombs, I guess. My Shadow is just god-awful. That item is terrible. My Shadow is absolutely horrendous. Okay, the Fly Jar is actually okay. There's better use items than it, unfortunately, so it's probably just gonna go into D tier again. I feel like most of these use items just have the problem that there's better use items, so they all just end up in D tier. But like, the Jar of Flies can actually give you some pretty good burst damage for boss fights and stuff. I want to put it further up. I want to put it like here. Okay. Little Loki is just another follower because we haven't had enough of those yet. Maybe like here. That seems fine. Okay. Milk is another interesting one in my opinion, because milk is one of those items that I genuinely really like. After you get hit in a room, the milk gets spilled, and for the rest of the room, you actually get a massive tier rate up that breaks the tier cap. And breaking the tier cap is always nice. I kind of think of that thing as a tier rate up for the clutch fights, Of course you need to take damage to get it, so I can't put it with the other tiers ups, but I'm gonna put it like below the health ups. And I think that's pretty fitting. Okay, which dice is that? I forgot. D7. When used, the D7 will restart the current room and bring back all enemies once again. Oh yeah, it allows you to restart the room. That's okay, honestly. Actually pretty solid. Maybe like high C tier there. Okay, Binky is just your plain old tears up with a heart. Hydrate. Okay, let me finish the afterbirth items, and then I'm gonna go get something new to drink. The trinket box is okay, doubles trinket effects, which is kind of the big one. Problem is you need a good trinket, but like mid C tier seems reasonable. Big fan of kidney stones in Isaac. So I'm gonna put it at the top of like the damage items, maybe below quad shot and stuff, but like kidney stones does a lot of good stuff. And then is the Mega Satan head, which is actually just bonkers. When you get it, it's really rare and hard to use. Well, it's not hard to use, but it's really rare. It almost never shows up, but when it does, it's solid. But like here, just above the mapping. Okay, quick break. Hey, we're getting closer to the end. Quick break, and then we're gonna pick this back up. I'll be right back. Alright, chat, the last leg. Quick post your favorite I think chat activity has dried down quite a bit. Anyone still here? Everyone fatigued? Everyone got tier list fatigue? Because it's slowly setting in with me, but we're gonna power through the rest. As best as we can. Okay. Dark Princess Crown gives you a pretty big fat ass stat up when you're at exactly 1 red heart. It's okay, but with health ups having more value, it's kind of hard to actually get its value out of it. When it does, it's really good, but most of the time it just doesn't, so we're gonna go like mid C tier. I'm actually a big fan of that. Bleeding is a pretty strong effect, so these tier changers are nice. It's probably not like Holy Light good, but maybe like solid C tier. Lead Pencil, you guys know I'm a huge fan of. I basically see this thing as a massive tier rate up with some insane burst damage that you can set up. So I think I want to put it like high in B tier. High up in B tier. Probably worse than Piercing and probably better than Quad Shot. Yeah, I like it better than Quad Shot. Okay, the Houndstooth is mostly a damage up, but it also shows you where secrets are, like trapdoors and also secret rooms and super secret rooms, and that's pretty nice because, you know, I love information, so we're gonna put this bad boy with the Spelunker's hat, which is, by the way, not better than Godhead Misachiever. Where is the Spelunker hat? There. Yeah, it does basically the same thing as Spelunker's hat, or at least very similar, and also a bit extra. Not a big fan of that thing. Like, while you're firing, it gives you that poisonous aura that damages stuff, and it's okay to keep smaller enemies away from you. Like, it's useful for that, and that makes it low D tier for me, but it's not great. At least Spelunker is still better than Death's Touch. I mean, I still stand by that. Do I? Okay, fine. It's definitely better than these, though. Okay, I don't even know what that is. What is that bean? We're at AB plus now, right? Afterbirth plus. Which bean even is that? Linger bean. When firing tears constantly for 7.5 seconds, you spawn a poop cloud. Oh, this one. Yeah, that was kind of garbage. I mean, it does stuff, but like, not a lot. What does Glass Shard do again? I only remember it killing me once and never picked it up since. Upon taking damage, this item gives a 25% chance to drop a full red heart. Also an additional 10% chance to gain the anemic effect for the room. Really? Is that correct? That doesn't seem right. Oh, it's different in Repentance. Oh. Upon taking damage, Isaac starts to bleed, leaving a trail of blood and spraying blood tears everywhere, which deal damage to nearby enemies. While bleeding, Isaac takes damage every 30 seconds. The blood sprays in the direction you are currently firing, or just randomly near Isaac if not shooting your tears. The blood spray scales with your current tier damage and any further damage increases. This effect lasts until you pick up a red heart. Upon taking damage, this item gives you 25% chance to drop a red heart. Repentance, the entire item has been reworked. Oh yeah, okay, that's really bad. Like, that actually makes your run actively worse. That's actually an Edmund Y. And I feel like it's worse than most of these. Probably like here. Wow, that's bad. Okay, this thing is like +1 luck and a chance to block tiers, which is always nice. Always like a good tier blocking. What does that do again? Eye of Greed, every 20th tier fire will also fire a golden coin at the same time. Oh yeah, right, this one. This one's solid. It's kind of like Greedhead. Except maybe like a bit worse. What will I play after this week? Nobody knows. Probably a bit of Super Auto Pets. I've gotten hooked on that game recently. Tarot Cloth is nice. Tarot cards having double effectiveness is really good, and being able to carry another one is also very good. Definitely gonna put that thing in the B tier. Probably above the health ups and the respawns, but below the damage ups. Actually, we can put it above the weaker damage ups. Or a community chosen game. We're gonna do the vote after this week. Yeah, I'm gonna finalize that either today or tomorrow. Probably tomorrow, because I'm probably gonna be streaming for another 2 hours. I'm okay with this item. Like, it fires a halo of tears every time you get hit, and that deals a solid amount of damage, but it's not like a great item. It's probably just like barely better than a range up. That's Compound Fracture, right? The bloody one is the one that makes your tears split, right? Compound Fracture turns your tears into bones. Yeah, that one's very good. That's like Cricket's Cricket's body level of tear rate, or a Cricket's body level of usefulness. It goes somewhere like that down here. Probably above the flight, probably below the flight. And the Satan head. Okay, that thing gives you more trinket space and drops the trinket on the ground. I mean, that's not great. Where's the starter deck? I feel like that's on par with the starter deck. Trinket space is nice. Why is Fireman Edmund Y tier? Because it makes your run worse. I'm gonna put it next to the starter deck. That makes sense to me. Alright, that's Dad's Lost Coin, which is essentially 1 coin and a luck up. Luck is okay, but I mean, it's a fucking coin, dude. It's actually just a luck up. I put it like here. That's a health up. We definitely have seen enough of those today. That's also a health up, and also it gives you like eggs, right? +1 soul heart each time you take damage from any source. Conet has a 20. Oh no, that's the one that prevents damage at 20%. That's a nice defensive item. I'm gonna put that with the health ups. There we go. That one also lets you carry more trinkets, right? I'm a bit shaky on this one because I never played, or I skipped over Afterbirth Plus. Draws 1 random trinket on pickup, gives you an extra trinket slot. Wait, then what did the other do? Isaac. Oh, the other one is 2 cards and runes. Okay. I mean, that also goes there, and this thing goes right next to it then. Probably like here. Yeah. Okay, I love Booger Tears. Booger Tears are a really, really nice tier changer. They do so much damage. They're so good at clearing enemies. Booger Tears are just fantastic. Probably going somewhere up there. That one thing's trash. That's the one that just flies around and hits enemies, and yeah, Glaucoma adds a chance to shoot a concussive tier. Yeah, that's... Concussive tiers aren't even that great. What does that do? I really don't know these repentance items. This item gives you a chance that instead of firing tears, will fire an egg sac, which slows enemies and hit and drops a pool of white slowing creep. If pursued shot successfully hits an enemy, a blue friendly fly or spider is spawned. Okay. I'm gonna put that here. That's Evil Eye. Or Dead Eye, whatever it's called. Some eye. It's the one that gives you piercing, and every tear that travels through an enemy is gonna do double damage and home. That's an A tier item. That's an incredibly, incredibly good item. That's better than Godhead. That is definitely better than Godhead and the gun and all that defensive stuff. Yeah, that definitely goes here. Okay, big fan of acidic tears because acidic tears at 462 now. Really? That's not 300 items that's left. There might actually be stuff that's not on here. Like, I'm not raiding trinkets. For example, the trinkets aren't on here. Acidic tears are fine because you can actually get item rooms for free and shit. You can get, not item rooms, you can get secret rooms and shit for free with that and destroy rocks and mushrooms, so that's pretty decent. I'll go put that next to the free bomb items because that's how you use it most of the time. Glyph of Balance makes you supposedly find the stuff you need. Like if you're low on bombs, it's gonna make champions more likely to drop bombs, and if you lack health, it's gonna make champions more likely to drop health. In theory, that is nice, and in practice, that actually does work pretty well. I think Glyph of Balance is like mid-C tier. Like, this thing actually does what it's supposed to do incredibly well. Okay, Analog Stick lets you fire in 360 different directions. Assuming you play with a controller. When you don't play with a controller, like me, you can fire in 8 different directions. It also gives you tears up, which is like the big part about it. So that's exactly where I'm gonna put it, with the tears up. It breaks the tier cap too, so it goes above these. Parasitoid is the same tier as Infection too. Okay, I'm okay with this item, but it's not super good. Like, the first enemy you kill, each room explodes into a cloud of poison and poisons nearby enemies, and the enemies hit by that are also gonna explode and poison more stuff. It's an okay item. Like, it gives you some pretty good mob clear. Like, these rooms with a lot of little mobs, it's really, really good against. Which is why I'm probably gonna put it down here. Here. It's better than range ups. Yeah, this is fine. There we go. The finger! I'm a big fan of the finger. Finger is just gonna point in whatever direction you fire it and damage everything it points at. It's a really nice stream of additional consistent damage. It's kind of like followers. Like, it's better than the followers because the damage is much more consistent, but I really like this item. Okay, my shadow is absolute ass. Or whatever this guy's called. What is this guy called? I just know he's ass. Shade. Big fan of the finger. That's depression, and it follows you and leaves a creep trail and makes enemies sad. But it's not very good, unfortunately. The creep trail like slows enemies down, I think. Damages enemies for 2 damage per tick. And enemies have a chance of activating the Crack the Sky effect and get hit by that, but that's apparently really low. Okay, Little Hush's ass. He just flies around and stops moving and damages everything that it touches when you fire. It's really not great. That's Little Monstro. Little Monstro is a good boy. Respect the Little Monstro. I actually want to put him higher. He's a good familiar. He goes up there with the Rotten Baby. He's a good boy. King Baby sucks. I feel like most of the time you don't want King Baby. He just flies around the room and all your familiars follow him instead of following you. I feel like that might be an Edmund Y, because you want your familiars to follow you most of the time. Yeah, I think that's an Edmund Y. That's like a really high tier Edmund Y. Like, it's like an Edmund Y, but it is an Edmund Y. That's Big Chub, right? Big Chub. Okay, Big Chub is solid. Big Chub is better than Little Chub, actually. Where'd I put Little Chub? I'm gonna put him next to Little Chub. He's just like a straight upgrade. Okay, that's just a broken glass cannon, right? Like, why is that here? I'm just gonna put that next to the glass cannon, but I feel like that shouldn't be on there. Okay, Plan C is like that hilariously situational item that most of the time just doesn't do anything. I'm gonna put it in F tier, but I'm gonna put it at the bottom of E tier because it has its uses. But like, I'm fully aware that most of the time that item just murders you. The way Plan C works is it does ridiculous amounts of damage to every enemy in the room. Like, it basically one-shots every enemy in the room, including Delirium. And then 3 seconds after you die. So if like a chest spawns and you can collect the chest within 3 seconds and win the run, it's fine. But since the Delirium animation also takes longer than 3 seconds, you can't kill him that way. Okay, the D1 is very good. Or D2, whatever. Doubles a random consumable on the floor. I think this is the second best dice in the game, so I'm gonna put it next to the D6. Very good item. Void is an okay item, but not great. I'm a big fan of that item on a Polygon, but it feels like outside of a Polygon, you just never want to take that with you. Basically allows you to consume pedestal items, and like, it gains the properties of every space use item consumed that way. And it also gives you random stats ups for every passive item consumed that way. So it allows you to turn bad passives into a random stat up that might be good. I mean, it's a solid item. Probably high B tier. Low A tier? Probably low A tier. Not a big fan of the pause button. It makes all the enemies in the room stop until you fire again. I mean, it has its uses, but it's not great. I'm not a fan of Smelter, unlike seemingly most of the ISAC community too. Like, it gulps your trinkets, so it becomes a permanent stat up, but that just Like, you always pay 15 cents for this thing, or at the very least 7. And the chances of finding 2 good trinkets on one run are just so slim that I feel like this thing rarely ever does anything. Compost is really not great either. It turns pickups on the ground into flies, blue flies, but like that's just not desirable. It's better than Able, I guess. I mean, Smelter is cool, so is Compost, but okay, I'm not really sure what that pickaxe does. When used, this item will distort all the sprites and music, rotating graphics 90 degrees and translating them diagonally up/left while leaving the hitbox in the same place. This can make it confusing while navigating the room. Enemy hitboxes remain the same. Data miner will randomly increase or decrease one of your stats by a small amount when used. When you use gives you the fruitcake effect for the room. Oh, that seems terrible. That just makes your run worse when you use it, right? See ya. Clicker is okay. I mean, it changes your character to something random. Some random character, and that's nice. Like you can roll for a better character if you want to. I feel like that barely has any practical use, but it's kind of nice for achievement hunting, so yeah. Mama Mega is very good. I'm gonna put her like here, next to the mapping. It's in the Edmund Y tier, but we know why Edmund waited. That's I can't believe it's not Butterbean, right? Upon use, this item will fart, pushing enemies away and causing a wave of rocks to spawn that spread outwards. I mean, that's just like a bomb use, a limited time bomb use, like the Mega Beam. So we're gonna put it here. Crooked Penny has a 50% chance to either double all the pickups in the room or consume them. Let me check if it's really 50. 50% chance, yeah. If it fails, all pickups and items are deleted and Crooked Penny spawns 1 coin. If there's no consumables on the floor, Crooked Penny spawns 1 coin. That's actually really nice. I mean, it's a gamble item. I don't know. I'm gonna put it like mid-E tier because it has its uses, especially since you get a coin if you use it in an empty room. That's okay. Doll Razor is the one that just hits you and does nothing, right? Upon hurts Isaac without actually taking health away, allowing you to activate any items which trigger when taking damage. Oh, I see. I mean, that's an incredibly niche item that almost never is gonna do anything. So I'm just gonna put it high in F tier, I guess. Okay, I'm a big fan of the meat slicer, or meat peeler, whatever it's called, potato peeler. Because it gives you meat cubes, and meat cubes are great. Like, this item is pretty abusable to get a shitload of meat cubes, so I'm gonna put it up there with the meat cubes. AB Plus had some bad items, sure did. What does a metronome do again? Jesus Christ, most of these items are so bad I don't even know what they do. When used, this item gives you the effect of a random item for the rest of the room. Oh yeah, right. I mean, if I put Dead Sea Scrolls in the Edmund Y, I gotta put the metronome in the Edmund Y as well, right? Okay, the Definity lets you use a D6, a dice item of your choice, so it just goes at the top of S-. Is that Star of Bethlehem? Oh, Eden's Soul. Eden's Soul is okay. I mean, it spawns 2 random items. It goes into low A tier, I think. It's definitely better than Spelunker's Hat. It takes so long to charge up. Okay, next up is the Pill Baby. The Pill Baby sucks because pills suck. Navi is okay. It's kind of like a worse version of the Dog Tooth because it shows you secrets, but it doesn't give you the damage up the Dog Tooth gives you. But it definitely goes like into high C tier because more information is nice. Okay, Adrenaline gives you damage for every empty red heart, right? Ice against damage up and its body increases in size. Only works on full hearts. Damage does not change if Isaac is missing a half of a heart in one container. Adrenaline now grants an increasingly higher damage bonus the more empty heart containers Isaac has. Oh, I see. That's actually solid. I mean, it gives you damage for empty hearts. It's okay. It's a damage up. It's gonna go with the damage ups. But it's probably gonna be... I'm probably gonna consider it a lower tier damage up. Like, probably worse than money equals power. Okay, Jacob's Ladder is absolutely one of the best items in the entire game. Probably not S tier, but definitely S-. Is it better than the damage multipliers? Definitely not. I like it here. I think it's better than Sack Dagger because it's much safer. Ghost Pepper is also absolutely one of the best items in the game. That probably goes into low S minus. Yeah, that's more like mid S minus, but yeah. Ghost Pepper is amazing. Euthanasia is nice. I'm a fan of that item too. But I don't think I can really justify putting it anywhere other than like mid C tier. Like when it goes off it feels nice because it pretty much shoots an insta-kill tier. But yeah. Camo Undies is interesting because in Repentance it got buffed to actually have the first shot after you come out of your invincibility do more damage. So it's a bit of burst damage, which is always good. But I still don't think I can really justify putting this item anywhere other than D tier. Like it does burst damage just like this one to the first enemy you attack. Duality is interesting. Interesting to rank too because it makes it so you always find a devil and an angel room when the room spawns. Which means you can always take the one you want, which is a really nice utility item. Although as of Repentance you have a much easier time controlling which one you actually get. But it still means that you can switch in between as well, and you can also take Devil Deal items and still get Angel Rooms. So it's got a rank pretty high in C tier. Put it above the bomb effects. Eucharist is just an Angel Room Godhead, right? Goathead, right? So we're gonna put that next to Goathead. Probably worse than Goathead because you can only get it on Caves 1 as opposed to Goathead, which is first available on Basement 2 fairly consistently. Is that the spending power item? I forgot. Give sack. Oh, that's Sack of Sacks. I mean, Sack of Sacks is probably like the same strength as Sackhead, I would say. Where'd I put Sackhead? It's probably a bit better than Sackhead. Anyone see Sackhead? It's actually fascinating how many bad items AV Plus added. It's crazy. Mid-C. Oh yeah, there. Yeah, I'm gonna put it above Sackhead though. It probably gives more. Reads Gullet, money equals health. Oh yeah, this is the one that gives you another health container for every 25 coins. I feel like that item you use like barely ever. It's really good on Greed, on the two Greed characters, Keeper. But that's just about it. Like, it's incredibly niche. And even when you have it as any other character as the two Greeds, you're not really gonna make a conscious effort to like save your coins just so you can get more health. So we're gonna put it in like lower E tier. Okay, large zit gives you the occasional creep shot, which is really not great. Jesus Christ. Okay, that's Little Horn, right? That's the insta-kill tier. 5% chance to fire a void tier. Yeah, the insta-kill tiers are very good. I'm gonna put that in high B tier. Maybe low A tier. I'm gonna put it in low A tier. Even if it's only 5%, it's still really, really strong when it goes off, and it deals hella damage to bosses too. But yeah. What the hell is that? Brown Nugget. When used, this item will spawn a fly turret that doesn't move and fire tears at nearby enemies. Brown Nugget flies now have faster shot speed and their damage has been increased. Oh, I see. That thing's kinda garbage. Okay, PokeGo gives you, at the start of each new hostile room, you have a 20% chance to gain a random charm familiar. It also plays like a text box every time you do that, which is incredibly annoying, but most of the time the charmed enemies aren't even that great. It's still gonna go in high E tier, probably below all the familiars, because it can give you Brimstone familiars, which are really, really good in the early game, but that's just about the extent of that item. Okay, I'm actually a big fan of Backstabber. Hitting enemies from behind makes you deal double damage and it applies bleed. It's probably a mid-tier. Probably a mid-tier C item. So that's pretty nice. Sharp Straw deals global damage. Equal to Isaac's current tier damage plus 10% of the enemy's max health. What's that? Every time this item deals damage, it has a 15% chance to drop half a red heart. Sharp Straw is now only able to generate half red hearts, previously generate half soul hearts if the player had no heart containers. Oh, I see. It can't generate heart containers anymore, but it's still okay. Like, 10% of the enemy health is actually some pretty decent chip damage. I'm gonna put it in low D tier. Probably better than Piercing. Spectral, sorry. Razor also applies bleed. This orbital doesn't block shots though, unfortunately, which makes it way worse. This guy blocks shots, right? An eye orbital that shoots tiers that deal 3.5 damage. Now blocks enemy shots, has increased shot speed and rate of fire, and only shoots when only shoots when lined up with enemies. So it's actually an orbital that blocks shots, which immediately makes it A tier. This thing is not better than Godhead, is it? It blocks shots. If these are better than Godhead, then so is this. Little Delirium. I really hate Little Delirium. Like, he does random stuff, and random stuff is unpredictable, and unpredictable stuff typically gets you hit. He can also turn into a little ward that produces exploding flies that can hit you. Yes, in Repentance they're much less likely to hit you, because the explosion radius has been made smaller, but overall I still don't like when my stuff does random stuff. And Angry Fly goes with the other familiars. It's really nothing that stands out or anything. That's Delirious, not Little Delirium. When used, enemy spawns a charmed random white delirium version of a boss that will fight for you. Oh, that's not much better. It's a boss though. Those can hit you too though. They fire a lot of exploding shit too. But I guess we can put him up a bit. It's definitely better than the familiars. Alright. That's the black hole thing. The black hole thing is actually pretty good. Like, the effect is actually very good. It sucks in tiers, it sucks in enemies. Nothing can reach you while that thing is active. It's incredibly good in greed mode. For regular survival, I would probably put it somewhere in, like, low C. Bozo is just Bozo. It's not great, it's not terrible. It gives you 0.1 damage up. Also has a chance to spawn rainbow poops every time you get hit, which can be incredibly useful. But overall, I would just put it to, like, low E tier. It doesn't do anything that stands out. Heyo, we're back, chat. We good? What was the last thing that picked up before I crashed? Bozo. Okay. Okay, let's keep going here. Present is actually pretty flexible, but it's weird because you usually buy it from a shop. So you spend 15 cents to get an item later. And then sometimes you even just get the poop out of it. I don't know, I'm gonna put it in like mid-C tier. Because you can take it to a devil deal or an angel room and you can usually get a good item from it, but it can also just completely shoot you in the foot and you wasted 15 cents. This thing has incredible scaling potential, but most of the time it's just rather lackluster, so it's just gonna go in top D tier. This is just another bomb effect, lets you place bombs faster. I don't think this thing is particularly good, to be honest. Because most of the time you don't want to place bombs fast because they're just going to kick each other away. So for me it's like bottom of the barrel for bomb effects. Big fan of that thing. Gives you a random familiar every floor, and those familiars are typically pretty good. So I think I want to put him with the other good familiars. Probably better than Little Monstro, worse than Rotten Baby. Okay, that's Little Delirium. And that guy is gonna go where I put Delirious earlier. That's Jumper Cables is what it's called, right? It's the one that makes you charge your space use item from hitting enemies. 1 bar of charge on your active item for every 15 enemies you kill. I mean, that's very good. That's like battery tier of strength. Jumper Cables, anything that recharges your use item faster is just incredible. So that's gonna go straight with the batteries. Oh, did we have a slideshow again? Okay, my bad. Can I make the list wider? Nope. Okay, Coupon is okay. It makes a random item in shops cost nothing, which can be used in devil deals, which makes it better, but usually you're not going to be spending money on that item, so I'm going to put it in like mid D tier. Probably worse than these. This thing sucks, but I forget what it does. An active item causes all enemy tiers to be held in place and then thrown back away from Isaac for a period of 3 seconds. Oh yeah, right, that's not that terrible. It's actually a solid defensive item. But it's a use item, so you're probably gonna find better stuff. I'll put that like here. Okay, moving box. There's some incredible niche scenarios where the moving box is useful. Like when you have a reroll machine in a secret room or in a store or something like that. But I feel like most of the time the moving box is really just not gonna do anything for you, so I'm gonna put it in low E tier. Okay, Tech 0.5 I think is what it's called. No. Tech 0 is that, right? Technology 0 makes lightning arcs between your tiers, and they're kind of good, but also kind of not, but it's a solid damage up item, so we're gonna put it in B tier. Probably just above the damage ups. There we go. That's Leprosy, I think. Yeah. Taking damage will spawn an orbital that rotates around Isaac. Orbitals are nice. This is, these orbitals can only take 1 damage each, so they're not, like, the A tier orbitals, but this is like a solid B tier item. Maybe above the damage, maybe above the health items. Is there an end in sight here? Hey, we're getting there. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14. Then it's 11 items per row. 14 times 11. 150-ish items. Okay, hate that thing. This is right up there with Little Delirium for me. And Delirious. Or rather right down there. So I'm gonna put it here. 14 in that row, so it's 14 times 14. Oh well. Mr. Me is the one that can steal items for you in stores. It's okay. It's not really mind-blowingly good, but it can give you items for free. Problem is you gotta pay 15 cents to get it first. That thing is great. Prismatic, or like Angelic Prism is good. I'm gonna put that in low A tier. It's just always really nice to have that item. It gives you such a huge spread shot when you fire through it. And it's really good in like big boss fights as well. I'm not a huge fan of these, but they have some fun synergies. This is probably like a low C tier item for me, you know, the one that keeps the tiers in place, but it can go here. Okay, what's that again? That's Death's List, right? I thought when that came out, I thought Death's List was actually pretty good. But in most rooms it's actually very difficult to execute that, so it's gonna go more like low E tier for me. That's Hemo, right? Okay, Hemo is insane. Hemo is gonna go all the way into A tier. Hemo is actually gonna go into S minus. I don't like Hemo as much as most people, I feel like. So it's gonna go under Cricket's Body for me, but it's very, very good. Okay, that's the Hungry tiers one that has its moments, but most of the time it's rather mediocre. Trisagion is the one that was mostly infamous for, like, crashing your stream, but it's a really nice tier changer, and I think it deserves to go in low A. Backpack, I honestly don't see much use for the backpack. I acknowledge that it's a somewhat solid item, but I feel like most of the time I just don't find myself using that item. I still think it's solid, so it's gonna go in like mid-C, but... Blanket is really nice, gives you a Holy Mantle charge on every boss fight, and also a Soul Heart upon picking up. I'm a big fan of that. I mean, it's not as good as the Holy Mantle, but it has similar defensive properties giving you that charge. I'm gonna put it in A tier. Low A, together with the shield. Sacrificial Altar is an incredibly niche item, again, that can do good stuff, but I think it does something too infrequently to actually be great, so I'm gonna put it just like barely above the range ups. Okay, I forgot what that is. Little Spewer, the familiar with charged attack that spawns a line of creep on the floor which damages enemies. Spawns random pill, one random pill when picked up. So just a shitty familiar. Right. Alright, marbles have a chance to gulp trinkets. I feel like that goes right with Smelter for me, and that it's better than Smelter because it just goes off passively when you get hit, but it's not that great. Okay, next up, Mystery Egg. A familiar which follows Isaac upon taking damage will spawn a charmed enemy. It's like right up there with the, or down there rather, with the Poke-Go thing, right? Where'd I put that? I'm gonna put it with the friend ball. Nah, it's better than the friend ball. I want to put it next to the Poke-Go, but I can't find it. Oh, there. It's better than the Poke-Go, so we're gonna put it there. Okay, we've got that thing. Flatstone is the one that makes your tiers bounce. It's really awkward, and I feel like it doesn't really adding anything to the run. Anything like that. I haven't really found the use for these bouncy tiers, so I'm just gonna put it down here. That's the health up, right? Marrow, +1 bone heart. Okay. I'm gonna put that higher up with the health ups, because a bone heart is superior to a red heart, I think, but worse than 2 red hearts. So we're gonna do that. I'm a very, very big fan of the Slipped Rib because this thing is an orbital that protects you, and it has one hell of a surface area. One hell of a surface area. This thing blocks so many shots. Goes right there with the meat cube. Okay, the Golden Poop has its moments, but they're very far and few between, so it's just gonna go into like mid-E tier. More like top E tier, but still. It's better than the familiars. Pointy Rib is nice, but it's not amazing either, so it's also just gonna go into E. And oh wow, a book. I totally forgot about the fact that we still had a book left. This is a good book. This is a very good book. I think that's gonna go into low B. Okay, what's that? Is that mom's ring? Dad's ring. It puts a yellow ring around Isaac. Enemies are frozen in place while touching the yellow ring. Enemies touching the ring will stay permanently frozen until you move away, except for bosses, which only get a temporary freeze. Oh wow, that's actually pretty good. I don't know when I actually had that. It's in the secret room pool. Oh wow. Okay, that's pretty rare. That's pretty good though. So I think we're gonna put that in low C because it's so rare, but still useful. Okay, that's divorce papers. It's just a tears up, so we're gonna put that with the other tears ups. This one also gives you a bone heart, so it's a pretty good tears up. That's the jaw, which can actually do some pretty weird stuff, but it can also give you items. Like it can bring you items, kind of like pseudo flight. It's not as good as the flight items, but I'm gonna put it with the how to jump, which is also pseudo flight. Okay, I'm not a fan of that. Brittle Bones turns all your hearts into bone hearts, which can be good, but you don't really want all of them. So yeah, not great. I'm gonna put it into E because it does have its moments, so I'm gonna put it into high E. I'm also gonna drag these down here because these are just progression items. I'm not sure why these are on here. Okay, are the spore tiers? The spore tiers are anti-birth, not anti-birth, repentance. We're at repentance, chat. There's an end in sight. We're at repentance. Okay. Oh, okay. These are very good. I really like the spore tiers. Like, it spreads to other enemies when the spores explode too. Like, this is a mid-tier B item for me. It feels better than the tears ups, but worse than the damage ups, so I'm gonna put it here. This thing is garbage. It makes enemies that get close to you fear, but fear is not that great, so it's like mid-E. It protects you a bit, but it's not great. Golden Razor is just straight up bad. I don't like Golden Razor. It's like 5 coins when picked up. It gives you the 5 coins, which makes it good, sure, but takes away 5 coins and gives you plus 1.5 damage that lasts for the current room. It's just too expensive, man. 5 coins for a temporary damage up. And coins, like, you usually carry this item at a time where coins are actually pretty valuable, so. Okay, this thing gives you brimstone for a room, which is okay. If you find it with recharges, you can get a fat brimstone for the room, which is kind of fun and cool, but also somewhat impractical. But we can still put it in, like, mid-C tier. The fortune cookie really only gives you a fortune, right? Displays a random fortune and has a chance to drop either a soul heart, a card, including dice shards, rune, soulstone, or trinket. Soul hearts and tarot cards are much more... Oh, it gives you soul hearts and tarot cards. That's actually useful. That's actually a high D tier item. Okay. This thing fires tears in random directions most of the time, not even close to any enemies, so I'm gonna put that more like here. This thing fires... what's it called? This thing fires bolts of lightning at enemies that get close by, and they actually deal a decent amount of damage, so I think that goes into like mid-C tier. Probably better than the bomb effects. What does that do again? It hurts. Taking damage causes Isaac to fire a circle of 10 tears around him, each dealing 10 damage. After taking damage, you also gain 1.2 tears up for the rest of the room. Any subsequent hits give 0.4 tears up and will ignore the normal fire rate cap. Okay, so that's just another item that fires a halo of tears and does a bit of damage. Where's that thing? It's just a bit better than that. Okay, almond milk. Goes right there with the soy milk. Probably a bit worse than... Actually, it's probably a bit better than soy milk, but yeah. That's rock bottom. Rock bottom is phenomenal. I didn't believe in this item when I first heard what it did, but basically rock bottom prevents your stats from ever going down. And it's very, very good. I didn't think it was when I first heard about it, but there's a lot of things in the game that lower your stats. You don't need to be scared to pop pills anymore. If you find any cards that boost you, you get the boost permanently because your stats can't go back down anymore. You can take an experimental treatment without being scared. Like, you get the point. This is an S- tier item at least. I want to say S- because you do get runs where it legitimately does nothing, and it's definitely not better than all these tier rate multipliers and shit. And damage multipliers, but it's very, very good. It's a very good item. Kidney Stone makes it incredible as well. Like, basically everything that gives you temporary stat ups is very good with it. So yeah, very good item. That's just another bomb effect. Gives you random bombs. I hate this thing more than the spread bombs, I feel like, because you just don't know what your bombs do. So while you place bombs, you gotta look at the bomb to figure out what's gonna happen. That's a tears up, 0.7 to be exact. It's literally the same as these two. Tears up and a bit of shot speed. The doggo is kind of meh. Let me know exactly again what he does. Spawns a red worm familiar that chases enemies nearby around the room and deals 2 contact damage. After killing 15 enemies, Blood Puppy transforms into an aggressive version that will also attack Isaac by charging at him. Damaging the aggressive Blood Puppy will eventually return it to its normal state. While aggressive, Blood Puppy deals 1.5 damage and drops half a red heart for every 10 enemies it kills. After killing 25 more enemies, it transforms again, dealing 15 damage and destroying obstacles it charges into. Isaac takes a full heart if hurt by Blood Puppy, and it drops a full red heart for every 10 enemies killed. Yeah, I mean, he just hurts you. I feel like Blood Puppy is actually an Edmund Y. Like, Blood Puppy actually goes after you after a while, and he damages you, and it's not a good time. Like, this guy just hates your guts. Like, you carefully raise him, you give him food, and then he just backstabs you. Okay. Dreamcatcher is the best item I never remember to use. Like, I always take it, and then I skip the cutscenes, and I don't get to use it, but it's very good. As is the candle. But you don't forget to use the candle, because it floats right fucking in your face. So, the candle's good. Basically, it gives plus 0.4 tears for each room completed without taking damage. Up to a maximum of plus 2 tear rate. Or tear delay, whatever. It ups your tear rate significantly for every room cleared without taking damage, and it can also break the tear cap. So it's very, very good. And the nice thing is, getting more tear rate actually leads to you also taking less damage, right? So it's better than most damage ups, really. I'm gonna put it ahead of all the damage ups, honestly. So yeah. That's the double tap shield thingy. It's okay, it's got its uses. Basically, you double tap your fire button, it fires a shield in the direction that you fire. It's definitely a B tier item, but not fantastic. It's better than health ups. That's for sure. There we go. Alright, this thing, Blood Oath. At the beginning of each new floor, this item will stab Isaac and reduce your red health down as much as it can without killing you. In exchange, it gives you plus 0.05 speed up and damage for every half heart it removes. The amount of damage up is 0.15 times full hearts removed to the power of 2. If Isaac is already at half a heart when stabbed, no damage or speed increases are given. The damage from being stabbed can be avoided with invincibility, however no damage and speed stat increases are gained if you do. Does it only reduce red health, or only your soul hearts? But yeah, I mean, this is actually an Edmund Y. Like, this thing makes you run infinitely worse because it puts you down to half heart regularly. And it's just, this might actually be the worst item in the game. Only red health is manageable at least, but yeah. Play-Doh Cookie makes every one of your tiers have a random effect, and for some reason with Play-Doh Cookie, that's actually a legitimately good thing. Whereas with all the other random tier changers, it's a bad thing. I don't know why. Every time I have Play-Doh Cookie, it's amazing, and every time I have $3 bill, it's dog shit. But it is. Don't ask me why. I don't know why. I don't understand it myself, but it's good. Orphan's Ox is more speed, 2 soul hearts, and you don't take damage from grounded traps like spikes anymore. It's pretty good, honestly. It's a speed up, and it has extra effects, so it just goes at the top of all the speed ups. Okay, that's Occult Tears, which is Tears Up and Control Tears. It's a pretty good Tears Up effect, honestly. So that's where it's gonna go. That's the that's the Sacred Heart at Home. Mom can't. Oops. That was a spoiler to my new thumbnails. That was not even intentional. I didn't even know that was open anymore, but enjoy, chat. Immaculate Heart. In addition to regular tears, Isaac will sometimes fire extra spectral tears that orbit around him. Plus 1 HP, plus 20% damage multiplier. That's actually good. It's a multiplier. I didn't know that. Thumbnail spoiler. I actually have a pretty nice thumbnail planned for next week. If Miss Achiever wants to rate it, I can show you. Thumbnail Butler. Der Mörder ist immer der Butler, am I right? Oops. What's up next? Oh yeah, that's the fan thing that puts an aura around you that damages enemies that get close by. This is an okay item, like C tier. It's really impractical to use on boss fights, but it does its thing. And if you have an orbital, it's actually really easy to use it and get some extra damage out of it. I think I want to put it a bit higher. There we go. What does that do? The Intruder. In addition to normal tiers, Isaac now also fires a set of 4 quad shot tiers. Oh yeah, right, that one. The quad shot tiers deal 1.5 damage each and do not scale with your damage upgrades. Upon taking damage, you have a chance to dislodge the spider from your face. It leaps at enemies, dealing contact damage and firing quad shots at them for the rest of the room. That item is okay. I mean, I would say it's like mid C tier. Probably a bit better than the Parasite, but not fantastic. Dirty Mind. That's the one that gives you little poop familiars every time you destroy a poop. It's like, it's incredibly niche, but it can do its stuff. Oh boy, this is a hard one to rate, but Damocles. We all know it. You pop it, it hangs above your head. Every item pedestal you find is instead gonna be 2 item pedestals. And if you get hit, the thing has, let me check, I want to see the exact math. After being hit, the sword has a 1 in 10,000 chance every 4 frames of falling. This chance doesn't change if you take further damage. You effectively have a 4.4 chance for every minute that passes after taking damage to die. Self-inflicted damage, curse rooms, blood donation machines don't trigger this effect. Items with a price will spawn extra items free of charge. It's really good, but also really bad at the same time. Fucking sword killed me 10 seconds after I got hit last time. I've actually never gotten killed by the Damocles sword, but I've only ever been in 2 situations where it was possible. 10 botbots. Man, botspot is on fire today. I think I'm gonna put this thing in A tier, and at some point I'm actually gonna... I'm gonna put it in like low B tier. I'm gonna put it in low B tier, that seems better. Like, it can be incredible, but it can also kill your run. It's not an Edmund Y because you don't have to press spacebar, I guess. But at the same time, you don't have to do that here either, and I put it in there. Like, the thing is, as long as you play well, it can actually be pretty legit. Okay, where's Lemon Mishap? Because this thing is just an upgrade. Oh god, I placed Lemon... Oh, there it is. I placed Lemon Mishap, like, what, 6 hours ago or so? Alright, that's the Link Sword, and it's actually kind of okay. It can deflect tears when you do a swirl attack. And it's fine, but it's really bad against the end bosses, which is why I'm only going to put it in, like, high D tier. Like, basically every end boss you don't want to get close to, and the sword forces you to do exactly that. So yeah. The red key is really good. A few months ago, I probably would have been willing to put this thing in S- tier, because it gets you to the Ultra Secret Room, and the Ultra Secret Room was completely busted. Now that they changed the pool to only include red items, I want to put it more in, like, mid A tier. Probably a bit better than the mapping stuff. Probably a bit worse than the mapping stuff. Because, well, it doesn't give you that broken pool anymore in the Ultra Secret Room. I feel when I'm only here for C section. We're gonna get there. Sci-Fly is still busted. It's not as broken as it was on release, but it's definitely still an S- item. It's got incredible defensive value, even with the almost non-existent cooldown that they added to it. It's very good. You're always hyped to see a Sci-Fly. This thing is fun. Like, it's the one that the mushroom that gives you a damage up for the floor, but also makes everything go wobbly and weird. Unfortunately, fun is like the only extent of what it is. I'm gonna put it in E tier, because you can typically pop this thing once on the floor and get the damage up, and it doesn't inhibit your ability to play the game too much, but you can't really go much further than one hit. The missile tiers are actually pretty good. And this book is also very good. That's an A tier item. Mostly when Bethany starts with it, but even when Bethany doesn't start with it, the book is just very, very good. I am absolutely not a fan of the Alabaster box. If I remember correctly, that item had a lot of hype back when Repentance was released, because, oh boy, it gives you 2 Angel Room items, but the thing you gotta realize is that it eats all your soul hearts, and it prevents you from taking devil deals if you want to get stuff out of it. So I think this thing is actually an Edmund Y in disguise. Like, I actually think this thing makes your run significantly worse, because you can't take soul hearts anymore because it eats them all. And if you take a devil deal, it gives you an item less. And if you take 2 devil deals, it gives you nothing. So it prohibits you from making your run better if you find it early. And it prevents you from gaining more health. I don't like this thing at all. I think it kills runs. I'm willing to put it in like low F tier. Because Edmund Y seems a bit harsh. But I think it's a trap. I think it's a trap. The staircase is great. I want to say S minus, but I also want to say A. Because like the earliest you can feasibly find it is like Caves 1. I'm gonna say high A tier because of what I just said, because you can only find but even then it's incredible. If you find it on Caves 1, it's insane. Okay, well, here. Yep, here. Okay, I definitely need Platinum God for these. That first one is Soul. Permanently shows the location of the boss room on the map. After defeating the shown boss room, this item will activate a use of the Sun card. Remove curses from the floor, give +3 damage up and +1 luck, only available in Planetarium. That's okay. I mean, it lets you rush to the boss and then clean out the floor with higher damage and shit, so... That's probably like high C tier. That's probably better than Rotten Baby. Rotten Baby got kicked out. Okay, that's Lunar. Oh, there's a fly in here. Like one of those ugly flies that look like regular flies, but they can actually bite you. And it just bit me. Okay, that's Luna. Luna makes an extra secret room spawn. And secret rooms have these beams of light that give you stat ups for the floor. It's actually a pretty nice item because knowing where the secret rooms are is additional information, and it's essentially a better blue map, so that's exactly where I'm going to put it. That's Venus. No, that's not Venus. The one with the horns is a different one. Mercurius. Doors remain open. For survival, not actually as great as an item as it is in speedrunning. In speedrunning, this thing is insane, but we're going from a survival standpoint where the door staying open does have value. Like, I think I'm going to put it at the bottom of B tier. A bit higher. It's better than the health ups. But it's not, like, game-breakingly good. It's not game-breakingly good the way it is in speedruns. Probably, like, here. Yeah, that's what I said. Luna gives you an extra secret room. That's Venus. That's the one that charms all enemies that get close to you. That's very similar to the Fear thing, but quite a bit better because Charm is so much better than Fear. The problem is once enemies get charmed, they typically run away from you and then they get uncharmed as soon as they're out of your aura. So it really just makes enemies run away from you for a little bit. So I'm gonna put it next to the Fear thing, but yeah. That is the one that gives you rock tears, I'm pretty sure, but I want to be safe. Terra, yeah, that's the one that gives you rock tears. That one is nuts. That one is very, very good. It gives you a massive damage up and it lets you break rocks, so it's just like top of the pack for damage ups. Okay, that's Mars. That's the one where if you double tap your fire buttons, you dash in the direction and deal damage with your dash attack. I feel like this item ends up getting me hurt more than it makes me deal more damage. I'm not gonna put it in Edmund Y, but as someone who feathers his inputs a lot, both on the arrow keys as well as the WASD, I feel like I end up dashing in a lot of situations where I don't want to dash. When you use it properly, I guess it can be good, but losing the ability to feather your movement like that is also a pretty big negative for me. I'm actually gonna put it like really low in F tier. What's that? I literally can't tell these guys apart. Jupiter, +2 HP, -0.3 speed, while not moving. Oh, that's the farting one, right? Yeah, that's the fart item. That one's just bad. Like if this guy, if Mars is E-, or is like low in E, then this guy is definitely F tier. Like that's just not a good item. Okay, next one is Saturnus. Saturnus is amazing. The Halo tiers are really nice. It's got some nice synergies. I want to say the Halo is probably not enough by itself to propel it out of C tier. When you get that item with piercing, it's very good. But most of the time you gotta assume you don't have piercing, at which point it's just like average. But it's pretty good. Average is good, honestly. Like average, I would say, improves your run by quite a bit. Uranus! That's the Ice tier one. The Ice tier one is incredible. Ice is a great effect. It allows for a lot of chain reactions. That's easily high B, low A tier. I'm gonna go with A tier because it's similar to this, I would say. Probably more like here. Alright, that's Neptunus. That's the Open the Floodgates one, right? Yeah. Burst damage. I love burst damage. I think it's really great for clearing rooms. Like, the fact that not firing allows you to fire more going into the next room is very valuable. So that easily goes to high 8 B tier for me. Probably like here. Okay, and then the last Astro sign. That's, what's that called? Pluto. 0.7 tiers up. Greatly reduce Isaac's size. Oh yeah, that one's insane too. That thing has insane defensive value because a lot of enemies just straight up can't hit you anymore. So that's actually going to go in high A tier. That's actually my highest rated Astro sign then. I'm going to put that over the flight because the defensive value is just so high. Alright. The Voodoo Head makes an additional curse room spawn and it supposedly makes curse rooms better. I've tested this item like twice or so and I did not feel the curse rooms get better. And if the curse rooms don't get better, you also don't need a second one, so this is just straight up not a great item. Like, we're gonna put that in mid to low F tier. It's probably better than these dice. So yeah. Okay, that thing is tears up on one eye, which is really awkward, but tears up is tears up, so it's gonna go with the other tears up. I'm gonna rate it lower than all the 0.7 tears ups though. Act of whatever it's called. Act of Contrition, yeah, it gives you an Eternal Heart and 0.7 tears, so it's essentially a tears up with some extras. It's also in the Angel Room, which makes it like wildly impractical to find, which is annoying, but tears is tears. So it's gonna go with the other tears ups. It's probably gonna go pretty high up because of the Eternal Heart too. Like, it's essentially a heart container. So yeah. Member card! Member card gives you that trapdoor in the stores, which leads to a secret store. I'm gonna give that a high C tier. High C tier only because that extra shop is expensive as fuck. So unless you have a lot of money, it's not really gonna be worth much. But if you get that high shop, it's very good. That's a battery pack. It just spawns a bunch of batteries on the ground. It's not great. It's not terrible. Like, if you're ever in a situation where you have like a book of revs, I guess it's fine. But most items don't really appreciate having 3 batteries lying in the shop. Like, there's a very low amount of items that's like, oh yes, 3 batteries in the shop. I guess the D6 is fine if you really want the rerolls, but yeah. Yeah, I forgot to mention that, but that's true. Active Contrition also allows you to Angel Rooms again after you've locked in Devil Deals, so that's nice. The Power Bracelet is mostly a nod to Zelda, but like in terms of practicality, that item really isn't great. I guess I'm gonna put it with the Infinite Rock items, because that's kind of the Infinite Bomb items, because that's kind of what it is. It lets you blow up rocks without a problem. It doesn't let you blow up walls, so it's gonna go at the end of the pack, but that's really the only thing it does. This is like a budget peeper. Like, it gives you the peeper effect. It gives you the peeper effect for a single room, which is okay, I guess. Just not too impressive. Put it in like D. I don't know where I put peeper. That's the problem. There's peeper. And this thing is worse than peeper, so I guess we're gonna put it like here.
Isaac and his mother lived alone
here.
in a small house on a hill.
Okay, I'm a big fan of Ocular Rift.
Pictures and playing with his toys.
Also, let me
watched Christian broadcasts
turn off
on
the babbling.
television.
Ocular Rift is great. The more luck you have, the better that item gets, but that's definitely a low to mid A tier item. Like, Ocular Rift is just so strong. It prevents so many tears from reaching you. It gets enemies stuck. It's very good. I'm gonna put it higher, actually. I'm gonna put it over the Eucharist and the Goat Head. Okay, there's an end in sight, chat. Slowly but steadily, there's an end in sight. This baby just fires a bunch of tears in random directions. It's garbage. It rarely hits anything. It's not good. Just gonna go into the garbage pile here. Now, Freezer Baby. Freezer Baby is a different breed of baby. Freezer Baby was just born differently. So yeah, that's an Eternal D6. Eternal D6 is actually a lot better than a lot of people give it credit for, I would say. I would put it pretty high in B tier. Of course, it has a 50% chance of eating up the item that you're rolling with it. I'm actually going to put it in high A tier. Of course, it has a 50% chance of eating up the item that you're rolling, but if you're rolling the item, you just got to be prepared to lose it, right? Like, you're just going to roll the absolute top of the garbage anyway. So really, it's not that much different from a regular D6. Like, it's really good. Still. Okay, that's the, like, cage. That's a big bird cage, yeah. So that releases a big bird. that releases a big bird when you get hit. It's just another familiar. It's a pretty decent familiar. It's a bit better than the dead bird, so I'm gonna put it right above it. Forgot what that's called again, but it's very good. Larynx, yeah, right. Stacks up charges up to 12. The more charges it has, the more damage it does. Also charges if you get hit. It pretty much has the ability to one-shot most bosses in the early and mid game. If you find that thing early, you kind of just hold on to it and you use it to one-shot every single boss. It's definitely a mid A tier item, because you usually can get so many uses out of it even on one floor, because you only needed like half charge on the early floors, and on the later floors you're gonna get enough rooms to actually for it to do enough damage. Lost Soul is that little asshole that follows you around, and if you get hit, he dies. Or if he gets hit, he dies. But if you can somehow get him to the next floor, he's gonna give you some fairly decent rewards. It's like mostly soul hearts, but he can give you angel room items. You get one off 3 soul hearts, 2 eternal hearts, or a random item / angel room item. Yeah, I don't know. It's like, he rarely gives you something really good anyway. And he's incredibly difficult to keep alive, so I want to put him in E tier. Probably like lower E tier too. Because it's almost impossible to even get him to the next floor, and then most of the time he doesn't even give you anything significant. Yeah. Blood Bomb is like the umpteenth bomb effect we've seen today. Although Blood Bombs are pretty nice because of the pool. The blood puddles they leave behind. They do some solid AoE damage. So they're definitely some of the higher tier bomb effects. This guy is just weird and stupid, and he barely does any damage, and he goes to the bottom of the followers. Bird Eye is not a ghost pepper, but it's still an A tier chili. Probably like mid A tier above the Larynx. Like, it also shoots fires, but this thing shoots red fires, and as we've already established from the candles, red fires are way worse than blue fires. So yeah, this thing is just way worse than this. Which is still good, like red fires are still pretty good, but they ain't no blue fires. Okay. This is a pretty decent item. That's the thing that magnetizes enemies. And that's pretty nice, because similar to Ocular Rift, it gets enemies and enemy tiers stuck. It's not quite as good as Ocular Rift, of course, because it doesn't deal damage to them themselves. But it's pretty nice though. Rotten Tomato is very good too. I'm a big fan of this item, and now that I'm thinking about it, we haven't seen it in a really long time. But the Rotten Tomato, it applies the tomato debuff to an enemy, and enemies that are tomatoed are slower, and they get attacked by all other enemies. So it's basically like a reverse charm, which is a pretty good debuff to apply to stuff. So I'm gonna put that thing to like lower B tier above the health ups, because it definitely helps with your clearing power. And it's insanely strong on bosses too, because it slows them. Very good stuff. Okay, Birthright is easily an S- tier item. Birthright at this point, it's at a point where it's incredibly good on almost every single boss, or on almost every single enemy. No. Almost every single character, there we go, now has a good Birthright effect, and it's just, like, it's very, very good. It's tough to find a character where Birthright actually isn't good now. I'm trying to think of one, but I can't think of one of them. I think they're all good now, so yeah. Red Stew gives you a massive damage up that fades away over time, slowly, but every time you kill an enemy, you get part of it back. This item is really, really good. It seems a bit off-putting because all the damage you gain from it goes away, but first of all, you can regain it by killing enemies fast. And second of all, what this item does essentially is it kickstarts your run, especially if you find it early. Like, that boost is gonna last you a good time, and you can use that 20 or so damage that it gives you. Let me check. You can use that to just get set up, right? 21.6 damage. And it depletes at 0.04 damage per second, and every enemy you kill gives you 0.02 back. So it diminishes fairly slowly, and you can just use it to build up your run and get started, so it's pretty damn good. Alright, that's Genesis. Genesis is also an S tier item. Man, there were a lot of good items added in that game, in Repentance. Genesis is also an S tier item. Basically resets your run, lets you replace every single one of your items. For every item you have, you gain a choice of 3 items from the same pool that you pick, and you basically start over again. Genesis has the ability to save a bad run, and also the ability to push a very good run over the edge. I want to place it further down, because with any of these items, you pretty much are not going to pop Genesis. Here. Maybe most of these either, not either. I guess I'm gonna put it further down because of that. But again, it also just has the ability, if you want to start over with a new build, you can do it, and you can potentially build a bonkers broken build. I'll put it here. You can potentially get a bonkers broken build and just start over. And because you start over, you get more item rooms as well, right? You start over, right? Oh no, you actually pick the run back up where you left off, but that's okay, still. That's still very okay. I mean, it basically has the ability to just single-handedly fix your entire build. Okay, the key item is actually pretty nice. It allows you to toss keys around, and every time you use it, it consumes one of your keys. Can open doors, can open secret rooms, can open golden chests too, which I recently only learned about. So if you, by some miracle, have multiple golden chests in a row, you can throw 1 key to open them all. It's a bit niche, but it can do interesting stuff, so I'm gonna put it in like mid-D tier. It also does incredible damage to enemies, so that's neat. Booster pack gives you 4 cards. Cards are good. Probably like low D tier, because cards. That's the Mega Mush, right? 5 cards? That's even better. Mega Mosh. When used, the item causes Isaac to become humongous for 30 seconds. While huge, Isaac is invincible and can crush objects, doors, and enemies. For the duration of the effect, it gives you a 4 times damage multiplier and 2 range up, but your rate of fire goes way down. Deals significant contact damage to enemies while active. 1600 DPS. Wow, that's actually a good space use item. I'm gonna put that in A tier. It's very good. I've only had that one so far and didn't get it fully tested. I'm gonna move the lore items down because nobody cares about those. I guess we can rate this because you can throw the knife, so I'm gonna just treat these at 1 item. I'm just gonna treat these at 1 item, and says the knife is like D tier. You can throw it and it deals good damage. So I wanna put it together with the key, to be honest. Because it does do damage, but it's not a lot, and when you use it, you usually already lose it again on Mausoleum too. Alright. We've reached another big boy, chat. We have reached another big boy. It's the Death Certificate. This is a one-time use item that teleports you to an alternate floor which contains every single item in the game. The items are spread between several different rooms, all on pedestals. You may take only one of the items before being teleported back to where you were. It's literally every item that includes items not in item pools like knife pieces. So this thing just lets you pick any item you want. Any item you want, and that means Death Certificate is automatically the best item in the game. This is the one item that's better than the knife. Why is it better than the knife? Well, if you don't have a knife, it gets you a knife. If you have a knife, it gets you the next best thing, which is most likely a damage multiplier or something like that. The point is, this is always exactly what you want. This item is always exactly what you want, exactly what you need. If you're low on health, you can pick up a freaking raw liver from it. So yeah. It's better than knife because it A, can get you knife, and B, if you have a knife, it can get you something else. It's always exactly what you want, and thus it's just by definition the best item of the game. Because, you know, it's always what you need. So that's the one item in the game that's better than the knife. And the only point is because it can fetch you the knife. And then it can also fetch you something else if you don't need a knife. This fly wishes it was the Psy fly. I feel like this drone fly or whatever it's called, it actually is a pretty decent defensive buddy. So I'm gonna put him here. He actually blocks a reasonable amount of tiers, not as much as the Psy fly, but still a very reasonable amount, so that's okay. Meat Slicer is okay. It's got a special place in my heart because back in the day you could use it to cheese Tainted Jacob. It's not that great of an item because honestly splitting enemies into half versions of it isn't really that great. Like in some situations it's good, which is why I'm gonna put it in like mid-E tier, but most of the time it just isn't really that practical. Shouldn't I rate Death Certificate lower because it's rare? I've been live for 6.5 hours, don't nitpick. Evil Charm, +2 luck. You no longer take damage from poison / toxic / gas / burn effects and become immune to fear and confusion. Okay. +2 luck is okay, I guess. +2 luck is okay. Worst stats lost coin, because that's essentially what this is, but better. Instead of 1 luck, it gives you 2. It's too bad I can't search for stuff here anymore. Anyone know where I put Dad's lost coin? Rock bottom is S++. No, rock bottom is not better than the knife or death certificate. It's not even better than the other tier changers. Where the fuck did I put Dad's lost coin? There's no way I put it in D tier, right? Oh no, there it is. Okay. Well, I guess luck is pretty solid. Okay, that's the dogma item, I'm pretty sure, right? Yeah, dogma. This item isn't available in item pools. You are automatically given it after defeating Dogma just before the beast sequence. Plus 0.1 speed, 2 damage, grants you the ability to fly, grants you a one-time use of the Holy Mantle effect. In normal mode, this grants the Wafer effect. Really? That's your health to 6 hearts if you have fewer than 6. Holy crap. That item is bonkers. The only thing that holds it back is the fact that you only get it when you fight Dogma. I guess I'm gonna put it in low A. I mean, that's bonkers, but you only get it in a very specific... Little Dumpy. Is that the eye dude? Which one's Little Dumpy? Okay, what else we got? The soul thingy. Purgatory. While in a room with enemies, red cracks will appear on the floor in random locations. Walking over the cracks spawns a white soul familiar. This guy deals okay damage, but not great. Well, still Dumpy. Now you make me curious. Oh, this one. Little Dumpy follows Isaac and produces a butterbean fart when a projectile or enemy is about to hit Isaac, pushing the enemy back and preventing the damage. After it farts, it flies away, stops following Isaac, and has to be picked up again before it will follow. The effect only works if Little Dumpy is following and near Isaac. Okay, maybe this guy is better than I thought. We're gonna put him up again. I wouldn't say A tier, but that seems pretty good. I'm gonna put him up here. Okay, the voodoo doll is fine. The voodoo doll is fine. It's fun mostly. Like, you can use it to telefrag stuff, which is always fun. You can also do it to do sick maneuvers to outmaneuver enemies. It's not great. There's many better space use items, but it's okay. Arky is easily one of the top items in the game. Arky goes up here. I'm gonna put it like here, and I'm gonna switch that over here. Okay, so my reasoning is with all these items, you almost immediately win already anyway. With these two, you definitely immediately win. With these two, you pretty much won if you don't play like a complete dingus. So I put Arky behind all of them because Arky can allow you to just start over again. I mean, it allows you with these two, but with these you don't really need the Arky, which is why I put it here. It would Smelter in E tier. I mean, how often do you actually find more than one good trinket in a run? Most of the trinkets suck, so you don't really need to consume them. Okay, the punchy tiers, they don't actually give you a damage up, right? Did I just close Plat God? Why did I close Plat God? What the hell? Isaac now has a chance to fire a fist instead of a normal tier. Confuse enemies will take 10 damage and knockback. Okay, they actually deal more damage, which means they're essentially a damage up. I'm a fan of them. I thought they dealt damage, but I wasn't 100% sure. But I'm gonna put them behind like the big damage ups, the bigger damage ups. They're pretty decent. Okay, what's next? Eraser is fun. I think it tends to be overestimated because erasing like 6 enemies from the run still means there's like 90 left. But it can definitely do some fun stuff, and it can make a lot of things much easier, so I'm gonna put it above the health ups into B tier. Solid mid B tier. Rotten Heart is kind of meh. It's worse than the Yum Heart. Where did I put the Yum Heart? It's definitely worse than the Yum Heart because it only effectively heals for half a heart, because that's what these are worth. The hearts are just straight up worthless, and the flies really don't make up for the lack of HP. The urn is incredible. I love that item. It's great. It blocks tears. It charges super fast. It deals a lot of damage. Solid item. Very solid item. Whew, we're getting done. What the hell is that? Oh, that's just... Okay, that's just Akaldama. That's the one that has the trail of tears behind you. I like that item, but it's not great. It leaves a trail of tear behind you that damages enemies. It's nice when enemies chase you, but that's just about it. Okay, I need to read up again on what Magic Skin does, because I feel like I don't fully understand that item yet. Upon use, this item consumes 1 heart container or 2 soul hearts and spawns 1 item pedestal from the current room's pool. Every use gives a broken heart, meaning that slot is permanently broken and the maximum health is reduced by 1 for the rest of the run. If Isaac has 12 broken hearts, he dies instantly. This also applies to the lost despite having no health. Magic Skin will continue to appear after finding it once if you are not still holding it. The chance for it to replace an item is 1 divided by 12 minus the number of times used, up to a maximum of 50%. Broken hearts are empty heart containers that cannot be removed, blah 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 blah. Okay. So that eventually kills you. But it's still an okay item, like it's... Is the implication here that you like pick off a bit of your skin to turn it into something valuable? Like what does the item mean? I'm gonna put it in like mid D tier, because it can give you good stuff, but the fact that it just keeps showing up once you use it the first time is a thing. Okay, the reference to a book about magic donkey skin, I see. Okay, this thing is very good. Revelation is good. It's worse than the tier rate, or than the damage multipliers, but it's pretty much better than everything else that isn't Maw of the Void, so it's gonna go up here. That's just the stat up, and it claims it gives you what you need, but most of the time it really doesn't. I'm gonna put it like below the tier rate increases. Because when it gives you tier rate or damage, it's really good, but when it gives you something else, speed is also okay. I'm a big fan of Tiny Toma. It's probably not as good as the Meat Cube and the other orbitals, but it definitely goes up there. Probably not better than Godhead either. But it's definitely good, and it has earned its spot amongst the A tier orbitals, because it blocks shots and it actually gives you spooters too, which means it deals solid damage. Brim Bombs are probably among the best bomb effects in the game. I think I'm gonna rate it actually as the best bomb effect in the game. It does so much damage. Okay, that battery is incredible. I don't think that actually needs any explanation. Everyone who's ever had that thing knows it's incredible. Recharging your item by hitting enemies is broken, and it leads to way too many item charges. What the hell is that? What is that? It's not even on Plat God. What is that? Okay, I'm sorry. I have no idea what that is. I'm gonna move it to the end. I can't see. I can't find it on Plat God. I don't know what that is. Anyone have any idea? I don't know what that is. Okay, that's like the little what's his name? Little purple guy, Fruity Plum. Yeah, that guy is not great. I mean, he flies around and shoots a bunch of tears the way Plum does, but they barely do anything. Also, why did I put that thing here? I think that belongs further up. Wasn't item planned for the first anti-birth update? It was item ID. No, this ID is currently unused. Oh, I see. Pill Crusher, okay. The Plum Flute is unfortunately not much better than Little Plum. I'm gonna put it at the... I'm gonna put it right next to him, honestly. I don't like the Plum Flute at all. That Star of Bethlehem is fantastic. That's a very good item. Easily A tier. Shows you the way to the boss room. While you're in the aura, you basically just murder everything that's in your path. Incredible item. Frozen Baby is okay. It's not as good as the Freezer Baby, but the guy that you can kick around is pretty good too, the free stuff. So let's put him into high D tier. Let's put him into low C tier. Freezing is just so strong. Freezing is just so strong. Okay, that's the thing that makes enemies spawn flames and then you can make them explode by pressing spacebar. Honestly, not a whole lot of value here. This item is significantly better in greed mode, but we're not rating this based off of greed mode, so I'm just gonna put it in like mid C tier, E tier. Only A tier, the star? Nah, you're right, it's better than that stuff that's above it. That thing is easily S minus tier. Put it like here. Yeah, I like that better. You're right, chat. You're right. Alright, Bad PhD. I'm rather fond of Bad PhD, and I kind of just consider it a massive damage up over time. So I'm gonna put it at the top of all the damage ups. I love Bad PhD. It makes it so easy to pop all those bad pills. Speed down pill? Whatever, I'm gonna get +1 damage. Like, just pop them all and have massive points of damage afterwards. This thing is just ass. Like, circles around you and does a bunch of damage that is so insignificant that it might as well just not exist. On death, enemies now fire tears in random directions which can damage other enemies. That's that thing. That's okay. Splash damage is fine. Not great, but fine. Okay. That's the thing that makes you fire tears in random directions, right? Oh no, Giant Cell. Every time you take damage, a tiny ice sack. Oh yeah, that's the one that gives you a little ice sack familiar every time you get hit. Those are actually surprisingly strong. So I'm gonna put that, like, fairly high at the top of the other familiar items. Okay, that's a tier size up and nothing else, I'm pretty sure. Maybe shot speed. Plus 1.5 range up and tier size up, so that just goes with the other range ups. The tier size is really negligible, like, it's not great. You don't really care too much about the tier size. It makes you feel a bit stronger, sure, but you're not really stronger. Tarot reading, or whatever it's called, is very good too. Like, that's definitely gonna be a mid-A tier. The portals it gives you are just so convenient. They're just so convenient. They let you go fast too, which is not really relevant, but it also trivializes a lot of the later floors, because if you get a red portal on like Womb, which doesn't have any special rooms anymore anyway, you can just hop straight to the boss and skip all the damage you might be taking on the way there. So that's neat. Quince spawns a random familiar every time you kill an enemy. Quince is honestly like right there with the familiars. In some modes it's really nice. In most rooms it's kind of meh. But yeah. I'm a big fan of Tooth and Nail. That's definitely gonna go into A tier for me. Periodically, Tooth and Nail makes you, every once in a while, immune to damage for like a second, which is actually really abusable. It's probably not better than the batteries, but it can go here, just under the batteries. That's Binge Eater. I'm actually a big fan of Binge Eater. Makes every pedestal flash between the item that's normally there and a health up. And every time you pick up a health up, you lose a bit of speed and you get some damage and other stats temporarily. I'm gonna put that, like, just below the tiers ups. I'm gonna put it just above the tiers up, actually. And under the damage ups. Guppy's Eye. Guppy's Eye is pretty overrated, I feel. Like, sure, it's nice to know ahead of time what's in, like, golden chests to know if you want to open it or not, but most of the time, this is just a quality of life item. I'm still gonna put it in C tier. Yeah, I'm gonna put it in low B tier. Because it provides you with valuable information, and information is great. Information is king in a roguelike, but I think it's pretty overrated overall. Eating gives speed? No, eating loses you speed. Even with Binge Eater. Okay, what's that? Strawman. Spawns a keeper familiar that shoots triple tiers. The keeper has 3 health and coins and can die if it takes enough damage. This thing is ass. I remember that. This thing is just straight up not good. Okay, Dad's Note is a lore item. I'm really not sure why they're in there, but I don't care about it. Sausage, +1. That's an old stats up. Wow. When was the last time I found sausage? I can't even remember ever picking that up. Plus 1 HP, 0.2 speed up, 0.5 tears, 0.5 damage, 1.5 range, 0.16 shot speed, 1 luck, 6.9 Devil Angel Room chance, nice. 6.9% Planetarium chance, also nice. That's a good all stats up. Actually a very good all stats up. I think I like that best out of all the all stats ups. That's the more options for consumables, which is actually a very solid item. I like that. I'm gonna put that in high B tier with the other options. More consumables is always nice. Candy Heart, what does that do again? I remember that being pretty good. Every half red heart you pick up gives a small but permanent stat increase. Oh yeah, right. Oh yeah, that's bonkers. I'm gonna put that at the top of the list of the stat ups. Behind PhD. Do I put it behind bad PhD? I'm gonna put it ahead of. Nah. I'm gonna put it below the better damage ups actually. Here. This is a good place. Okay. This thing sucks. It makes shop items cost health and devil items cost money. This thing's actually bad. Redemption. Every time you enter a devil deal and choose not to take an item, you get +1 damage up upon entering the next floor. The effect is shown via a cross above Isaac's head. Taking devil deal breaks the cross and prevents the damage up next floor. Taking free pickups such as black hearts in the devil room also count. It's kind of bad. You find that in angel rooms, right? Like that's an angel room item. Item pool, none. How do you get that again? I forget. I had that item before, but I forget how you get it. Insurance on bad deals. Oh right, sack room shenanigans. Right. I'm gonna make it like a E tier. Like the effect itself isn't great, but then you also have to jump through so many hoops to actually do something with that. So yeah. That thing is trippy and weird. When you die, you turn into a ghost with half a red heart and flying that is chained to your body for 10 seconds. This allows you to stay alive as long as you don't get hit during the 10-second period. After this effect occurs, it cannot activate again until Isaac gains a half or full soul heart or a black heart. Soul hearts that are used to charge spirit shackles will not be added to your health as normal. I feel like that just delays the inevitable a lot. I'm gonna put it in low E tier. This thing reveals like one room every time you get hit, which is okay. It's like a mediocre mapping item. It can show you the ultra secret room, but overall this is just not a great item. This is the one that gives you heart containers when you have empty red hearts, right? Upon entering each new floor, if you have one red heart or less, another one is added. This effect works while moving up floors in the backwards path. This item has no effect for characters with non-red health. That's okay. I mean, it allows you to take more devil deals, I guess, in a devil deal heavy run. I'm gonna go for mid D, sorry. That thing is mostly trippy. The first time you take damage in a room, Isaac will become a ghost, and time will stop for 3 seconds. During the ghost effect, you gain flight, spectral tears, and the damage from the next hit you take is negated. Isaac returns to his body if you either clear the room or take damage while in ghost form. Only happens once per room. Taking damage a second time does not turn you into a ghost again. This item is mainly weird, but it's not bad. Like, for survival, it's probably actually pretty solid. But yeah. What's that? And I don't recognize so many of these. Oh, C-section. Yeah, I recognize that. C-section is like solid low A tier. And now that I pissed off Misachiever, we can put it where it actually belongs. Alright, let's see. C-section is okay. Like, on its own, it's not actually that great, but it's never terrible. And it's just really fun. It also has that really, really satisfying plop sound every time you shoot a baby. I'm gonna put it in, like, S-. I'm gonna put it in low S-, but I'm gonna put it in S-. Knife synergy extraordinaire. The knife synergy is nuts. Okay, what else we got? We're nearing the end. We're getting there. Lil Abaddon. Oh yeah, this guy sucks. This guy actually just straight up sucks. Like, you have to get so up in everyone's face with this guy. It's so impractical to actually use him. I'm gonna put him next to Robo Baby too. Montezuma's Revenge, we just had a pretty successful run with. I really like this item. It's like a makeshift brimstone, right? Like, it's not quite a brimstone and it's much harder to use, but it's solid, like, mid-B tier. I hate Little Void. He just eats your consumables, and then he doesn't give you anything good for it. So we're gonna put him in like low F, mid F tier. Let's put him in mid F tier. He's a bit better than the poop. Freaking ninja babies. All right, big fan of the tentacle. I don't think that's as big of a surprise. We're gonna put that guy up in C tier. What's that again? Forgot that one. Goddamn fly. Oh boy. Okay, bone spurs. Enemies that die will leave behind 1 to 2 floating bone shards when they die until you leave the room. Oh yeah, that one. That's okay. It's like kinda solid splash damage, but not really. I mean, every once in a while that thing is gonna do damage and it's gonna feel good, but that's kind of about it. That's just the devil deal. Next one is just the devil deal equivalent. Oh no, every time an enemy dies, a friendly red soul appears that will hunt down other enemies. That thing's actually pretty good. It's better than the Angel Room Soul. I'm gonna put it above that. Jar of Wisp, when used, gives you a number of blue flame orbitals based on the number shown over this item. It starts at 1 and increments each activation, giving you more familiars each time. Flames fire tears. Flame touches an enemy, deals contact damage. You can have a maximum of 24 flame orbs. This thing is kind of lackluster, not gonna lie. It's okay if you get it early, but most of the time you get it way too late for it to actually stack up, you know? So I'm gonna put it in like a mid D tier. It's definitely not better than that. I'm gonna put it here. Oh, what's that again? God damn it. Soul Locket spawns 1 soul heart on floor. Soul hearts give you small permanent stat increases. Oh yeah, right. That's not as great as the one that gives you small permanent stat increases for picking up red hearts, the candy heart. Because soul hearts are nowhere near as common. But I'm gonna put it at the bottom of like B tier. Because it is still a stat increase, and that's nice. Okay, Friend Finder is just complete ass. I don't like Friend Finder at all. It's what it does, it doesn't do well. It arguably does it worse than Poke-Go. So, goodbye. Okay, that's just an extra life. I mean, I think I'm just gonna put that with the 1-up. Not a great extra life. I think this one also uses your red hearts, right? As a reference. So yeah. Glitch Crown. Item pedestals now cycle between 5 random items. I wish I would find that item more often, because it's actually very controllable what you get from those 5 items. Like, you can actually have a pretty big influence on what actually comes out of this. So I'm gonna put it in S- tier. I'm gonna put it in A tier. High A tier. But yeah, like, this item is very, very good. You just, like, never find it because it's a secret item. Which means I should put it a bit lower. I'm gonna put it behind the orbitals. That seems fair to me. Oh, what's that again? Belly Jelly. Enemies that touch Isaac will now bounce off of him. Oh yeah. I mean, that's fun, but it still requires you to touch enemies, so it's not great. That's the thing that makes you find better items. That's easily a high A tier item. Increasing all the item qualities is just so good. That's the one that makes devil deals take health from you, right? Like the spikes. Spawns a special set of spikes in the devil room. Taking damage from the spikes has a chance to spawn a reward. Nothing, 37% chance. 6 pennies, 17%. 0.5 damage, 27.5% chance. 2 black hearts, 9.5. And random item, 5.5. And Leviathan transformation, 3%. Beautiful. Actual garbage. Actual garbage. This thing is really good. It gives you flies, and every time you clear rooms it gives you more flies. The flies don't take a lot of damage before they die, but they give you a huge circle of flies to protect you, and it's really nice. What's that? Heartbreak. Oh yeah, Heartbreak. Gives you 0.25 damage for every broken heart you have. Gives 3 broken hearts when picked up, and every hit that would kill you gives you 2 broken hearts instead. That's a pretty decent survival item. I'm gonna put that to the health ups. It's a pretty good one. Bloody Gust, every time you get hit, you get speed and tear rate increase for the rest of the floor. That's probably on a level with Bloody Lust. The problem is, where did I put Bloody Lust? I put it to the damage, right? To the damage items. I forgot where I put Bloody Lust. There's Lusty Blood. I'm gonna put it with Lusty Blood. That seems fitting too. Okay, the fish thing. What does the fish thing do? Isaac gains a halo of light around him when an enemy touches. Oh yeah, right. That's actually a pretty good one. It acts a bit of a shield from enemies that chase you down, and with the halo getting bigger for the room every time you get hit, it actually makes it pretty usable in boss fights too, eventually. If you have the health to feather it. I'm gonna go with like a high B tier item here. Oh, what's that again? And there's so many items that just never show up. Quality 3, yeah, that's one of... A fetus familiar follows Isaac, and upon entering the boss room on each floor, it will transform into a copy of the boss. This makes bosses a lot harder, however, you now get 2 boss item drops. Risk versus reward item. I'm gonna go with like low B tier together with Damocles. This is really fun. I wish I could find that item more, but it's an item. It's a secret room item. Twisted Pair is busted. That item is so good. I'm gonna put it with the damage multipliers. The familiars deal about 40% of your damage is what PlatGod says, but that's still an increase of 80% of your damage. Like, that's so good. This is the one that every 5 rooms makes you fire a laser, a Mega Stan laser. So we're gonna plant that firmly in high A tier, because at every 5 rooms you just get an insta-clear for a room. So that's pretty neat. That's the Lazarus item, right? Or whatever it's called. Echo Chamber. Oh no, Echo Chamber, right. When you're using a card pillar rune, it also uses a copy of the last 3 cards pillar runes you used. Echo Chamber has a chance to do really, really good stuff, but also really, really bad stuff if you pop bad stuff with it. Especially pills. But yeah, like Echo Chamber is pretty sweet. Most of the time it can do some pretty good stuff. I'm gonna put it above the health ups. Alright, almost done, chat. We're getting there. Almost done. What is that? Isaac's Tomb spawns an old chest at the start of all future floors. Old chests work the same as golden chests, requiring a key to open but contain different items. Can contain trinkets, soul hearts, a random item from the old chest pool, or an angel room item. That's okay. I can go to the solid C tier. That thing's ass, right? It just spawns a bunch of flames around you every once in a while. Each time you take damage, a red flame orbital will appear. Yeah. I'm gonna go ahead and nope out of that one. Start over, no balls. Alright, Esau Jr. Using this item swaps you between the character you started as and Esau, which has 3 black hearts, 2 base damage, 2 plus base damage, and the ability to fly. This character keeps its own separate health and items. Items picked are not shared between the 2 characters. If either character dies, it's game over.
Only gifted 3 months of tier 1 to Buglo. They've gifted 117 months in the channel.
That's an okay item, but I think chat told me before that you can actually use that in pretty weird ways, in pretty nice ways, but I forgot. And I don't feel like researching it after 6 hours of streaming. Berserk, when activated, Isaac's tears are replaced by a bone sword. Oh, that's the Tainted Samson item. I mean, that's a pretty good one. We're gonna put that in like high C tier. Dark Arts, that's the Judas item. I don't like it that much on other characters, but I think it's on par with the Samson item, so yeah. That's the Apollyon item. I feel like these are all like somewhat on par, to be honest. This is probably worse though than Dark Arts and stuff. That's a health up, which goes here with all the other totally normal health ups. That's a damage up, so that goes with all the totally normal damage ups. What does that do again? When used, you charge forward for a second. If you touch an enemy in that time, Isaac will pick it up and slam it on the ground, killing it and sending a shockwave around the impact. In the brief period while holding the enemy, you can move the target to the side where it lands. Actually does work on bosses, however after the attack you end up near the boss, which puts you in danger of taking damage too. I need to test that. I don't think I've really extensively tested that, but it sounds hilarious. So I'm just gonna put it in E tier. That's the spending power thing, right? Bag of crafting. Oh no, that's the bag of crafting. Yeah. I think we can all agree on that. That's the flip. Which is like, does that even do anything on non what's his name? Does that even do anything when you're not Tainted Lazarus? I don't know. I legitimately don't know if it does anything. That's the Tainted Bethany item. It's like a makeshift roll on pedestal items. Well, I mean, that's kind of good. I don't know how exactly it works. Oh, you get a second item for free with flip? That's actually insane. I'm gonna put it with the D6 then. Bag of crafting can get you items on consumables you have too many of. Yeah, but it's bag of crafting and fuck tainted cane. Okay, that's the thing that gives you like the flames with items. Honestly, for any non-tainted Bethany character, this thing is not so great. Because you can't use your red hearts for charges, and the orbs are very easily destroyed. That's the Eve item, and I don't think that actually does anything outside of Eve, so I'm just gonna put it here. I don't know what that is. Recall. When used, this will retrieve the Tainted Forgotten skeleton back to its owner's hand. Tainted Forgotten's birthright effect. Oh. Why does that have to be here? I don't... This is just unusable for other characters. Save for later, this is item Tainted Blue Baby uses as his main mechanic. Oh. God damn it. Keeper Sack spawns 3 random coins and a key. This is the spending power one, and this...
Fueled with the desire to serve her god, was bearing down on Isaac.
How often have we heard that today?
Do as I'm told, my lord.
That item is nuts. The spending power one gives you random stat ups every time you spend money in a store or elsewhere, and it's really good. It's a lot of stats over the course of the game, and we're just gonna put it in solid A tier. Okay, Keeper's Kin makes spiders crawl, like friendly spiders crawl from underneath rocks, and they attack enemies, and it's okay. It is really nice when you're in a room with a lot of rocks, but unfortunately the last few floors, it doesn't really do a whole lot. What's that again? Keeper's Box, when used, spawns a random shop item. Oh yeah, right. This is okay, you can buy that in the store, and it's weird because you spend money and then you usually don't have any left, and most of the time it just gives you consumables that you don't really want to or need to spend money on, so I'm gonna plant it in like mid-E, but it can give you good stuff. This thing is actually kind of good, but you almost never take it with you, so I'm gonna plant it in like low E tier, C tier. Like, it's good, you stack it up and you get better rewards the more you stack it, but... I don't know, it's just not very practical. TM Trainer, I'm pretty sure, is an Edmund Y because it makes you run actively worse, like a lot worse. Anima Sola is actually really, really good outside of Tainted Jacob as well, because you can use it to freeze enemies. It's especially really good on bosses. So I'm gonna place that fairly high in C tier. Yeah, let's go here. That's the spin down dice. The spin down dice is really handy when you have a cheat sheet next to you, which I'm not sure if I should assume you do or not because you don't know. But even if you don't have a cheat sheet, it's essentially just a D6, right? So I'm gonna place it next to the D6. I mean, it's predetermined what you get, but it essentially feels like a D6 if you don't know all the item IDs, so this seems fair. Hypercoagulation. Upon taking damage, you have a chance to drop the heart that you just lost. It gives you 2 seconds to pick it up again to reheal before it disappears. That's okay. Okay, but not fantastic. Okay, nearing the end. IBS. IBS sucks. IBS got buffed. Old IBS I would have put without a second thought into Edmund Y. IBS as it is now, I'm gonna put into like low E tier. Because it's much more controllable, but it still randomly sometimes makes poops blow up in your face and shit, so yeah. Hemoptysis. I don't know if that's how you pronounce it. Allows you to quickly double tap your shoot button to sneeze on nearby enemies, dealing 1.5 times your tier damage and pushing them back slightly. Oh yeah, that's what Azazel does. That's okay. Really, mainly okay. Ghost Bombs is the last bomb effect we're gonna have to deal with in this one. And Ghost Bombs are actually pretty solid. Where in the world are my bomb effects? Oh, there. Ghost Bombs are actually pretty solid. Like, the damage stacks up pretty quickly if you use a lot of them in boss fights. So, yeah. Jello spawns a familiar that's attached via an umbilical cord. This thing is okay, not great, but I'm gonna put it in, like, mid-C tier. Above the bombs. That's the hungry tears, or chuck away. Oh no, that's the decap attack, right? We've already had the hungry tears. The decap attack is really not great. I'm gonna put that in like midi tier. That's really not a great one. Hey, and that's it. That's it. Platinum God actually shows me 3 more items, but those are Glass Eye, Sty, and Mom's Ring, which is just a bunch of damage ups, so we don't really need to rate these. But yeah, we did it. These are all lore items, so they don't matter. Let me zoom back in again and just look at this monstrosity before we end the stream. Okay. That was fast. World record. Isaac tier list in 7 hours and 18 minutes. I'm gonna download this. Tier Maker lets you do that. I'm gonna download it and post it on Twitter if you want to see it there. You can look at it slowly there, or you just replay this VOD. I don't know. So you can look at it on Twitter. This video is also going to go on YouTube. If you are on YouTube and you somehow watched till the end, then A, you're a crazy bastard. But B, make sure to follow or subscribe to the YouTubes and leave a like and a comment, because I feel like I deserve it after a 7-hour video. But yeah, thank you so much for watching. Thanks for hanging out. I really appreciate it. Everyone on Twitch, on YouTube, appreciate you.